Before you can send your first message, you'll be prompted to click Authorize one more time. After that, you're all set. It's that simple. Sign up today and we'll see you in the chat.
Welcome in, guys. Week 14 edition, Beers Daily Fantasy 6-Pack. The Fantasy Bar ready to rock here. Once again, talking FanDuel and DraftKings. Big slate of games here on the main slate. We're done with Thanksgiving. Hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. We're done with the bye weeks. Full out 13-game main slate, and I'm back with 6 of my favorite plays. Thank you for joining us as always. Before we get into things, guys, please do me a favor. Hit that subscribe button so you know when the videos are coming out, and the thumbs up button. The tip jar will knock that out first before we get into plays, guys. And a thank you again for watching the video. Now, before we get into Week 14, let's take a look back at Week 13. Definitely had some hits and some misses. So some solid hits here on the lower price guys. The Miles Sanders, Jack Doyles of the world. Adams, solid at that price tag. But the big miss, obviously, here, Nick Foles, DJ Chark. Definitely a disappointing performance out of those guys. Hate to see it, guys. Affected a lot of my lineups, but I hate it more when it affects your guys' lineups. So hopefully you avoided Nick Foles in some of your lineups. An absolute disaster. But we turn the page here and we move forward to Week 14. All right, let's dive into the plays here. Let's start at wide receiver with DJ Moore of the Panthers. So I love the spot here for DJ Moore and the Carolina offense in general. I think they're going to get it going here. 15 targets last time out against this Atlanta defense. So clearly a matchup that he can thrive in. And speaking of targets, they have been there each and every week. We're talking 9 or more targets now for DJ Moore in 7 straight games, averaging almost 11 targets per game over that stretch. So getting the ball a ton here and being productive with it. And in this matchup, he should definitely be able to get it done. Atlanta, 5th most fantasy points allowed to the wide receiver position this season. So the fast track there in Atlanta, I think this is a great spot for DJ Moore to go ham against his Falcons defense. All right, let's go to the tight end position, stay in that mid-range with Darren Waller of the Raiders. So started out the season well, kind of died off on a spot. Rose from the dead last week against Kansas City. It was a great matchup with that Chiefs defense. Another great matchup here with Tennessee. The Titans bottom 10 so far this season in receptions, fantasy points, receiving touchdowns allowed to the tight end position. So Darren Waller going to once again be the focus here for Derek Carr in this Oakland passing attack. And on the other side, Derrick Henry going to continue to run roughshod over the league here, and I think he does that against the Raiders. So if you're playing Derrick Henry, you're going with Ryan Tannehill, whatever it may be, I think Darren Waller the best run-it-back option on the Raiders. Even if not, I think he's playable in cash games, tournaments, all formats here this week against the Titans. All right, let's go to the quarterback position. We're going to go value here with little Fitz magic, baby. Ryan Fitzpatrick of the Dolphins. Now, some of you saying, did you not learn your lesson last week with Nick Foles? You're going value again. I like what I'm seeing here out of Ryan Fitzpatrick. So, again, not a play for everybody. If you want to avoid it, I certainly get that. There's higher-end quarterbacks you can go with. You can always go with Lamar Jackson. I'm going to go risky here. I'm going to roll the dice with Ryan Fitzpatrick. Over 20 fantasy points now in 4 of the last 7 games. So we're talking about a nice return on salary if he even approaches that 20 fantasy points, and he's already done that once against this New York Jets team. 288 yards and 3 touchdowns against this team just a few weeks ago. What I really love about Fitzpatrick, he's going to attack. He's never going to play it safe, and that may lead to turnovers and interceptions, but it's also going to lead to big plays and big numbers against this defense. Jets 21st in DVOA against the pass. Love the matchup here with the Jets. Really like how this Dolphins offense has been attacking. Love the prices here on Ryan Fitzpatrick in Week 14. So we like Fitzpatrick. That means, of course, we like wide receiver Devontae Parker against the Jets. So you're talking about elite territory here. 41 targets for Parker over the last 4 games. So averaging over 10 targets per game. The Jets giving it up to the wide receiver position. Bottom 10 in the league in fantasy points allowed. And this game very much stackable here. And we love Fitzpatrick. I think there's other ways you can go. Gesicki's starting to come on. The Jets, you can take a shot with Le'Veon Bell or some of their pass catchers. But this game, I think, is going to shoot out. I think we're going to see points here. And Devontae Parker being force-fed the ball, making some athletic plays, some elite plays, finding the end zone. I don't think that stops here. Devontae Parker, the price went up. I don't think it went up high enough. So don't be afraid to pay these prices here on Devontae Parker against this terrible Jets secondary. All right, we haven't hit the running back position yet, so let's do that right now with running back Leonard Fournette of the Jags against the Chargers. So you start adding things together. You start doing your check boxes, your lists, and you got the workload here for Leonard Fournette, check. You got targets in the passing game. More than enough targets here for Leonard Fournette. We'll get in that here in a minute. And I don't think he's priced high enough. So you're getting a workhorse a little bit too cheap. So really checking all the boxes here for me in Week 14. We talked about the touches, averaging 28 touches per game over the last two. You're talking about targets. This guy's getting maybe more targets than any running back in the league outside of Christian McCaffrey and Alvin Kamara right now, and he's not in that pricing tier. And the Chargers, we want to think they're a good defense. We saw the return of James last week, but bottom 10 in fantasy points allowed to the running back position. Also, interesting note here, bottom 10 in touchdowns allowed to the running back position. And Leonard Fournette definitely due for some positive touchdown regression. I think that happens here this week. I don't think his involvement in the passing game changes. And again, I think the price, way too cheap here. Add it all up, Leonard Fournette, one of the better plays here at the running back position in Week 14. All right, it's time to take a look at my favorite play here for Week 14. But before we do that, guys, we're going to run it back. Contest time. Beast of the Week contest. Closest guess in fantasy points. Let's go with FanDuel this week. Is going to win a free week of RotoGrinders Premium or a free RotoGrinders t-shirt. A thank you to you guys for checking out the video each and every week. I greatly appreciate it, and this is how we say thank you. So, get in the comment section, get your guest in, but let's take a look at that play. Time to look at the Beast of the Week. All right, Beast, time we owe you one more running back, and I don't normally like pairing my running backs from the same game, but here we are. We're going to go with Melvin Gordon of the Chargers, this week's Beast of the Week. So again, not a strategy I use a lot, but we saw it work big time the other week with Leonard Fournette and Derrick Henry. I think we could see a similar scenario here with Fournette and Melvin Gordon. Now, speaking of Gordon, 20 or more carries now in 3 of the last 4 games. So starting to take back that workhorse load. Obviously, Austin Eckler going to be involved in the passing game, going to get his carries as well. This is not just a Melvin Gordon backfield, but the guy who's going to get the goal line opportunities, the guy who's going to get 20-plus touches, and the guy that's going to be somewhat involved in the passing game. I would rather go that route. So we also have the news here, and we'll see what happens. But Phillip Rivers, seems like they're trying to lean more on the running game rather than put the game in Phillip Rivers' hands. Some talk of Tyrod Taylor possibly coming in to replace Rivers if things go south. So I can see Gordon and Eckler, who's not a bad play himself, getting a ton of work here against this Jags D. Has been terrible week in, week out against the running back position. One of the highest fantasy points allowed to the position. I think Gordon finds the end zone here twice in this game. Melvin Gordon, easily my favorite play for Week 14 and this week's Beast of the Week. All right, guys, that wraps up here for Week 14 in the Fantasy Bar. Any comments?
What is going on, everybody? Happy Sunday and welcome to the Fantasy Draft. It's the morning one. Of course it is. It's Sunday morning. We're here. We're talking NFL Week 14, and the Hoopster has decided that he's going to sleep, that he's hungover. We don't know what the hell's up with the Hoopster, but that's okay because we got Kyle Murray joining us. Kyle, what's up, man? How we doing?
Yeah, man, good to be pulled out of the bullpen. Who apparently partied a little bit too much, or too much family gatherings going on this weekend. So good to be back for a round 2 with you not in the car this time. That's exciting.
Hey, look, I'm here for you. I knew you were coming on, so I decided to get out of the car, sit down on the old desk. That's all right. And Tony, look how clean shaven you are, man. This is amazing. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, we're doing good. I mean, like Kyle said, you're not in a hotel room this week. You're not in a car. I mean, it's like the third week you're in your home office. We're going to pick some winners today.
I was not in my home office last week. Or you mean third week total?
Third week total you've been home, I think. I think you're like 3 for, what is it, week 14? You're 3 for 14 in your home office now.
Hey, that's not bad. That's like hoop percentage right there.
That's true. I think he's missed 3 weeks, so you're right. It's about the same.
I mean, honestly, the under has hit for weeks that I thought he would miss because I figured it'd be like 7 or 8 at this point. But props to you. Props to Kyle for joining us.
I don't know if it's clean, though, because he might not make another week.
Oh,
he
no.
can run a few off in a row.
Hey, that's all right. We all like our streaks here. Kyle, talk to us about this slate, man. How you feeling about this slate?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid slate. Building lineups, kind of found myself leaning towards a few games, which I don't technically love to do, but, I think there's a lot of games that are stackable here. I got some injury news over the night that I'm just now getting caught up on. It's a little bit of a bummer. I had some interest in guys like Will Fuller. But, yeah, other than that, I think it's a really good slate, and I'm excited to talk about it with you guys.
Yeah, Tony, when you look at this slate, I mean, there's just not one game that really sticks out a ton, which is a little bit weird because normally we have a game with like a 1,000,000-point total. We just don't have that this week.
Yeah, there's a few though where I think all the kind of ownership's going to go towards at least a few popular games for tournaments, and we got a few value guys popping up now too. So it's going to be a good slate, like always. Some huge tournaments today. Should be a fun day to pop through here.
Yep, Fantasy Draft lets you guys know their $200,000 Hooters main event. It's Sunday only, $25 to enter. This thing, they've been crushing this because this thing, it looks like it's going to fill. So if you want to play on Fantasy Draft today, get your butts over there and do it right now. It's 6K of 8K full right now. So check them out over on Fantasy Draft. Also, I got to give a shout out to the people. I got to say thank you to the guys that are rocking the RotoGrinders badge. We have, I think Devin is giving me the more fun names. I just want to point that out because I have Jerk. Thank you. You got Stuck Truck, Nallo Man, Brand New 33, and Domo J24. I like the name Jerk. And I also want to know, how was the screen name Jerk available? That's really impressive, like in 2019, to find a 4-letter, name that's available. Also, if you're watching,
that's the full name, just Jerk.
Jerk.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that's solid right there. That's I don't know. It's something. It's good. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, first of all, check us out on RotoGrinders.com. We are having a lot of fun over here, and I want to say, if you're watching over there, like, subscribe, comment, and under the comments, I want you to write "Nice Shave Tony." All right, that's what I want you to write under the comments. If you want to put other stuff, that's fine. We're here for you. We're going to read them, but definitely put "Nice Shave Tony." So yeah, good time. And also, you're going to make the NFL premium shows that run up to lock, GPP Final Takes, and Crunch Time free for all viewers if the like count gets up to 300. And guys, I'm telling you that, especially that GPP Final Take show, that is the one show that I make sure I watch every single week because there are some really, really sharp dudes on that. So click that like button. If it gets up to 300, you're going to get those shows for free. Normally, those are premium shows over on RotoGrinders. Not only is it going to give you a little peek into the premium shows over on RotoGrinders, but it's going to help us out. So if you like the show, we'd really appreciate it. Click that like button. Comment "Nice Shave Tony." And, let's go ahead and get into the games, man. Let's go ahead and talk Washington at the Packers because, well, we have to. 41.5-point total. The Packers 13-point favorites. And, Tony, I'm going to start with you because you like bad teams. Do you have any?
There we go. Get it in there.
I mean, hey, just because Hoof's not here doesn't mean the joke goes away. Do you have any interest in this Washington side?
I mean, every week, it's funny, this part of the NFL season, we basically have our teams that kind of fall into, we play the same guys, we play the same matchups, different things like that. I mean, Washington, pretty much every week, I'm just going to play McLaurin a little bit. I'm not going to have him on my main team more than likely, but he'll be in my script. I think he has a ton of upside. I think he's going to be 2% owned. So every single week I'm going to play McLaurin. But that's about it for me from Washington.
Yeah, I was looking at this game, and I moved on pretty quickly from Washington. Peterson and Geis are still splitting carries, even though Geis is getting the goal line work. Can you play McLaurin any week? Yeah, sure. I'm not sure I'm going to play him. Kyle, what are you doing
He's
with this?
Just so cheap. Like he's especially on FanDuel. Like he's just there's no cheap receivers on FanDuel, and he's one of the guys under $6K that is pretty. I mean, he's just cheap.
So, Kyle, are you looking at McLaurin? Or are you looking at anybody from this Washington side?
Yeah, I mean, there's pretty much no interest in this game, or at least on this side from the public's perspective. So I would like to have some interest here, but I just can't get there myself with Geis and Peterson still splitting carries. If Geis was getting a little bit more of the workload, I have some interest in him, but can't really count on that. So I'm pretty much off the Redskins for me.
And on the Packers side, of course, big time team total. Devontae Adams is the guy for this passing game. He's getting all the work. I have no interest in these other receivers, but Tony. You saw who the old helicopter play is, right?
I might be off the helicopter train. He struggled the last 2 weeks, and
he's 2 weeks and you're just jumping off.
I don't like Aaron Jones. Like I personally have played Jamal Williams like every week, and he's way cheaper and he gets the same workload and he gets blowout run. I think Jamal Williams is a better play. I'm not going to play Aaron Jones when everyone likes him.
Well, he's $4K cheap over on FantasyDraft, so I understand that.
He's so much cheaper.
It's just weird because, Kyle, my biggest problem here is that they're splitting carries. I mean, this isn't like a bell cow situation. So, I don't know. I have trouble clicking the Aaron Jones button.
It's not even like a hot running back situation, though. Like, they're going to split no matter what. Unless there's a fumbles or stuff like that. But they're going to split, like, literally no matter what.
Kyle, are you going with Aaron Jones? Or are you looking at Devontae Adams? Where are you looking here in Green Bay?
Yeah, so obviously it's tough to decide between the two, but I do think you should have interest in one of them, whether you have a strong lean on him. So it appears Tony has a strong lean towards Williams. I think you can really talk yourself in either way. It's a game where the Packers should be leading, so maybe that could kind of lead to more Aaron Jones work here. But, I do think you should like one of these guys. Green Bay expected to win by almost 2 touchdowns. They are, one of the higher implied totals on slate. So I do think they're both pretty good plays. You guys mentioned it. Jamal Williams is cheaper. But the interesting thing about Aaron Jones is he's pretty heavily involved in the passing game, 18% of the target share last week. So I think you can go either way here. Obviously, you can't play them both, but I do think you should lean towards one. I think my lean would be Jamal Williams as well because he's cheaper. But I do think Aaron Jones does have the upside here.
All right, I'm sticking with the helicopter, but that's just me. Colts at Tampa Bay, 47.5-point total. Tampa Bay 3-point favorites at home. And let's talk about this Indy side because, Tony, this is one of the interesting sides to me because you look at this Indianapolis team. They like to run the ball. Marlon Mack, of course, he's going to be returning this week. The problem is Tampa Bay, they've got a phenomenal run defense, so I don't really want to play Mack. So then do we trust the Colts passing attack? This is a tough spot for me. What about for you?
Yeah, this game, I agree with what you just said. I could see this game being more popular than it probably should be to me, just because the Colts, I could see them trying to really go on long drives like they always do, pound this running game, even though I don't expect it to work. I mean, you got Doyle with some short dump-offs. I can just see long drives going here where Tampa wants you to keep you in front of you, major funnel going on. I just could see some long drives. Indy's solid on D, too, so I don't think Tampa's going to go crazy. It just seems like one of those games that's going to end up 20-17 type thing. And I don't know, like we always talk about it, but you got to take stands and go with certain spots in games. I just don't like this game as much as people are going to like Tampa Bay, I think. And I don't really like either side all that much.
Yeah, I think it's just sort of the nature of the slate because we don't have that high total. So people look at, all right, what is the highest total? Even though it's not that much higher than the other games, still, I think, like you said, people are going to flock here. I do like Zach Pascal quite a bit this week. I mean, he's still the number one receiver. I thought I was going to like Paris Campbell more than I actually do. Kyle, what about you? What are you doing with this Indy side?
Yeah, so I actually do like Paris Campbell a pretty good amount, especially on DraftKings where he's 3,200. Just, allows you to be able to get away from some of this chalk that, is the value. So I really like doing that. It's obviously a really good spot for Campbell. No T.Y., no Ebron, and now no Chester Rogers who's out for the year. So, a lot of things open up for Campbell here in a spot where, maybe the Colts have to throw a little bit more because Tampa Bay does have a pretty good offense and, maybe they can put some points on the board here. But, yeah, it's pretty much just Paris Campbell and a little bit of Jack Doyle. The price hike for Jack Doyle I'm kind of off Doyle. He was really good last week, but there's other guys that you can get to around his price. I don't hate it because his ownership won't be crazy like it was last week. It should be like 15 to 20%, I would guess. So those would be the only two guys I have any interest in from the Colts.
Man, Tony, I know you're off this game, so Kyle, I'm going to stick with you. And you look at Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Do you have a lean this week, or is it just flipping a coin?
I think every week it's essentially flipping a coin unless their prices or ownership is different. And really, I don't even know how Jamino could do project differences in ownership between these two. I feel like it's so hard, but so it's pretty much a flipping a coin for me. I guess I always prefer Evans because I feel like he has the bigger upside to break out. But we've seen Godwin do that too, so there's really no lean. It's just a flip. It's a flip of a coin, really.
Tony, are you playing anybody on the Tampa side?
So I think I might be coming back to our boy, OJ.
Oh no, stop! Go away.
I like playing tight end. Like I said at the beginning, we fall into our rhythm where we like playing against certain things. Indy against tight ends just sucks. OJ Howard last week, 6 targets, 5 for 61, and he's in my matchup. It's like Arizona and Indy. I just target against tight ends. OJ Howard looked good last week. He's going to be 1% owned, which I like at tight end. I like him more on DraftKings for sure, where you get that big savings down to 3,200. Maybe not on FanDuel, where he's kind of in that range where you can get some other guys. But I mean, at 3,200 on DK, I like it. It falls in my matchup spot.
Have fun. Have fun. He's dead to me, much like my best ball teams are. San Francisco at New Orleans, 44.5-point total. The Saints, 2.5-point favorites at home. And Tony, I saw you tweeting about this game last night. I saw you talking crap. Why is everybody playing Alvin Kamara against this San Francisco defense? And Kamara's going to be one of the chalkiest guys on the whole slate. So talk to me about your Alvin Kamara hate.
Man, so I obviously look at all the projections, all the sites, as we all do, looking at kind of just getting ready for the week, looking at everything. And Kamara just pops off the charts. Everything you look at, all the matchups, all the projections, everyone likes Kamara. All the cash type people I hear talking about it love Kamara. Basically, everyone loves Kamara. But you look at it, I mean, it's at New Orleans. They're only favored by 2. They're favored by less than a field goal, 2.5. We never see that at home for New Orleans. That's a big warning sign for me in itself. I mean, how many times have we seen these guys just kill people at home? I'm super worried about the Saints in this spot, only given 2.5 against on the carpet. This San Francisco defense is going to be fast up front on this carpet. We're worried about the speed of New Orleans. I'm worried about the speed of San Francisco on D, just really truck sticking this offense. I don't know. I like Michael Thomas a ton, who's finally priced down. I don't want to play them both, I don't think. So I think I'd rather just play Thomas. Kamara sucked all year. I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't know. I just don't like it. And he's super chalky, which makes it even better of a fade.
See, I like Kamara this week. I like this game. I actually think this game has sneaky shootout potential. And I'm really glad that nobody else thinks
this game is not shooting out.
I think this game might shoot out. I really do. The chat wants to know if you're playing Taysom.
I can't play him when he's a freaking quarterback.
All right. Hey, I'm just.
Why can't these sites put him at tight end at 3,200 like OJ and I'll play him?
There you go, OJ. Kyle, are you playing Kamara today? Because it seems like I get the matchup issue.
Why do you think this game's going to shoot out exactly?
Because smart people who I trust who have a lot of money in play tell me so.
I mean, why'd the line drop 3 points then? The smart people it's going against all the smart people?
No, they jumped on it when the line dropped.
Oh, well.
I'm telling dude, I think I like
I'll be stunned if this game shoots out.
I like the San Francisco side too. We'll talk about them here in a second. But Kyle, what are you doing with this New Orleans side?
Yeah, I have a lot of interest in this side too. The Kamara interest really stems from the price. Him being $7K on DraftKings is just, I think, a little too low. I think that's where the interest comes from. On Friday, when we recorded the Blitz show, I didn't really think he'd have this much ownership, but we could see him creep into the 30% range. And at that rate, I think I would just flip to the passing game, which I really like. I think Breeze is underpriced, and I think Thomas is obviously underpriced here. And obviously, anytime the Saints are at home, you have interest in them because their offense is so much better at home. So I really like the Breeze to Thomas connection. The only thing here is outside of, when I'm stacking outside of Thomas, Kamara is the only other option I like to pair with Breeze because they have a really good correlation. But, I don't really want to play Jared Cook. I don't really want to play Ted Ginn or anything like that. So then I'm kind of banking on just a two-person stack when I'd like to do, 2 or 3. So I think Kamara would be the third guy in that stack, and I think that would be pretty contrarian. So that's kind of what I'm leaning at right now, but no other interest outside of those 3 for me.
Okay, so the San Francisco side, I'm going to make my case so Tony can make fun of me, all right? You ready for this, Tony?
I like the San Francisco side more than the New Orleans side, so I'm ready.
You think points are going to be scored, man? What are you talking about? You're going to play this?
I definitely don't think points are going to be scored. I love the under.
Okay, so I have no interest in Tevin Coleman. I'm not messing with this running back situation. But if you look at where the Saints have struggled against the pass, it's been up the middle, which Jimmy Garoppolo, he really likes to throw the ball in the middle. Most of his passes go between the hashes. And on the outside, you're going to see Emmanuel Sanders. He's going to be shadowed by Marshawn Lattimore. Eli Apple's going to be shadowing Debo, and Eli Apple has been better this year than he has been in the past, which means that, Tony, I'm not messing with Kendrick Bourne because why the hell would I do that? But Von Bell is the guy that lines up against tight ends. He has been bad. They have not faced a good tight end all year, which means your boy, Tony, Mr. Kittle. Oh, look at Tony nodding. Come on.
I love Kittle. Of course I love Kittle. I mean, he's cheap, too. He's not even – he's $5,900 on DK, $6,700 FanDuel, $11K on FantasyDraft. Of course I love Kittle. And I love him even more today when obviously we got some major tight end value that opened up throughout the week. I don't think Kittle's going to be super high owned. He's probably going to be under 10%. I love it. Yeah, absolutely. I love Kittle.
Come on aboard, baby, with Mr. Kittle. I don't even hate – hold on. Wait for it. I don't even hate pairing him with Jimmy Garoppolo. Silent.
I knew that's where I'd sign off the train.
Yeah. Jumping off. Oh, I understand. Kyle, are you on the San Francisco side with us?
I don't know if I'm on the San Francisco side, but I love George Kittle. I'm going to have a ton of George Kittle today because really he's the only guy I have confidence bringing that game back with, and I really want to stack up the Saints side. But honestly, I think you could use Mostert here. He essentially handled the bulk of the work last week, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen again. So it'd pretty much either be Kittle or Mostert for me. I don't think I'm going to Jimmy Garoppolo here. I think there are just too many other quarterbacks on the slate that I like. But yeah, Kittle's just way too cheap, especially on FanDuel. You look at pricing, he's $400 more than Jack Doyle. So he's $200 more than Jared Cook. So the pricing is just really tight over there specifically. So yeah, it's George Kittle on FanDuel for me, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, Matt Breida, he's expected back this week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
these running backs are disaster. I like Mostert too because he's treated me well in the showdowns this year. But when they're all 3 active, it's just so tilting because when one of them gets it going, they just go with them. It's the opposite of whatever team we talked about earlier, all Green Bay. They'll just go with the hot hand. If Breida somehow looks good and breaks one, they'll just give him the rock for a while.
Yeah, that's true. But last week with Mostert getting 19 carries and 2 targets, I feel like he'll get the first shot at the hot hand. If he gets going, he could be the guy there. So I definitely think even with Tevin Coleman, the guy that they paid in the offseason, they brought him in. Him getting the opportunity last week over him. So I think he does have the first crack at it.
All right, Carolina at Atlanta, 47.5-point total. The Falcons 3.5-point favorites, and Tony, I don't think I've clicked Devonta Freeman's name all year, and I think this is definitely going to be the week, though. Carolina, the worst team in football, DVOA against the run. Freeman, look, he's the guy there. He's getting the vast majority of carries, and I don't really see a reason not to play Freeman other than he's sucked all year. What do you think about Freeman?
Yeah, I agree completely. The only reason to not play him is because he's been bad. His price is down. He looked pretty healthy last week coming back. He's just cheap, and he's in a good spot. He's at home. This time of year, it's always nice to get that dome game where you got a good track, you got good weather, no matter what. The weather can't even roll in. You don't have to worry about anything. And the matchup, this is a game that I could see easily shooting out just because both teams suck. They both have nothing to play for. They got good players on both sides of the ball. I could see this game turn into a little track meet, and Devontae's just too cheap. Before the Jets news, Devontae was going to be mega chalk, I think. Now he might be a little lower. He's still going to be popular, but I agree, and I don't another thing about it, you want some exposure to Atlanta, I think, with a pretty big total, one of the bigger on the slate. And I don't love any of the pass catchers, so it's just easy to kind of get Devontae in there.
Yeah, I mean, a few weeks ago, Ridley totally went off in this matchup. It was like for $110 for $160 or something crazy. And I normally don't like Ridley against these kind of cornerbacks, but I can't really ignore that game a few weeks ago. Kyle, what do you think about this Atlanta offense? Is it Freeman for you? Are you looking at the pass catchers? What are you doing here?
Yeah, I think I'm really just excited about all of it, honestly. The Freeman being somewhat chalky is not ideal. I don't really like playing, a guy like that who is pretty volatile at chalk, but I do think he's way underpriced here for the workload he's been getting. I tagged him as a conviction play in lineup HQ because he's got almost 70% of the rushing share and almost 15% of the target market share this year, which is just crazy for a guy at this price in a matchup like this. So I think he's in a really good spot. So, I think in lineups that I don't have him, I'm going to try to get Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan's probably, one of my 2 or 3 favorite quarterbacks on the slate. But the tricky part this week is who do you pair him with, because you do have the options. I mean, you have Julio, you have Ridley, you have Hooper, you have even guys like Russell Gage and Christian Blake who have come onto the scene who've been, getting a ton of targets. And then Freeman, too, he's catching passes as well. Obviously, the guy for me is Julio. I think he's just projected for ownership that is just way too low, 6% right now on DraftKings ownership projection. So that's just way too low. Then, you can play Ridley with them, too. I think you can play both of those guys. The only issue here is Hooper being back might take away some red zone targets. Other than that, I just love this passing attack. I love Julio and I love Ridley.
Yeah, that's my problem. I always hate playing these quarterbacks where there's like 4 or 5 different pass catchers I could play with them. I just kind of fade those spots and move on. On the other side, though, Clutch 007 in the chat, he knows. This is, Tony, you're going to hate this. This is Kyle Allen week, baby. Did you know that?
I did not know that. Now I know, though.
Allen week. And here, I got stats for you. You ready for some stats?
I love my stats.
All right, I'm here for you. The last 4 games, pass attempts, 46, 36, 50, 43. You easily know who to pair him with, Mr. DJ Moore, who's getting a ton of the targets. Atlanta, bottom 5 DVOA against the pass. And my favorite part is that Ron Rivera was fired. They brought in Norv Turner's kid was the offensive coordinator. They brought in Norv to help with that. And Norv Turner's kid was the quarterback's coach and the offensive coordinator, and he's going to be calling the plays. They're going to be passing today, Tony. They're going to be airing it out. Come with me to Kyle Allen.
It's going to be a rough week for single entry Crane. You're stacking the Saints game and you're playing friggin'
come on down.
I would definitely not be playing the Panthers passing game.
All right, fine. You're going to play.
Isn't this the same spot? They got like 3 yards the last time they played?
Yeah, Kyle Allen looked terrible. That was the 2-week span where the Falcons defense played good.
Yeah, you can enjoy that island.
All right, that's all right. That's all right. Kyle, are you coming to the island with me? It's sunny. We got all kinds of fun stuff. I get an really?
Well, so the thing is, I love DJ Moore today, and I have some interest in Curtis Samuel. So I like Ian Thomas too. So I probably should consider Kyle Allen.
Yes.
I'll have some Kyle Allen and MME stuff, but in my 3 to 5 main lineups, I don't think I'll have them. But I don't hate it, because I like I said, I like DJ Moore a lot. I have some interest in Curtis Samuel, and Ian Thomas is okay too. So definitely don't hate it.
Yeah, I'm worried about Thomas because they said they were going to use a tight end by committee, which is a dumb idea, and I don't like it at all. But yeah, I mean, look, I fully expect Thomas to get the money looks in the red zone, so I have no problem with that. Hey, guys, are we going to play Christian McCaffrey this week? Every week, play him. It's very simple. You just play Christian McCaffrey. We saw his floor last week, and he was still winning people money. So yeah, you just play Christian McCaffrey. Very, very simple. Detroit at Minnesota, 43.5-point total. Minnesota, 12.5-point favorites at home. And Tony, everybody's going to be playing McCaffrey. Nobody's going to be able to pay this price for Dalvin Cook, which means in tournaments we can get a running back who's a double-digit favorite at home on the turf against the Lions at low ownership. Are you playing some Dalvin, Tony?
I mean, I couldn't even imagine playing Dalvin this week.
Okay.
He's injured. Like, even if he's 100%, like everyone says, well, if he was hurt, they just wouldn't play him, blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, they got an old-school coach. He's going to play him if he wants to play. And once they get a big lead, they're not going to pound. They already like using Madison a decent amount. I wouldn't be surprised if Madison gets more carries than him today, especially when they get the lead, grind this lead out a little bit. He's just too expensive. Like, if he was priced like Kamara, I probably would have some interest. But he's priced like McCaffrey, and we can't play them both. At least I don't think you can play them both.
You really can't.
I'm not playing him over McCaffrey in the same price range when McCaffrey's guaranteed to get every snap. I just don't see it.
Well, and of course, we're missing Adam Thielen today. Stephon Diggs. I mean, maybe this Detroit team gives up big plays in the passing game. Kyle, what are you doing with this Minnesota offense?
Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna catch some shade here from Tony because I like Dalvin Cook a lot today. 5% ownership. Like, come on.
Yeah, because he ain't gonna play.
That if that's what people want to think. I mean, even if that is like the probable outcome, if this game stays close, if something happens, if he falls in the end zone twice, especially on FanDuel,
this game is not staying close.
Why not?
Because they got a dude that you're better than him at quarterback.
Yeah, but Kyle's got an arm.
Yeah, it's an NFL quarterback, and he's better than him. So yeah, he's got an arm.
I mean, all right. So let's say the game, doesn't stay close. How are they getting in the end zone? It's going to be Dalvin Cook, right? Maybe Diggs.
I mean, Rudolph can't score. I mean, a bunch of these guys score touchdowns.
But what's the probable outcome? Dalvin Cook's going to get in the end zone to make this game blow out. And at 5%,
the problem is he's got to outscore McCaffrey.
Tony, we had this talk the last time I was on the show, and
he wasn't handicapped last time.
I know it was Kittle. Remember, he had the injury news, and I was like, I'm off Kittle because he's banged up. And then you're like, no, man, he's going to play like in his low owned. And I was like, all right. So I played him, and he scored twice. It was a Seattle game where he scored and had like 90 yards. And it's kind of
Kittle's
a similar thing.
Got a big third leg.
I mean, Dalvin has the third leg.
They have to win. They can't really afford losses at this point.
They're not losing to Detroit at home.
Exactly. So like they have to make sure that they get it done. So they don't really have the luxury to just throw him out there if he's not going to be able to play. That they got to win games with how the wild card race is shaking up here. So I do think Cook is at least viable here at 5% on FanDuel. I think he's way better. Because you get almost $3,000 off of McCaffrey over there. So I think it's like $2,300 or something like that. So I think over there it makes a lot more sense. On DraftKings, I do think it's harder where the price difference is only $800. But on FanDuel, I'm definitely playing Cook over McCaffrey when you're getting 5% ownership compared to 35% ownership. And you're getting almost $3,000 off. I think Cook is a really good tournament play. I still can't believe he's only 5% owned.
It's crazy because
I can't believe he's 5% owned too, but for the opposite reason.
Stop. Everything you just said is something that Tony would say if he liked the dude. Like 100%. Tony would be like, yeah, he's low owned. That's everything.
5% Dalvin Cook, Tony. Come on. You got to at least have a taste. You can't have you double.
He was the first guy I X'd out of my player pool.
No way. Oh, so you're playing Madison then. If you're not playing Cook, you have to be playing Madison.
That's a fair point.
I mean, yeah, he's still in my pool. He's right there. I'm looking at him.
Dude, if you're not playing Cook, you should have like 10%.
I mean, I can't play all the running backs, and I'm playing Powell and McCaffrey, so, I mean, I don't have that many spots left.
If you're this strong on it, get Powell out of the player pool.
Get Powell out of the pool. Oh. I don't care about playing chalk. I'm fine with playing chalk.
That's all right. Well, then
I'm not fading
Patrick Laird out. Get Patrick Laird out of the player pool.
He's not in. I don't think he's even in my
You
player
can definitely get Patrick Laird out of the player pool. I'm all right with that. On the Detroit side, you can always play Kenny Golladay or Marvin Jones, but Tony, do you have any interest here?
No, I mean, not with freaking Kyler Murray, Kyle Murray throwing to him. I mean, it's no. I hate this game.
All right, fine. Do you like your next game then? Denver.
It's going to be 34-3. Like, yeah.
With 3 Dalvin Cook touchdowns.
Yeah, exactly.
He scores 3 touchdowns.
Nobody's scoring. Tony's just going to load up on the Minnesota defense, and they're going to get all the touchdowns.
We'll see.
All right, Denver at Houston, 42.5-point total. Houston 9.5-point favorites. Kyle, I feel like I'm supposed to like this game more than I do. I feel like I'm supposed to be in love with Deshaun Watson. Everybody's, he's one of the chalkiest quarterbacks on this whole slate. And yet I am just kind of not enamored with him. It's a 42.5-point total. Talk to me about Deshaun. Why is everybody on him? And are you going to be playing him?
Yeah, so, I went to sleep last night thinking I was because I liked Will Fuller a ton. But, with Will Fuller out, a lot of my interest in Watson kind of falls. Just a lot of his upside is obviously the rushing game and the big play. He's not afraid to take shots down the field. And Fuller was always that guy for him. So now, I mean, yeah, you could take the shots with Stills, but I think Fuller's a much better downfield threat. with Hopkins, we just don't really see that with him. Like, if Hopkins is going to get there, it's because he's getting in the end zone twice. He doesn't really break the slate unless he's doing that. So, I mean, I think Watson is essentially matchup proof considering what he did last week to the Patriots and, what he can do on the ground. But, yeah, my interest is definitely not as high as it was last night before Fuller was, expected to play.
Tony, I know you believe in letdown games, and is this a letdown game for Houston?
I don't like Houston much at all. I do, though, like my boy Duke again. He got a ton of work last week again. I was, blown away. I've been waiting for this game all season.
For 3 years you've been waiting for this game.
Yeah, and it paid off.
Finally happened.
Yep, got all my money back.
Can he
gave him, all the work, though. Why wouldn't you like him?
Do we really trust
Do you like any of the good plays? You got me rattled.
Do we really trust it with Duke? Honestly, that's my biggest issue.
He's 3,900.
Yeah, I think it's worth rolling the dice on him. I think that's fine.
He's not my favorite anyways because I got my boy Powell that Kyle doesn't like.
Powell's, of course, you can play.
I didn't say I didn't like him.
Yeah, you told me to get him out for freaking a dude on one leg.
No, I'm saying never mind. I would prefer Madison over Powell if Cook wasn't going to play or be limited. But
all right, so yeah, I mean, I'm kind of lukewarm in this Houston side too. The Denver side, I think you could throw a dart at Phillip Lindsay or Cortland Sutton. I think both those guys are fine. Houston's missing 2 of their top 3, or they're both questionable. I haven't seen updates this morning, but they're banged up either way. So I think Sutton and Lindsay are fine. Kyle, are you doing anything with this Denver side?
Actually, I was going to ask you guys, do you think ownership will change at all? Because from what I kind of gathered, Watson was going to be the chalkiest quarterback on the slate, and Hopkins was going to have some ownership, but 15% or so. But do you guys think it'll change at all? And do you think any particular stack will kind of get that ownership? I
mean, I think that Deshaun and DeAndre will still be one of the more popular stacks out there. Tony, what about you?
Okay.
Yeah, I think Deshaun's going to be the chalk cash quarterback. So I think he'll still get a bunch of ownerships. And yeah, I mean, anybody these days, everybody tries to get their stack going.
Yeah.
And Hopkins just makes too much sense. So I think it'll still be popular. I mean, I don't think he's going to be crazy though. When I see a guy like him, 15%, like you said, that's just low to me almost. Even though I don't like him today, if I like Deshaun, I'd for sure have him.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and on this Denver side again, I think Sutton's fine, Lindsey's fine, but I'm not going out of my way to play any of these guys. Baltimore at Buffalo, another game with a small total and 43.5 point total. Baltimore 6-point favorites. Tony, are we playing our boy Lamar?
I can't do it this week. It sounds crazy. You should never fade him completely, but I think I am this week. I really like Buffalo to win the game outright. It's just such a good spot for Buffalo. Man, I don't know. It's scary to fade Lamar because of that rushing upside. He could get 100 yards any game on the ground, and obviously if he gets 100 yards on the ground, you're going to need to have him almost no matter what the matchup is. But I don't know. It's an ugly spot, tough matchup. I think I'd rather even play Josh Allen, I think, the other way.
I think Josh Allen is a little interesting. I really do. We've got him projected on FantasyDraft for less than 1% ownership.
Yeah.
I don't.
He's got the same rushing upside, right?
Well, no. Nobody.
Maybe not quite as high, but he's got high rushing upside.
Kyle, what do you think about this Buffalo side?
Yeah, I don't really have any interest in this side. I mean, I guess Josh Allen does have the nice rush upside, but there's so many other quarterbacks that I think could be in sneaky shootout games here. I'm not getting to pretty much anything from this game. The most I have from this game is Mark Ingram, and it's only a little bit.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Mark Ingram is literally the only guy in this game I'm playing. Tony, are you playing anybody on the Baltimore side? I assume not, since you think they're going to lose.
Yeah, I don't. And when you're not playing Lamar, it's tough to play someone else on the offense. So I don't think so. I probably should stay away. I agree with Kyle. This, I don't really want to play a naked Josh Allen in a low total. I don't want to stack him. I don't know. Yeah, I probably should just stay away from this game too.
Mangone just said he's talking about Kyle Rudolph. He just said Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. Rudolph the red zone reindeer. Wow.
Has he been coming up with that all week?
I mean, that's just that is ban-worthy, man. What are you doing, man? Come on. All right, let's talk from a bad comment to a couple of bad teams. Miami at the Jets, 45.5 point total. The Jets.
He just said, "Won't you guide my slate tonight?" Come on, man, Gold. Won't you guide my slate today?
Oh, I don't have band power over here. No. Oh no.
Oh.
Wait, if I click on it, no, I'm not allowed to ban people on Discord. Golly. I was bringing out the jackhammer for that one, but
that's funny.
Golly, I don't even know what to. Miami at the Jets, whatever. 45.5 point total. The Jets 5.5 point favorites. And Kyle, Bilal Powell season is just a tough fade, man. He's a starting running back that's cheap against the Dolphins. Like, I understand that game theory, blah, 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 yada, 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 but you just play the dude, right?
Yeah, I was really trying to think of a way to fade it. I got in the shower. That's where I get all my good thinking done. Took a shower, started thinking about Bilal Powell.
How do you get your good thinking in there? What goes on in there?
Dude, the hot steam, it makes
the hot
brain work. The hot steam.
Warm hose.
Hey, I know Tony loves talking about showers. What was the last time we were talking about the Steelers guys talking about showers, right? The shower narrative.
About,
the shower narrative. I forget who it was, but
yeah,
probably James Washington and
maybe I forget it. Probably. Well, I do like that.
and at 3.5, he's just so cheap. The only way you can really consider him not getting there is if you think a running back from that team is going to jump up, Montgomery or Adams. And I just don't see that happening. So I wish there were other options, but at 3.5 on DraftKings, he's just way too cheap. So I'm going to have a pretty good amount of them.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at the spot and I say I don't really know how to fade it. And you mentioned Ty Montgomery. I am going to sprinkle in some Ty Montgomery on teams that don't have Bilal Powell, but really, Tony, we're just playing Powell.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm going to play him. I mean, probably every team. And if I don't, I'll for sure set a rule that, like in our 150, like we always talk about on these shows, if I don't have Powell, I'm for sure going to have Montgomery because someone's got – I mean, at these prices, someone has to get there against the Dolphins. So, I just think Powell's a lock. I mean, it's just – I could see him even getting like a big game even, like getting up in the 20s and just completely punishing the people that fade him. So,
wasn't there a chalk Bilal Powell week like almost exactly a year ago that screwed us?
Obviously anything could happen with Powell and the Jets. Like, he could bust, but if he busts, I'm fine with going down with that ship. I mean, he's just so cheap. If it wasn't against the Dolphins, it would be a lot tougher. But, man, it's against the Dolphins at home. And they've been giving him a decent amount of work, even with Lev Bell in there. So I can't see him failing. I mean, it's easy chalk for me.
Kyle, are you playing
point total too?
Yeah, like, are you playing any of these pass catchers? Robbie Anderson, Jamison Crowder. I think they're interesting. If Toop was here, he would talk about Demaryius. Kyle, are you playing Robbie or Jamison?
Yeah, I love Robbie Anderson here, especially because, I was a little bit worried about his ownership creeping up there, but, 10, 11%, I don't think that's too bad. So I like Anderson. Every time, you have interest in the passing game, you got to look at Jamison Crowder because he is, he gets peppered with targets. So I do have some interest in him, but I prefer Robbie Anderson because I just feel like he's going to, be a bit more of a slate-breaking upside play. So, yeah, I think a good way to get away from Powell Chuck if you want to is play this passing attack. I don't hate Sam Darnold. I'll have him in one of my main 5 lineups. So that's a good way for me to get off of the Powell chalk. It is tough to do, but like Tony said, if someone's going to do it, I think it's either going to be Montgomery or the passing game if Powell doesn't get there. So I don't hate the Sammy to Robbie Anderson pairing here.
All right, Kyle is throbby for Robbie. I can appreciate that. This Miami side, Tony, we have to talk about Patrick Laird, I suppose. He's a thing again this week, and of course that's because Kalen Ballage is injured and was doing nothing before that. He's a guy that has good hands. He's got some pass catching upside. I think he's going to be about 10%, which is a lot of ownership on, a white running back. Tony, what are you doing with Patrick Laird, these Miami guys?
Yeah, I just love this game. I mean, first of all, I agree with Kyle. Finally, I get to agree with him. I mean, we've been butting heads on a few plays, but I think Robbie Anderson might be my favorite play of the day. He might double dong today for sure, speaking of shower narrative. But I like the Miami side too. Like, no one's going to play Devontae Parker either because he's priced up. And the guy's just getting usage like none other lately. Looked amazing last week. Who's the Jets' best defender? That Adams, or what's his name? He's out, right?
Jamal Adams. Like, all their secondary, I think they're missing most of their starting cornerbacks. Like,
and Sam Darnold too. Like, I love Darnold, and I don't think you even need to pivot off Powell though. He catches balls in the screen game. I like playing Darnold, Powell, and Robbie or Crowder, whichever one you want to go. Like, I just think the Jets are going to score in the 30s today. I'm not even worried about them busting on me. They're going to crush. And I think Miami with Fitzmagic, like, this guy, he might not be the best quarterback ever, but this dude just chucks and he gets after it and he puts up numbers. Sure, he's going to throw a pick or two probably, I'm sure. Hopefully it's not a pick six because we hate that when we stack games, but he's going to put up numbers. He's got weapons. I don't hate Laird, but the problem is I don't know if I need to play both cheap guys in the same game. So maybe I put him in the rule too, where I get one on every team of Laird, Montgomery, and Powell or something. But I do like him. I think he's good. I just don't think he's as good as Powell. So I don't know what the build would be where I played both of them. I guess with McCaffrey or something. But I don't know. You don't need that much savings, I don't think. So I love this game, though. I'm definitely going super heavy on this game.
All right, before we move on to the next game, I want to remind you guys, like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. And plus, a special treat, if we get that YouTube like count up to 300, this is really neat from what RotoGrinders is doing. They're going to make the NFL premium shows that run up to lock, the GPP final takes and crunch time, free for all viewers if that like count gets up to 300. So get over there. Click the like button. Even if you're watching on RotoGrinders, go over to YouTube real quick. Click the like button. Devin's going to drop the link in the chat because that's how he rolls. He hooks us up. All right, let's go on. And we got how many games? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 games, 17 minutes. Why do I always do this? We're running behind, but fortunately, the Bengals and the Browns are going to help us get on track. It's a 42.5-point total. The Browns 7-point favorites at home. Some news came out this morning that Odell is dealing with the sports hernia. Kyle, I don't know what to do with this game, but I sort of get a feeling, and this is not a lot to back this up, but I get a feeling that Nick Chubb is going to break this slate. What do you think about this Cleveland side?
Yeah, I love Nick Chubb, and that's pretty much all I'm getting to. I guess before the sports hernia news, I didn't mind Odell, especially since the ownership's not going to be anything crazy, but I just didn't want to mess with that anymore. So I'm just going to, play Chubb a lot.
Tony, what about you? What are you doing with this Cleveland side?
Yeah, I think Chubb's pretty sneaky today, too. In tournaments, he's going to be under 10%. It's kind of like in the pivot in the same range as Kamara. I know he's a little more expensive, but it's the same type range where you can make it work in tournaments. And I agree. Like, I could see an explosion spot from him just because I don't love the passing game. The total's pretty low. Cincinnati got a win last week they won, right? I think they won last week. But, yeah, I don't know. I think this game's pretty ugly. I think they just pound the running game. Odell's hurt. I can't see them really slinging it around the yard today, especially when they're winning. I like it. Chubb's in a good spot today, so I like him a lot.
Tony calling an explosion from Chubb? Nice.
Yeah, back to the shower. You told me I like those showers.
Kyle fits right in, man. You were good to go. We don't need no hoop over here. Tony, you're up there in the Cincinnati area. Do you like anybody on the Bengals?
I've liked them a decent amount lately, but man, I can't do it today. I think this game's kind of a slugfest, and I do think Cleveland wins. They need to win. Bengals don't want to win back-to-back games. I don't know. I can't do it today. There's a bunch of plays that are in the same range that I don't need the savings of an Auden Tate, Boyd kind of. I don't need these guys today.
All right, Chargers at the Jaguars, 42.5-point total. The Chargers, 3-point favorites on the road. Gardner Minshew getting the start for Jacksonville. And, of course, when he was in there, he liked to target DJ Shark a lot. And, Kyle, I don't think anybody's going to be looking at DJ Shark's direction. And, of course, Leonard Fournette, he's in play too. What do we think about this Jacksonville side?
Yeah, it's just pretty much just Fournette for me. I think I like him more on FanDuel where, I think he's a little bit better over there. Although he has been pretty good at, catching passes here, but the pricing's also a little bit more narrow over there. So I prefer Fournette over on that site. But, other than that, I don't really love too much this Jacksonville offense. It's just Fournette for me.
What about you, Tony? Are you looking at anybody on Jacksonville?
I couldn't even – we said this last week on the show. Like, this team's got blown out 4 straight weeks now. And people just keep jamming Fournette in there. Like, he's going to be a cash play again today for people. I get the volume, but God, I just can't do it. There's no way I just can't play this team. They're freaking a disaster. They benched BDN. I couldn't even imagine playing Jacksonville, guys. They've got blown out. Has any team, even bad teams, don't get blown out 4 straight weeks. They're just a complete and total disaster. I couldn't even imagine spending up on a running back on a team that's just awful right now.
They play some Chargers defense. I don't hate that.
You like him too?
The Chargers defense?
Oh, no. I thought you said he plays the Chargers defense.
No, I said you could play some Chargers defense.
Definitely.
Speaking of the Chargers, of course, Melvin Gordon is a thing today, and it's tough to argue. Kyle, are you playing Melvin Gordon?
Yeah. I think it's an okay spot for him. I just don't love that, Eckler gets into that workload any bit at all. I know we've seen Gordon, see pretty much 20 carries over the last 4 games, except for, the game against Kansas City where he only got 14, but he has been getting the work here, but I don't love it. I guess I wouldn't even mind preferring Gordon over Fournette. Tony does have a point. This Jacksonville team just doesn't score, so that hurts Fournette a ton, but if they do score, it's pretty much Fournette that does it, but yeah, I guess the pricing here is pretty similar too. So I guess I don't really get to it a lot.
Tony, you playing any Melvin Gordon?
Yeah, I mean, again, before the Powell news hit, I was really high on him, and I still like him. He's definitely in my player pool still. It's just hard when I want to play McCaffrey and I want to play Powell. You only got one more spot, 2 on FantasyDraft. So.
For Devonta Freeman.
And Devonta, he's in that same bucket too, where I like these guys, and it's hard to decide. Like, if I'm playing one team, it's just hard to decide who I want to be for that 3rd spot. So they haven't rolled. Mangone just posted that about Will Fuller. That he still might play.
Dude,
I thought he was out or something.
If it's a speed guy with a hamstring issue, I'm just not playing him. The only reason that matters to me is I'll take Kenny Stills out of my player pool.
Yeah, I mean, they keep saying that he might end up playing. I thought he was going to sit for sure, but it changes things a little bit for me. Just like you said, Stills, take him all the way out. Yeah. I wish he was just out, though. Make it easy.
Yeah. I the questionable stuff just messes with you, man. All right, let's move on to Pittsburgh at Arizona, 43.5-point total. The Steelers, 1.5-point favorites at home. And, Tony, what did you think the odds were when we started the season that Delvin Hodges would be favored over Kyler Murray on the road?
I mean, I wouldn't have even known who Delvin Hodges is or whatever, but anybody this spot is tricky too because Arizona, Kyler's been hurt a little bit too. It's just an ugly game, but at the same time, Arizona always tries to pick the pace up. You could see points, so I don't know. I'm struggling with this spot a little bit. And some of the players pop too when you pull up the different numbers. I don't know. It's an ugly game that could eventually blow up, I think.
Yeah, I'm with you here. I don't love the game, but this Arizona defense is terrible. Kyle, what do you think about the Steelers side or even the Cardinals side?
Yeah, from this game, this is the game that I feel like it could come back to bite me because I do feel like it does have some sneaky shootout upside here. Now, anytime you get a game with Arizona, and especially when they're in Arizona, I think this game is going to be pretty fast-paced. But the guy that I'm really getting to is Kenyon Drake. I think he's pretty fairly priced across the board, and I think it's a really good spot for him. We saw DJ and Edmonds both active last week, and Kenyon Drake was still the go-to guy there. 13 carries, 5 targets. So, yeah, it's Drake for me.
And David Johnson backing up Kenyon Drake. That's just –
we all feel the same way about this game, though. I think everyone I've talked to feels the same way. Everyone's kind of cheap. You got a defense that is vulnerable, and no one's really going to play these guys. It's an interesting game stack spot. No one's going to play these Pittsburgh guys, right? And they're going against Arizona in good weather.
You get Deontay Johnson. He's really cheap. He's 9-1 over on FantasyDraft. James Washington 11-5. That's a little bit much for him. And Tony, we got the flow chart, man.
James Washington's been smashing, by the way.
I know.
And he's going to literally be 1% owned.
I know.
And the flow chart, exactly. The flow chart, too.
Vance, man. I'm playing Vance. He's too cheap.
I'm going to build one game stack of this team. I think I got 5 main teams. I'm going to do one game stack here for sure.
I think it's all right. Kyle, are you playing Vance? Or are you playing any of these Pittsburgh pass catchers?
I'm not playing Vance. I wish Vance was going to be chalky this week. That way, people could get burned by him. But
I'm playing Vance. Why not? I've lit money on fire with him before.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I guess Deontay Johnson's the guy I'm going to. I don't hate James Washington. He has the duck hunting narrative with Hodges, but
he's been so good.
He's getting targeted as much as Johnson is. It's just James Washington's making the big play. So I do think it could really go either way. And when the pricing
you always talk about the ownership, though. You're going to get him 1%.
They're both 1%.
I think Deontay Johnson will be maybe not 1, but he'll be less than 5. I think, right?
Yeah, and I think he'll be popular.
Yeah,
I mean, we got him like 8 or 9 on. I don't know. It doesn't matter. They're low on.
Yeah, so just the pricing would be Deontay Johnson for me, and then I do agree. I think this is a good spot. I'll have some of this in MME, but I think it's just Drake and Deontay Johnson for me.
All right, let's move on. Tennessee at Oakland, 47.5-point total. Tennessee 2.5-point favorites, and Tony, it's tied for the biggest total on the slate. There's a home underdog quarterback. I still don't think I can click the button, but you're shaking your head yes. So talk to me about.
No, not for him though. I think no one's going to play Derrick Henry, and that's your boy first of all. And this guy, we saw it last year. He was the best running back in football late in the year. Just smashes. I mean, you look at these numbers. He's gone for 24, 36, 32, 28. Just massive carries, massive numbers against a team that we've said for a month now that just literally sucks, Oakland. And no one's going to play him because he's priced up now. And he's got 30-point upside. Henry's one of my favorite tournament plays for sure. I mean, he just smashes. Why is he not going to just smash? Oakland is so terrible.
All right, I'll take Dalvin raw points versus Henry.
Oh, for sure, yes, definitely.
Thank you.
As much as I can get.
All right, we got a hundo. We got a hundo on it.
Yes.
All right.
Definitely.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I have no problem with Derrick Henry. And, I look at this Tennessee tight. I know Tannehill has been putting up better numbers. The volume just isn't really there, though. Kyle, are you playing anybody other than –
Oh, no. He's got a conviction play as a receiver in this game? Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
No, Kyle.
Kyle, talk to me about it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I like the passing attack from Tennessee here. It's mainly a pricing thing. On DraftKings, I have Corey Davis tagged. On FanDuel, I have A.J. Brown tagged. These guys are just like, this is the only two guys that they're getting the ball thrown to. Humphreys is out. It's either these two or Jonnu Smith. Like, Derrick Henry doesn't catch any passes. I think this game has some sneaky upside here to shoot out a little bit. I don't think it'll be anything crazy, but if this game does get going, it's going to be A.J. Brown and Corey Davis doing so in the passing attack. Corey Davis is 3.9 on DraftKings, and I think that's just way too cheap. I don't mind Derrick Henry. I think, he's just a guy that I don't really play often, and it's obviously burned me the past few weeks. And he could obviously do that again here, but I just don't find myself getting to, especially on FanDuel, where Derrick Henry's 400 more than Dalvin Cook, who I like a lot. And
you get some action too. Like, please get some action. I want Derrick Henry versus Cook.
Pushing that cash.
All right, let's do it.
I want some Kyle Bucks.
All right. Yeah, I need a cool name for him. I don't have Giblets, so I'll have to think of a cool name. But, I'll put 100 on that. Yeah, so I guess I don't hate Derrick Henry, but I do prefer the passing attack here. I don't think you can go as far as playing Ryan Tannehill. I think, for Tannehill really to win you a tournament, you need him to get rush into the end zone twice like he did the other week against Jacksonville. But, yeah, I think A.J. Brown is a great play on FanDuel. I think Corey Davis is really good on DraftKings. You can even play A.J. Brown on DraftKings too.
It wouldn't be a normal Sunday if I didn't talk about Tyrell Williams. He's probably not going to do anything, but I like the spot. That's my pitch. Tony, this Oakland side, what are you doing over here?
Yeah, for me, I just think Oakland sucks. Like, I just think Tennessee's going to pound them on the ground. Oakland's not going to be able to stop them. People keep playing Waller too.
Dude, I like Waller this week.
I just don't get it though. Like, I don't know. He had a good week last week. He gets targets. They'll probably be – I guess I get it. I shouldn't say I don't get it.
The correlation with Renfro, like, in and getting targets and Waller getting targets, like, it's one or the other. It's very rarely both together. And now that Renfro's out for forever, I think Waller's a really good player.
Forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Waller's a really good tight end play, especially on FanDuel where he's 6,200. He's cheaper than a guy like Jack Doyle over there, cheaper than Jared Cook. So I think it's a sneaky.
We're going double tight end on FanDuel, Kyle. We're going Kittle and Waller.
I wish I did that last week with Doyle and Higbee.
Yeah. Yep. So I think Waller and then A.J. Brown or Corey Davis, or even if you like Henry, I think it's a sneaky correlation here.
All right, our last game of the slate. This is actually the highest total on the slate. Kansas City at New England, 49.5-point total. The Patriots, 3-point favorites at home. And Tony, despite this being the highest total on the slate, despite New England being favored in the highest total on the slate, I don't want to play any of these dudes, man. What do you think about New England?
Yeah, it's interesting because I agree. Like, no one really knows where they're going to stack today. There isn't any high totals. And then you got this game. When they played last year, I think both games went just absolutely crazy with points. If I remember right, I think one was a primetime game that went crazy, and then the playoff game went pretty crazy in the second half. So it definitely has shootout potential. But then you look like New England is always a hard team to kind of get going because they just – on offense, they have so many pieces. Obviously, I think Edelman is a really good play, especially on PPR sites. I don't know. There's just so many pieces in this game that I want to like it, but I don't know if I do.
Yeah, that's my main problem too. Like, I feel like I'm supposed to like somebody, but Edelman, like at that price tag, I don't like other guys at that price tag more. Kyle, what are you doing with this Patriots side?
Yeah, I love this game today. I think it is tough to pick, guys from this Patriots side, but I love James White today and I love Edelman. So those are the two for me. And that's pretty much it from the Patriots side. I think those are two really good plays. James White might be one of my higher owned running backs on DraftKings today. So he's the guy that I'm getting to a lot of. And then I think Edelman is not as good of a play as White because the pricing, he's around guys that I like. But I think he's the same price as DJ Moore. He's a little bit less than Godwin and Evans. So I do think it's similar over there. But White, I think, is just an amazing play.
All right, and on the Kansas City side, of course, everybody's going to be liking – well, I guess he's not going to be popular at all. Tyreek Hill, he's going to be shadowed by I can never remember the dude's name. Malcolm Butler.
Gilmore.
No, I always call him Malcolm Butler, and I'm wrong. It's Stephon Gilmore. Malcolm Butler sucks. He plays for the Titans. But, yeah, like Tyreek Hill, I don't really play guys against Gilmore. Like, he's just been crushing it. Sammy Watkins is the only thing he's been crushing is our dreams. Like,
he's been so bad.
Dude, like that week one, man, I was sure feeling good about my Watkins shares. Boy, I felt good in week one. And now I don't. Travis Kelce, I assume, is a thing. But, Tony, I've got the guy in this game. I've got the guy that nobody's going to play.
I mean, I hope it's not like McCole Hardman or something.
Oh, you said Mick, and I was like, oh, no. He's going to say, I hope it's not because it's McCoy. LaShawn McCoy. I like Shady. I like Shady this week. New England, their biggest issue is pass-catching running backs. No Damian Williams this week. Darwin Thompson's the backup, and they very clearly just never want to give Darwin Thompson the football ever. I think Shady gets going this week. Kyle, are you with me on Team Shady?
Yeah, I have McCoy tagged as a conviction play. So
yes, come on, baby.
I like McCoy a lot. There is some concern here, with them signing Spencer Ware and with Darwin Thompson getting some work in the blowout last week. I think that's why people aren't going to be playing McCoy. We have him at 3% ownership right now on FanDuel in lineup HQ. So McCoy, he's like 4,400 on DraftKings. You can't play a guy like. You can't not have some interest in McCoy, I should say. Like, 4,400 on DraftKings.
How many running backs are you guys playing? The whole field?
I'm playing 3 of them on every team. I'll tell you that. Fantasy Draft, I'm playing 4.
You guys have liked every running back in the whole field.
I mean, I'm all over the cheap guys. Like, I don't want to play Patrick Laird or anything like that. I do have some Powell, but if I can get to McCoy over
mid-range is strong.
If I can get to McCoy over Powell, I don't think that's bad at all. I mean, I think you'll have a tenth of the ownership. So
playing both. Both.
Yeah. So yeah, I think, but like for the Chiefs side, this isn't a really good matchup. None of these guys are going to project too well. But, if you get one of these guys at, a top-end score, a Hill or a Watkins or even someone like DeMarcus Robinson, just catch a deep one. Obviously, Mahomes can beat any matchup. I think this is a really good spot to stack.
All right. Tony, you playing anybody on the KC side?
Yeah, it's interesting because you always wonder what New England's going to do. Who are they going to take away? And I don't really know. I mean, are they going to try to take away Kelce? I definitely think they're going to want the running game to beat him, so that opens things up for Shady, like you guys are saying. I don't think they'll shadow Tyreek with Gilmore, though. I mean, I don't think they usually put him on guys like that, but they could. Either way, like, I don't know. I need to think more about the Kansas City side, I think.
All right, guys, we got to get off here because we got more shows coming up next. And again, I want to remind you guys, get on YouTube, click like, and if we get 300 likes, we're going to give you the premium block this week leading up to lock for free. That's pretty insane value, especially for all you got to do is click the like button. Get over there on YouTube, click the like button. We would really appreciate it. And again, make sure you comment nice shave Tony or clean shaven Tony, something like that. Talk about Tony's good looking shave over there. But we got to get off here. Tony, thanks for joining me. Kyle, thanks for joining me. I'm Eric. Thanks Fantasy Draft for sponsoring the show. We love you over there on Fantasy Draft. We'll catch y'all later. Peace.
What's up, guys? Beer here back in the Fantasy Bar. 6 of my favorite plays for week 14 over on Yahoo. Got some of my favorite value plays, my favorite quarterback receiver pairing here, and some beast running backs this week. Who are we looking at? Belly up to the Fantasy Bar and find out.
Hey Grinders, big news! RG Chat, we switched over to Discord. Now in order to participate, click the link on the orange box above the chat window. If you already have a Discord account, simply log in. If not, you need to create an account here and then click Authorize. Once you've logged into Discord, before you can send your first message, you'll be prompted to click Authorize one more time. After that, you're all set. It's that simple. Sign up today and we'll see you in the chat.
Welcome back, guys. Week 14 edition Beers Daily Fantasy 6-pack. The fantasy season sliding right by here, but we're back with 6 of my favorite plays for you. Post-Thanksgiving here, week 14 over on Yahoo. Hopefully everybody had a good holiday and a good week 13. No recap here this week. We recapped everything over on the FanDuel and DraftKings video, so you can go check that out. That's posted, but we're going to roll right into the week 14 picks at wide receiver with some value on the Colts with Zach Pascal, $16. So T.Y. Hilton not looking likely to play here, so that's going to mean good things here for Zach Pascal. Really saw him come on last week, season high in yards, receptions, and targets last week. 10 targets in that game, and I think you could see a similar output here this week against Tampa Bay. And anytime you get targets against Tampa Bay, it generally leads to good results. The team has given up the most fantasy points to the wide receiver position. The Colts getting thin at that position. Some other options there, of course, Jack Doyle. But I really like Pascal here to build upon what he did last week. I think he has another big game here. Great price here. Tremendous matchup. Only $16 here on Yahoo. All right, let's go to the running back position. Really want to spend up here. We're going to go with Nick Chubb, $29. So last week, the game kind of got out of hand. Browns playing from behind. So I'm going to throw that one out here for Nick Chubb. And looking at the previous 9 games before that, you're talking about 20 more carries in 8 of those 9 games. I know Kareem Hunt back is a worry. Nick Chubb still gets a ton of work on the ground, plus big home favorites here. And that's generally where we want to look for our running backs if we can. Likely a positive game script here, playing from ahead, milking clock, giving the ball to their workhorse in Nick Chubb here against a defense that cannot stop the run. The Bengals 27 in DVOA this season against the run, give up a ton of fantasy production to this position. So Kareem Hunt, not out of play either, but I prefer Nick Chubb here. I think he scores multiple touchdowns here at home against the Bengals. All right, let's go to the tight end position. Save you some money here with Kyle Rudolph of the Vikings. So nice $14 price point here will really open some things up for us. And the red zone reindeer really starting to get it going as we turn the calendar to December, finding the end zone 6 times over the last 6 games. So really starting to pay off each and every week. Adam Thielen looking unlikely. Did not practice as of this recording, so we'll see what happens there. And even if Thielen is back, I still think Rudolph a solid play at this number. Without Thielen, I think he's definitely a lock and load to score another touchdown here. The Lions, bottom 10 this season against the tight end position. The Vikings, you can pick almost any position here. A tremendous spot at home against this Lions defense. I prefer going off the radar here with Kyle Rudolph at just $14. All right, let's get you a quarterback here. Game I really like this week. Jets and Dolphins. We're going to go with Sam Darnold, $30. So disappointing performance last week in a good spot with Cincinnati, no doubt. But coming back home here against this Miami defense, I think really a great bounce back spot for Sam Darnold. The previous 3 games before that Cincinnati game averaged over 25 Yahoo points a game in that stretch. Miami, we know, allows a ton of production to the quarterback position. Second most fantasy points allowed here. A lot of ways you can pair up Sam Darnold. If you watch the FanDuel DraftKings video, you'll see my favorite plays on the other side of this game. But I think both sides viable here. I think this game cruises over the total here. I think we get a lot of offense, 2 very bad defenses. So pick which side you want to be on. I'm going to be on both sides here, but on Yahoo, I like this price on Sam Darnold at $30. So we like Sam Darnold, who we paired him up with. Said there's a lot of options here. Personally, I'm going to go wide receiver Jamison Crowder, $17. So the last time these two teams played, not too long ago, Crowder season high in fantasy points. 18 fantasy points. We'll take that every day of the week on a $17 salary. And the recency bias is going to be real here. A couple bad games, not productive at all. But I see 9 targets last week and didn't do much with them. But that's what we want. I think he bounces back here against Miami. We know they give up a ton of fantasy points. Dead last in DVOA against the pass this season. It's a very good matchup here. So again, very stackable game, very affordably can fit a lot of pieces out of this game, and I think that makes sense here. But the Jets, Sam Darnold, Jamison Crowder, one of my favorite wide receiver quarterback pairings on the weekend. All right, that's 5. Let's make it 6. Let's take a look at my favorite play on the week on Yahoo. But before we do that, guys, that's right, we're going to run it back. Contest time. A big thank you to you guys for watching the video. Absolutely free to enter here. All you got to do is get in the comment section right below the video. Now let me know your guess in fantasy points on Yahoo for my Beast of the Week. The closest guess going to win themselves either a free week of RotoGrinders Premium or a free RotoGrinders t-shirt. Again, thank you to the loyal bar patrons. Now, let's take a look at my favorite play. You know him as the Beast of the Week. All right, Beast time. We owe you one more running back. We're going to spend up here again. We're going to go with Derrick Henry, $35, this week's Beast of the Week. So Henry had an absolute tear over the last 4 weeks. 149-1 against the Colts, 159-2 against Jacksonville, 188-2 against the Chiefs. Found the end zone twice against Carolina in a game they were playing from behind. So the point is, Derrick Henry on a roll. The game script in his favor, whether they're playing from ahead or behind, has really not mattered here. And Oakland hasn't put a lot of resistance up against opposing running backs. Bottom 10 in fantasy points allowed. So big price to pay here for Derrick Henry. But I love this spot for him. They're going to feed the beast. A good matchup here. I think Tennessee rolls in this one on the back of Derrick Henry, making him easily my favorite play on the week and this week's Beast of the Week. All right, guys, that'll do it here for Week 14 on Yahoo. Make sure you get in the comment section and let me know fantasy points for Derrick Henry on Yahoo for that shot at a free week of RotoGrinders Premium. Gives you access to everything we have or a free RotoGrinders t-shirt. Guys, don't forget, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button if you enjoyed the video. Really helps us out, guys, and I greatly appreciate it. For RotoGrinders.com, I am Bear saying salut. Best of luck this week, guys. Again, FanDuel DraftKings video already out for Week 14. You get 12 of my favorite plays, so go check that out. Good luck this week, guys, and we'll see you next week.
Hey, thanks for checking out our videos. If you want more expert advice on DraftKings, FanDuel, or any other daily fantasy sports, make sure you check out the current videos playlist.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to Yahoo Grinders Live. It's early. It's 9 a.m. Central Time here on Grinders Live, and we're going to break down some positions for you for the NFL this morning. I'm your host, Head Chopper. I guess I'm filling in for Dean. I'm not even sure. They just, picked up the phone. They threw the bat signal up and said, this guy's out. Come on and fill in. I said, all right, let's do it. I ain't got nothing else to do on a Sunday morning, except for come on the show and do this. So let's do this, guys. I'm joined today by two of the sharpest guys in the industry. On one side over there, we got Mr. Tuttle down in the McMuffin this morning because you got to have a little energy before you start building lineups. And on the other side, Handsome Grant. He's been up since about 4 a.m. this morning looking at football prep. He says he's got the full family there at his house, or maybe he's at the family's house. I don't know, but one or the other. He's somewhere doing something. But guys, we're going to break this thing down for you this morning. Going to get through this next hour or so, and hopefully impart some wisdom. We've got a lot of good stuff going on, a lot of good injury news we're going to cover. And before we get into any of that, though, I want to break down a couple promos for you real quick, just clean the house up a little bit here. The like and subscribe button, that's the big thing we're pushing these days. I need you to hit that like button, leave your comments in the comments section, subscribe to the channel here at RG on YouTube, and you do all those things, and we'll be in good shape. And, in fact, this morning – huge promo here. If we can get up to 300 likes on the live screen on the live stream over there, 300 likes, the next 2 shows, which are premium shows for premium members, they'll be aired for free. And guess what? The earlier show, I guess, already did a lot of the heavy lifting for us. We are already up to like 265. So we don't even need that many. Just hit that like button, and these next 2 shows this morning will be free. So that's always good stuff. All right. Now I need to bring in my guys here. Let's start off with Grant out there. Grant, how's it going? And are you prepared for this huge week of NFL, man?
No, it's going fantastic. Haven't quite been up since 4:30, but been up since around 5:30. All pumped for this slate. I have a lot of good plays that I really want that looks like people aren't going to be on because they're just making bad decisions this week. So I am super excited right now, ready to break down the slate.
Well, in fairness, if a guy was on the East Coast, you would have been up at 4:30 his time. So I didn't really know what time zone you were in. So I'm just taking a wild guess there. Tuttle, are you mid-chew or can I?
I'm good.
I need to kill some more time here, man. All right, I need to hear. Well, how is your Sunday morning treating you? And are you looking forward to this NFL slate? Does it look juicy enough for you?
It does. It's not quite as good as these McMuffins, but it's a good slate. It's a good slate. It's a fun one. I think you can do a variety of things. We have some interesting situations that opened up with injuries, but yeah, I think it's a good slate. It's a fun tournament slate for sure.
McMuffins are the best. They are very, very good. And
these are homemade too. It's not quite as greasy as McDonald's, which makes it a little bit easier on the stomach once you're done.
Try putting grape jelly on it.
I could actually see that being pretty good.
I think I used to do that when I was younger, put a little grape jelly on those things. But hey, I don't know. Grant's still young enough to do that kind of stuff. But guys, all right, before we even dig into this thing, one more thing I want to do is the RD badge promo. I want to send some names out, shout out some names because those people, they deserve it, man. They switched over their badge. There is a promo where you switch over your badge to the RG badge, and you can win a month of free premium, but you can also, at the very least, get a shout out just for doing it. So here's the shout outs for this morning. All right. I got Dallas Man 2004. Shout out to you. Good job switching over. Alex Rosenbaum. These names are nice and simple this morning. I like this. Devin hooked me up. Alex Rosenbaum. Shout out to you. Whew. Packer Nation 12. That must be Tuttle's boy right there. Packer Nation 12. Shout out to you. You switched over. DK Grotman. Shout out to you, man. And last but not least, Handsome 99. I can get behind that name, right? Handsome 99. Shout out to you, man. You switched over and you get the good shout out. All right, guys. We are over 300. We reached our goal. So we're actually going to have to set that at like 500 next week.
That was a very good goal.
I know. That was pretty – I don't know about that. So it's we're over 300. You guys did it. Feel free to stay tuned after this. You're going to get you some free premium stuff coming up next. So should be fun. All right, guys. Now, obviously, Dean's not here. So he does what he does with the show. I have no idea what it was. I got to say, I'm usually in bed right now looking at my phone. So we're going to play this thing position by position. We're going to start off with quarterbacks here, and we're going to break down some our thoughts for the people. So let me start off here with Grant, and let's start off at the QB position up top. There's one guy who set himself apart this year pretty well, but he's got a tougher matchup today. That's the Lamar Jackson conundrum. Usually we're just running out to try to jam this guy in, but this morning there could be some question marks. Give me your thoughts on big Lamar Jackson this morning.
I mean, he's fine. I'm not really going with him too much. He's going up against Buffalo, and it's being played in Buffalo. There's a decent amount of wind, and if you kind of look at the stats throughout the course of the season, teams just haven't been throwing for a whole lot of yards in games over in Buffalo, so I don't really expect him to do much through the air. He can get it done with his legs, but he's fine. But at the top, like, a lot of people are going to be going to Watson. I think Mahomes is absolutely the better play. Like, people forget how good Mahomes is just because he hasn't been nearly as good this season. And he's going up against a tough Patriots defense, but the Patriots have been like good, but they gave up huge games to him both times they played him last year, and that was after shutting him down the first half of the playoffs when they played in the playoffs here. So I think Mahomes is a great tournament option at low ownership. I don't really think that many people will be on him at all, and he's a great guy to just pair up with Tyreek and with Kelsey because they're not going to be owned at all. Outside of him, Brissett, I think, is a very, very interesting play here. We know exactly where most of his production is going to go. It's to very, very cheap guys. He's going up against Tampa Bay defense. They've given up just massive totals pretty much all season long. And Brissett, we haven't seen in a while, partially because of the injuries, partially because of the matchups. Like, he's gone up against Houston, Tennessee, Denver, Houston again, all in his last 4 or 5 matchups here, and he got injured in one versus Pittsburgh. But against Houston earlier on in the season, he put up 31 points. I could see him doing something similar up against this Tampa Bay team. And he has 4 guys that he's going to throw to, 3 guys that he's going to throw to. They're not going to be able to run the ball, which is something they rely on. So Brissett's an absolutely fantastic play. Outside of him, guys that you can look at, I think, are Tom Brady, Fitzpatrick, both of which will probably draw less ownership than they should. Brady hasn't been great this week or this season, but we know exactly where he's throwing it to. And then Ryan Tannehill going up against Oakland. Oakland's not a great defense. Tannehill's been great this season. If you don't think Henry's going to go off for a massive game, I think Tannehill's a great guy to go with.
Okay, I mean, I asked for Lamar Jackson. I got the full spiel there, but that's all right. Let's go to Tuttle now. Tuttle, your thoughts on Lamar Jackson here in a tough matchup against Buffalo. Are you jamming him in? Do you see – I mean, I'm looking – I also should point out this is the first slate in a long time where we've got I think we've got 13 games or something on this. It's a massive slate, and there's no bye weeks out there. We've had a lot of, that whole midseason of the NFL, a lot of bye weeks, a lot of stuff taken out. So I think it's going to spread out the ownership quite a bit. I'm seeing a very low ownership on Lamar Jackson this morning. Is it enough to offset the tough matchup for you?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because we have a massive slate and for the first time in a while, and still we don't have, I don't think, a very strong quarterback position. At least we don't have any guys that jump out as kind of must plays. Lamar Jackson enters that conversation as a guy that I think is sort of fine play, but his price tag has jumped to the point. The matchup's tough enough where I don't think he's a must play at this price tag. He's not a guy that I'm really turning to in cash games. I think if you do want to play the ownership game, again, you don't have to play it at the quarterback position because I think ownership's going to be spread out enough. But if you do want to be like, hey, we're going to get Lamar Jackson at 5% owned, 5 to 10% owned, then you can go ahead and play him, I guess. But yeah, he's not a guy that's really jumping out at me as a must play on the slate.
Fair enough. Now, Grant made the point that he would rather roster Patrick Mahomes than Deshaun Watson. What's your thoughts between those two if you're breaking that down?
I can see the case in tournaments. Overall, though, I do think I'm on Deshaun Watson. He's the only guy that I have tagged as a cash play at quarterback this week. I do think there are some other ways you can go, but I think he's the top cash game option for me on this slate. I think he just provides you with the best combination of floor and ceiling among all the options. I think a guy that's getting tossed around a lot as a cash game option that I think I'm a lot shorter on than most people this week is Ryan Tannehill. I just don't think he has the volume. Like he's been producing a lot with his legs. If you think that is sustainable, you can absolutely play him in cash. I'm kind of the opinion that Tannehill's production with his legs isn't sustainable. I think whether Oakland has Josh Jacobs or not, they're still going to try to run the ball. I think they're still going to try to kind of keep this a quicker paced game and shorten the game time a little bit here. So Tannehill's a guy that I'm not really on in cash games, but I think a lot of people will be on him.
Okay, so I'm going by Yahoo pricing here because it's a Yahoo sponsored show, and we're also going to throw in that Sunday night game just for shits and giggles. That's what we do. So, but on the Yahoo pricing, you have Tannehill's up is $30. Drew Brees is $28. Which one of those two guys? Drew Brees in a very tough matchup, or Ryan Tannehill? But Brees is actually a couple dollars cheaper.
Yeah, and I think Yahoo's the one place where Tannehill doesn't really offer much of a discount. I would take Brees over there, but even if I'm working in that salary range, guys that I would take over Tannehill would be Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins for $1 more. Sam Darnold I would take over him at the exact same price. And Darnold on DraftKings is only $200 more than Tannehill. I would take Darnold over Tannehill there too.
We have, like I said, let's go back to Grant. The Sunday night game is in the mix here on Yahoo. Russell Wilson is taking on the Rams. He's up there. He's cheaper than Lamar Jackson. He's the same price as Mahomes. He's $2 more than Watson. If you're on Yahoo, Russell Wilson in that price range against the Rams, is that a better play for you, Grant, than those other guys?
I don't think it is. I'd rather go with Mahomes. I'd rather go with Watson. I'd probably rather go with Jackson. I know the rest has been great this season, but he's not really a guy that you can always rely on to get a high volume of passes. So I'm not really on Wilson. The interesting thing is Goff being, I think, $25 over on Yahoo. I think he's your cash game guy on Yahoo, in all honesty. He hasn't been great in a lot of these tough defensive matchups, but this matchup against Seattle isn't nearly as tough. We saw what he did against Arizona last week. I expect something similar. It's a divisional game, which these always tend to stay close. It's currently pegged at a pick 'em. It's got high enough total here. So Goff is the guy that I would really rather look at for cash over on Yahoo.
Okay, earlier you mentioned Brissett. All right, same game. You have Jameis Winston, pretty good price tag. Indy's got this reputation for they limit the big plays. They don't give up the big plays, but man, this is a pretty good matchup for him. He's at home. He's taking on a defense that's, they've been kind of struggling lately. He's got that high upside. How does Winston stack up to you this morning?
Almost no interest in Winston. Indy doesn't give up a lot of big plays. Wide receivers are almost always shut down by Indy. They allowed, I think, the fewest targets to opposing wide receivers in the entire league here. Tampa Bay is going to try and force in the ball to the wide receivers. And I think that Winston ends up with 5 turnovers in this game. Honestly, the Indy defense is my favorite play on the entire weekend for defense. Winston is just not a guy that I have any plans on going with. Like, maybe for tournaments, if I stack him with both Evans and Godwin, he always has the potential for a massive game. But in all likelihood, why would I go with Winston when I can get Mahomes for 2 more points, Watson for the same price? Like Ryan, Rodgers, Cousins, Darnold, Tannehill are all better plays than him. Winston is just not a guy that I ever want to go with. He's shown upside in one game this season, but he's going to turn the ball over in any game where it's a positive game script for him, where he's coming behind and chucking the ball all the time. Anytime he gets over 45, 50 passes, he never ends up with a massive game. He always ends up around 18 to 22 just because he's going to turn the ball over tons and every single time where he's forced to throw the ball. And if he's not forced to throw the ball, the volume isn't going to be there for him to pay off his price tag.
Interesting. So let's just suppose you had Winston in season long. And you also had Drew Brees in season long. Which one of those guys would you go with?
I actually think I have this scenario, and in one of them I'm going with Brees, and the other one I'm going with Brady. I just don't have any desire to go with Winston, even against Indy. That's been all right on the defensive end, but it's just not a good spot for him. I'm just kind of done. He doesn't give you enough upside.
Okay, I got to go back to total on this one real quick. I need your take on the Jameis Winston thing because that threw me for a loop that he has no interest in Jameis Winston.
Yeah, I don't have much interest in him either. It's just hard to see Pat. So you're not playing him in cash games. We know that. So then the argument is can you play him in tournaments? He's obviously shown upside this season. I just don't think this is the matchup for the upside. Grant did a good job kind of explaining why that is with the Colts just not allowing a whole lot of big plays. So, when you kind of shorten Jameis's reads up to kind of zone coverage, short routes, there's just not a whole lot of upside there for me if they're even able to get things going. So yeah, I'm kind of with Grant on this one. Don't have a whole lot of interest in Jameis in any format.
Oof, man. All right. And we'll stick with you total on this one. A guy who's kind of gained a little steam here this week. There's a Dalvin Cook injury. We don't know the extent of how effective he's going to be. Kirk Cousins is a guy that's typically better at home, typically better against the weaker competition like the Detroit Lions, and should have a fairly clean pocket today, and he really thrives in a clean pocket. So Kirk Cousins sitting down there in that range. Same range as right around Matt Ryan, even Baker Mayfield. Talk to me about Cousins and those other guys and your mid-range plays there right there.
Yeah, I do actually like Cousins in tournaments. I think it's an interesting spot where you could try to speculate on the Cook situation in a couple different ways. You could speculate that they're going to try to pass the ball a little bit more often than they normally would. You could also play the whole Alexander Madison backup game if you think Cook's going to be active but not going to play a whole lot. It sounds like he's going to give it a go, but honestly, the Vikings I think the most likely scenario is Cook does play. I think the most likely scenario is he is on the field for over 50% of the snaps. But I kind of wonder why. It seems like a really good spot to just really limit his time on the field, give him another week to rest up. In a game, they honestly don't need him at all. But if you think that he's going to be on the field but try to limit his activity in other ways, then yeah, you would see an uptick here for Cousins, who really does get a good matchup against the Lions. So that puts Cousins in play in tournaments for me. Stephon Diggs is really the only wide receiver you can trust, and then you can grab some exposure to their tight ends too if you want to stack Cousins with a couple of his options. Other mid-range guys that I think are likely going to go overlooked. I guess not exactly mid-range, but a game that I like quite a bit is the Panthers-Falcons games. I do think this is going to be one of the quickest-paced games on the slate. Their total has actually dropped a point. It opened at 48. It's down at 47. Still one of the highest total games of the slate. I think you want to grab exposure to this game. So I like Matt Ryan. I actually like Kyle Allen as well. Friend of the show, RG, ownership guru, Chris Jimino has actually sold me quite a bit on Kyle Allen this week. We saw Kyle Allen be chalk against the same Atlanta Falcons defense just a few weeks back. He's going to barely be owned this week. Again, I like this environment. New offensive coordinator, chance to spruce things up. If you read it, there's an article out there that Jimino sent me about the Panthers actually trying to run a little bit more run pass options. So we could see a little bit more productivity on the ground for Kyle Allen as well as through the air. So I actually think it's a pretty good spot for Kyle Allen. And then I like Matt Ryan as well. So I think there's a lot of ways you can go this week in tournaments, and targeting kind of quarterbacks in this game is one of those ways.
Fair enough. All right, Grant, I want to get your thoughts on some cheaper guys. We talked about the mid-range, talked about the expensive guys. Is there anybody in the very cheap seats that you're going to turn to? There's names down here that are interesting. There's Andy Dalton, Gardner Minshew's out there. I know I don't want to mess around with too cheap of guys, but then there's your boy Ryan Fitzpatrick, $23 on Yahoo. Fairly good matchup, been spectacular. I know you like Ryan Fitzpatrick, so talk to me about some of the cheap guys, Grant.
Yeah, over on Yahoo, Fitzmagic is absolutely fantastic play. He's $23. That's way too darn cheap. I can't believe it. The guy is one of the best QBs in NFL history, and he's $23 on Yahoo after crushing and going up against the pass funnel, going up against the Jets. I love him. I love pairing him with Parker. Parker's been absolutely smashing recently. Fitzpatrick is a fantastic play on Yahoo. A little bit tough to play on other sites, but I'll still go with him there. Minshew, absolutely great play. Like, this guy is more of a game manager than Foles is, but there's a lot of different ways that the game script can roll out where he ends up with a 350-yard passing game. It's going up against the Chargers, who have been hit or miss, but like more miss a lot of times this season. Yes, they're more healthy, but I think Minshew can put up a 25, 30-point game in this matchup here. And he's got a lot of different guys that you can pair with, so it works perfectly for tournaments. One of the more interesting plays on the entire slate is Drew Lock going up against Houston. I actually think that Denver ends up winning this game here. I know that's a little bit of a surprise, but Denver is a lot better than people realize. Yes, they can rely on the run game at certain times, and Lock was more of a just straight-up game manager in the last game after getting up to a big lead. But if they get down a decent amount, then they're going to be chucking a ton. We saw it with Flacco at the beginning of the season. Be quiet, dog. We saw it with Flacco at the beginning of the season where if they got down big, then he'd end up throwing the ball 45, 50 times. So pairing him up without Sanders in that offense, he's got Sutton, he's got Fant. They can both go off for a massive game that people aren't going to use. I like Drew Lock a lot in tournaments.
The dog likes Drew Lock too. It's a sign. I don't know. I wasn't on him, but now I'm starting to – Tuttle, Cheap guys, super cheap guys. Anybody interest you, or are you sticking to your guns here with the guys we've already mentioned?
I think the only super cheap guy that you could throw into the conversation would be Derek Carr, if you want to go that route. If you do think that Josh Jacobs is going to miss this game, I still think they'll try to run the ball. I don't think the downgrade from Jacobs to Washington's enough where they're not going to want to run the ball. But if you think they lean more pass heavy with Jacobs out, then I think you could make a case for Derek Carr. He's really cheap in some spots, so I'm not personally doing it, but I don't think it's the worst play in the world.
$24 on Yahoo, a running back that's banged up, a secondary he's facing that's banged up. He's interesting play. So, all right, that covers our quarterback spots, guys. We'll move on to the running back spot as always. Hit that like and subscribe button here. I'm going to tell you that throughout the show. We reached our goal today, but still, keep on pumping them out. You're going to get a couple free shows out of this stuff, so keep on pumping out those like and subscribe buttons. And later on in the show, if we have time, we'll answer all your questions, the QQ. So, queue them up, prep them up, because once we get through these positions, we will get there. So let's go to running backs now. Let me click on the old lineup HQ running back. So at the top, the number one guy, as always, Christian McCaffrey, head and shoulders salary and projection above everybody else. Grant, Christian McCaffrey, locking him in today, even with the field, or do you see a scenario where you actually don't want to pull the trigger on Christian McCaffrey today?
I mean, I think you throw him in cash in tournaments. I got some other guys I would rather go with. I mean, I'll still have a decent amount of exposure to McCaffrey. You just kind of can't at this point. He's going to go for a big game almost every single week. It's just whether or not someone else is going to go for a bigger game. I know they only put up 10 last week, but that was a weird spot. I don't expect that to happen again. And a lot of winning lineups still had McCaffrey on just because of the way the lineup construction ended up going. And you got some guys that were going for big games outside of him. But he's absolutely in play. Will I end up using more than the field of him? Probably not. I'll probably be right with the field. Guys that I think can put up much bigger games than him are, for one, Melvin Gordon is my favorite overall play on the entire slate. I prefer him to McCaffrey. He's been getting a ton of the usage recently, 20, 14, 22, 20 carries in the last 4 games, and he's involved in the receiving game. He's a guy that gets massive touchdown equity, especially with how inconsistent Rivers has been. He's going up against the defense that allows more yards per carry than any other defense in the league. He's incredibly underpriced. Literally, we're getting the same exact Melvin Gordon that we had at this point last year, where he was so much more expensive. He's $23 over on Yahoo. He was $6,400 over on DraftKings. Melvin Gordon is a guy that can absolutely outscore McCaffrey on this slate and end up with 30-some-odd points here. Melvin Gordon's a better play than McCaffrey.
You heard a bold call there from Graham. Melvin Gordon outscores McCaffrey today. That's bold, my friend, but I like it. Tuttle, I got a question for you concerning Christian McCaffrey. So let's say somebody's, they've signed up for 100 lineups in GPPs, just a little $4 GPP. You're going to run 100 lineups out there. How do you play the Christian McCaffrey ownership game? He's projected at 36% here on RG projections, ownership-wise. What is your options? What are your options there with your 100 lineups as far as Christian McCaffrey? Do we stay even with the field? Is that how you play it? And are you a guy who goes even, under, or over, or do you take a stand on him? Or what's your thoughts on that?
I think this week I would go even. I don't think I'm taking a stand on him this week. I don't want to short him. I also don't want to go extremely overweight on him. He is at the price tag where it's going to be hard for him to be on a team that is going to be, 120,000 lineups or whatever you're going to need to win first place just because of his price tag. He's going to have an absolute monster game. So I do think I don't want to be overweight, but I also don't want to be underweight. He has not had less than 11 receptions against this Falcons team in the past. He's got an absolute awesome floor. He's a guy that I think with all the running back value we have now, I think you have to play McCaffrey. You don't have to, but I think McCaffrey's a really, really strong cash game play, and he's a guy that I'm not fading in cash. But in tournaments, I would say kind of go equal with the field there because I don't really want to take a stance against him.
So if you're going even with the field, then the next guys in line who are going to draw your ownership. Talk to me about some of your highest projected running backs.
Yeah, so Other guys, again, if you're going with McCaffrey, I think a lot of the kind of the strongest point per dollar plays are going to be a lot of the lower priced guys. So we're talking about Bilal Powell. I think in tournaments, a very interesting strategy would be to kind of play or try to be able to adapt to the Josh Jacobs news, because if Jacobs is out, then we get DeAndre Washington, who is pretty much min price everywhere. And he is going to be, I think, really actually low owned, just because I don't think people are going to have the patience to wait for that news. And because we do have Powell that everybody's just going to pile up on. So I think kind of an interesting tournament strategy would be to try to, on late swap sites, be able to set up that pivot so that you can play DeAndre Washington if the news breaks that Jacobs is going to be out. He's playing with what I read was a broken shoulder blade. I'm not a doctor. I'm not Dr. Chow, but I mean, that sounds pretty tough to play through.
Don't be racist, Toto.
Well, what? Pro Football Doc. Chow.
Oh,
yeah, Pro Football Doc. No. So DeAndre Washington would kind of be the GPP option for me if we're looking for a cheaper priced option. If we're looking for a little kind of guys that project better that are going to be heavily owned, I think I'm actually going to be taking a stance against what I think will be one of the highest owned running backs on the slate, and that's Alvin Kamara. He's a guy that's not finding his way into a lot of my builds. I think he is a good option. Who has been unfortunate not to really find the end zone as of late, which has really kind of hurt his fantasy point totals. But it is obviously a tough matchup. San Francisco's better against the pass than the run. But still, Kamara is a guy that I find myself shorting a little bit. And we currently have him projected to be the third highest running back play on the slate. And I do think he'll be one of the highest owned running backs on the slate. But he's a guy that I'm kind of fine fading in tournaments. And he's not going to be a guy that I'm playing in cash, even though I know that there are a lot of people playing him in cash.
Grant, the next wave of running backs after McCaffrey, if a guy's fading McCaffrey, doesn't have him on his team, there's some very good running backs. I know you talked on Gordon, but I want that next wave here where it's Dalvin Cook, Leonard Fournette, Derrick Henry, Nick Chubb, those kind of guys getting high projections, fair amount of ownership. What do you think about those guys?
I absolutely love Fournette, and I don't understand why he's projected for close to single-digit ownership. It just doesn't make sense to me at all. He's getting the entire workload here. I know that he hasn't been great in recent weeks, but it was with Foles in the offense. It was against Tampa Bay, the best run defense in the league. It was against Tennessee, a great rush D, and it was against Indy. That was just a weird game, and they weren't really doing much on the offensive end there. I don't understand why he isn't one of the highest owned guys on the entire slate here. He's been putting up massive games every single week this NFL season, and he has 3 touchdowns on the season here. Realistically, he's going up against 26th ranked DVOA defense that gives up a decent amount of targets to opposing running backs. He's getting the same target workload recently as McCaffrey is getting almost, and he's quite a bit cheaper. Fournette is absolutely a fantastic play, and I don't understand why people are going to use him. Henry, I'm reserving more for tournaments here. He's a guy that has just been averaging massive yards per carry, and yes, I get it, he did the same thing last year, but it's not a great matchup here versus Oakland, who's been decent versus the run. And I don't entirely expect the 8 yards per carry, 7 yards per carry to continue. He just doesn't get enough pass game work. I still like him. I don't love him because Fournette's in the same range, getting the same ownership, and is slightly cheaper. So, Fournette and Gordon, I think, are going to be my highest owned running backs probably on this entire slate.
To Total's point, Alvin Kamara is the third highest owned projected.
I don't want any Kamara.
You don't either. So he's the third highest owned on Yahoo at 26% against a tough defense. I didn't have much interest in Kamara. I started reading about him, and I couldn't really figure out why people are going that route. I guess they just think he's going to magically start scoring touchdowns now. He just hasn't looked as good this year, and it's a tough matchup. So that's an interesting one. Total, I do want to get your opinion on one situation out there. Your team, the Green Bay Packers. Just a fantastic matchup tonight. Just incredible. But they got a two-headed monster going on there. Do you have any interest in either one of these guys today?
I mean, No, I'm not going to have exposure to it. But if you're picking one, I know Jamal Williams is actually going to kind of jump out as the better point per dollar option just because he's so cheap. And the split is pretty equal, but I would still side with Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones is just the guy that's shown the most upside. He has had a monster game with Jamal Williams active and on the field back against the – where was that? Was that against the Cowboys? No, that was against the Chiefs when Aaron Jones still put up 44.6 DraftKings points. So he's shown the upside in the past. Jones would be the guy that I side with. I don't have a ton of interest here. I think they're splitting the workload a little bit too much for me to like either one, but Jones would be the guy that I would side with.
All right, both of you guys are going to answer this one, and I'll start with Grant. We got the big elephant in the room this week, Grant. Patrick Laird, what are you doing with him?
I mean, is he the big elephant in the room, or is
I think
Powell?
He is. No,
I mean, there's both.
No, Patrick Laird. I mean, we know what Powell is. Powell's a $10 running back. He's had some success. This Patrick Laird guy, nobody can wrap their mind around this. They think Davis Mattek, dreamed this thing up, and all of a sudden it come to fruition. Talk to me about Patrick Laird. Are you playing him? Are you fading him? Is he any interest now with Powell being in play also?
I am absolutely playing some Patrick Laird as a pivot off of Powell. Like, realistically, Powell's probably getting a 60-40 workload. Laird will probably get close to the same, if not a little bit more. But if they're down later on in the game, I think it makes perfect sense to throw Laird into game stacking. Like, we saw it 3 weeks ago when he first came on the radar, and he had 6 receptions on 6 targets. Most of those were on the last drive where they were just allowing them to dump off the ball to Laird. He's a great guy in the receiving game here. He can absolutely get it done that way and not even have to do anything on the rushing end. He did end up with a rushing touchdown last week versus Philly. And I know that it's not a good rush game or rush script going up against the Jets, who have been one of the best rushing defenses in the entire league. But I'm just expecting straight up workload out of the backfield. Like, if you think about him as a 4.1K wide receiver on this slate, that's way too cheap considering what he can potentially do against this Jets team in the receiving game here. He'll get some rushing attempts there. He'll probably average about the same amount as Balaj, where he's just going to average 2 yards per rush, but he still has potential for a rushing touchdown. Plus, he's going to get heavy receiving game work, especially if this game ends up being a game where they're trailing later on. I absolutely love Laird on this slate, and he's now down to near single-digit ownership on most sites just because of the fact that Powell's on the slate, and so no one has a need for playing Laird.
Toto, Laird, is he in your pools? And does it affect what side it's on? He's going to be cheap, but the point per reception sides compared to the half PPR, does that affect your Laird ownership? And do you have any Laird ownership at all?
Yeah, Laird. Site scoring definitely impacts how strong of a play Laird is. PPR, he's much better. On a site like FanDuel, I wouldn't play him on FanDuel. He's 5,500 there. The pricing amongst other running backs is so suppressed there that, like, you can get Devontae Freeman for just $500 more. You can get, Kenyon Drake for just $600 more. So there are options or other ways that I would go on FanDuel where I'm not all that interested in Laird on FanDuel, but on sites like Yahoo, sites like DraftKings, where the pricing is a little bit more spread out, I think it does make sense to grab some exposure to him. I've heard people say that he has, no upside, but I think that's completely false, especially on PPR sites. I think there is a chance for him to basically, I don't think 2 touchdowns is out of the question. I don't think 5 catches is out of the question. Yardage, I think, is going to be the biggest concern. I don't think he's going to be super efficient, but if he gets the touches, if he gets the receptions, and if he finds his way into the end zone, I think he's got plenty of upside for his price tag.
Does either one of you guys have any interest in Dalvin Cook here with this injury?
I do not.
Grant, no Dalvin Cook for you?
No, not really. All very, very small amount.
If your read on him is that he plays, if he has a 20-touch performance, then you should be smashing him in tournaments. If that's your read, that's not my read. I think they're going to be smart with him, even if he is active. But if your read is that he's going to get 20-plus touches, then you should absolutely have a ton of exposure to him in tournaments.
And the one guy that we really didn't get into, question to both of you guys, Bilal Powell, lock in for you, or is there a reason to fade him?
I think you fade him in tournaments.
altogether?
Honestly, I don't think it's a bad. I'm not ballsy enough to do it, but I think it's the right move. Miami, yes, is a great matchup, but he's not going to get that many points. Yes, he's going to be involved in the receiving game. I'm guessing they're going to throw in timeout in for the third down work. There's no reason for them to do that. So we're basically Xing off the majority of the receiving game work here for Powell. And then from the rushing perspective, he's not the greatest running back in the world. We're not even sure if the Jets are going to put up more than 10 points. Like, I know that they had 3 straight matchups where they put up 34. Darnold did not look good last week, though. He did not look good prior to those 3 weeks. This offense does not look good overall. Everyone wants to use Powell, and everyone's going to use Powell. You're getting a 50% owned guy. Yes, he is incredibly cheap. But if you're not throwing in everyone's just going to throw McCaffrey, Powell in together and just move on. That's using 13.8K over on DraftKings. In that similar range, you can go with Gordon and Fournette, who can score 20 more points than Powell and McCaffrey. I think I am willing to bet that Fournette and Gordon combined for at least 10 more points than Powell and McCaffrey.
Another bold call. Tuttle, Powell, is he more of a lock for you or more of a fade for you in tournaments?
Man, in tournaments, it's tough because I would say would be a little different if he wasn't so cheap. Yeah, being so cheap, it makes it so tough. I would say I'm probably going to be a little bit overweight. We have him projected at 40% ownership on DraftKings, which is extremely high. You know, most cases, if I see a guy that's going to be that highly owned, I'll say just immediately fade him. But I do think because of his price tag, it's a little bit more difficult. I do think there are paths to failure for him for sure. I will say there's a chance that he doesn't see as heavy of a split as we're projecting. I think Grant said 60-40 at one time during the show. I think that's probably the reasonable projection for him. And I wouldn't get too eager in thinking it's going to be anything over than that. But I mean, even if you think that this is where the problem is, even if you think he ends up on the wrong side of a split for whatever reason, and he's, on the 40-60 side of it, he's still a really good play at his price tag, which is why it's difficult to kind of justify fading him.
Fair enough. Let's move on to receivers now. We got about 20 minutes left, guys. We're going to shoot through some wide receivers now, fire up those questions just in case we have some extra time at the end. We can get to them. Ownership-wise, there's a couple guys gathering some ownership here at wide receiver. But, again, we're a big slate, so it's going to kind of be spread out a little bit. Start off with Davante Adams out there in Green Bay. It looks like one of, if not the most popular play. Actually, Adams and Parker. Parker's gathering a lot of ownership too. Grant, top of the board here. Adams, Parker, any interest for you?
Yeah, I have interest in both of them. Adams is going to get the lion's share of the targets in this offense. We've been seeing him do it a lot recently. His ownership kind of scares me a little bit, but I don't really care. At $27 over on Yahoo, and I think he's $8K over on DK. Both great price tags. Both he can crush. I'm going to be using quite a bit of him. Parker, it's kind of the same thing. Using him, too. He's going up against this Jets pass funnel here. He's been fantastic in recent weeks. Hasn't really put up a huge game too often this season, but he's been consistently getting 10 targets each and every single week. They're going to be passing a whole lot this week, and I expect him to be fairly good here. Yeah, up at the top, like those are two of the top guys. Outside of them, like Michael Thomas, I think you can always play just because of his giant workload in this offense, even up against the tough San Francisco defense. And tough matchup for him. I really like him. Hopkins without Fuller in there, even in a tough matchup versus Denver, I expect him to have a big game. Like up at the top, all of them are good options. Do any of them stand out as incredible options? I don't think so. I'm going to be mixing and matching kind of the ownership up at the top.
Tuttle, we have some guys at the top there gathering some ownership. Are you in the least bit worried about Davante? Like, we know what Davante Adams is, but what about Davante Parker? Are you a little bit worried that might be a little bit too high of ownership for a guy who he's on a bad team and a very suspect quarterback? I know that he's had a good run here, but any worry about Davante Parker?
Well, I would say the best thing about Fitzpatrick as his quarterback is he just don't give a F. Like he's gonna throw the ball to Davante Parker no matter what, which I think is kind of what you want in a quarterback. He doesn't care about turning the ball over. So we know on this team that Davante Parker is going to near or top double-digit targets pretty much every week, which is, I guess, all you can really ask for. He's a guy that I'll definitely be underweight on the field for, but I was underweight on the field last week as well, and that didn't turn out too hot. But he's a guy that I still think you can realistically project him for double-digit targets. I think he's a strong overall play, but he's a guy that I'm not going to have a ton of exposure to.
The best matchup in football for the passing game has been Tampa Bay this year. We have an Indy team that doesn't like to really pass the ball that much, and they don't have a ton of weapons. Getting a pretty high ownership here on Zach Pascal, but I think a lot of the sharp people are turning their attention to Paris Campbell. What's your take on the Indy passing game here, Tuttle?
Yeah, overall, I don't think I have, matchup-wise, it obviously makes sense. I think it's fine for tournaments. I don't think there's a reason to go to Pascal or Paris Campbell in cash games. Of the two, I think I would lean Campbell just from a point per dollar perspective, but then you also have to wonder, the signs are pointing into him playing, signs are pointing that he'll probably play the majority of snaps, but I do think there is some question with him returning from injury, how much he'll actually be on the field. So I think there's plenty of reasons to question Campbell's involvement. I think he's the more talented receiver. But if the guy's not going to be on the field, who cares how cheap he is? So I do think he's going to get some playing time, but I wouldn't be all that surprised to see him somewhat limited. Not really be a full out play, which has me scared about actually playing him in tournaments.
All right, Grant. So we got DeAndre Hopkins is on the slate. We're looking at the Houston Texans, and we see that we'll wake up this morning and learn Will Fuller is out. Will Fuller's not going to play this week. So there's going to be some extra targets floating around there. A lot of the ownership may go to Kenny Stills, who seems to be the guy who's just going to step right up in and grab a bunch of those. But Grant, sell me on DeAndre Hopkins here. Well, I think earlier in the year when Fuller missed those 3 games, 4 weeks altogether, but one was by 3 games, Hopkins was the one that saw the biggest target increase in that absence. Can you play DeAndre Hopkins? How do you feel about him?
Yeah, I don't see any reason not to play DeAndre Hopkins. The last time he got less than 15 points was week 4. He's kind of like, without Fuller in this offense, it's a fairly similar scenario that we've seen with Michael Thomas. It's not an easy matchup here, but if we're getting the same scenario, and Hopkins, he's had some tough matchups recently. New York, Indy, Baltimore, not easy spots here. Without Fuller in the lineup, I expect him to get a massive target share, gets 100 yards, probably gets a touchdown here. Hopkins is a fantastic play. I know that he's probably going to draw a lot of ownership, but we don't have him projected for a whole lot, and it just confuses me because there's no reason that he shouldn't be one of the top owned guys on the entire slate. All right, it makes a little bit more sense over on DK. Just saw his ownership over there. But, yeah, I already said Hopkins is a fantastic play, but Tuttle talked about these Indy wide receivers. Play a bunch of them. The volume is absolutely going to be there with Brissett. They love to run the ball, and so that's why Brissett really doesn't do a whole lot. He's more of a game manager in most situations, but this is not going to be the case today where they aren't able to just run the ball over and over again. They're going to pass the ball against a very bad defense. In the past, when we've been able to rely on both Ebron and Doyle, Ebron's not in the offense anymore. So you got Doyle, you got Pascal, you got Paris, and you got Marcus Johnson. Those are where all the targets are going to go. All the targets are going to go to these guys. And I love Paris on this slate. I like Johnson on this slate. I like Pascal. But you just mix and match this game all over the place because there is a lot of different ways that if Brissett ends up throwing the ball 40 times, he can get 30 points, and all these guys are going to crush their value. So I'm really, really on the Indy wide receivers here.
All right, one guy I want you to talk about, Grant, because you said you were in love with Patrick Mahomes. Typically, when we've seen these Kansas City, New England games play out, we've seen Belichick be able to take away a guy like Travis Kelce, but he's never really had the answer for Tyreek Hill. Where does Tyreek Hill rank in your ownership today as far as your projections, your ownership, your tournament teams?
I have a decent amount of them just when I'm pairing Kelce with him. Yes, Belichick tends to shut down the main option in any lineup, and the easiest thing to do, which New England has done pretty much all season long, is shut down opposing tight ends. So I could absolutely see, outside of Ertz, I think they didn't shut him down, but I could absolutely see the Patriots shutting down Travis Kelce, in which case Tyreek Hill is going to get a large volume of targets. He's going to get a large amount of receptions. We've seen him have a 19-target game this season, even though he's been off the field for a significant portion of the season here. Mahomes can put up 450 yards in any given matchup here. Tyreek Hill has 200-yard upside. He has multiple touchdown upside. Do I think he grades out on a great point per dollar basis? No. But when you incorporate his price and his ownership and everything, I think they is a fantastic GPP play and a perfect guy to pair with Mahomes. If you're not pairing Mahomes with Hill, you pair him with Kelce. And the biggest thing is people have entirely forgot how good Mahomes is, and they just immediately see the matchup and just think, no, I don't want this. This game stack is one of the best on the entire slate, and it's going to be largely forgotten.
Tuttle, does the news this morning that Odell Beckham's playing with a sports hernia, does that shake your ownership on him a little bit? Are you a little bit more down on him this morning?
So my take on that is if you liked him before this news broke out in tournaments, you should like him even more now. Because if anything, all it's going to do is suppress his ownership a little bit. Again, not a medical doctor here. Have had a sports hernia before. Have played sports with it. The biggest thing here is it's a pain tolerance thing more than anything, more than an actual physical limitation. Yeah, I think it should make you like him more, if anything. So I would say increase your Odell ownership based on this news if you liked him before. I am unlikely to play him in cash. I don't think he's somebody I would play in cash, but in tournaments, go for him.
All right, real quick, anybody in the cheaper price range? I vaguely hit on Kenny Stills being maybe a beneficiary of Will Fuller being out. Anybody in the cheaper range that we can go to today?
Yeah, Kenny Stills, I think, is now the top cheap option, top cheap cash game option. DraftKings, he's only $3,700 on our sponsor site, Yahoo. If I can bring it up here, he is only $14. Yeah, he's a really good option. And he makes a natural pairing with Deshaun Watson, who I obviously like. We talked about DeAndre Hopkins. I like him too. I think one of my favorite tournament constructions is not going to be – it's going to be semi-chalky, but I think one of my favorite tournament constructions is double stacking Watson with Stills and Hopkins. We know where the primary or where the majority of targets are going to go from Watson, and Stills is just entirely too cheap for what his expected role is going to be. Any other cheap options, though? I mean, if you want to go to that Tennessee game, Corey Davis is extremely cheap. Would you
rather play Corey Davis or A.J. Brown? Seems like A.J. Brown's getting a little bit more love from Tannehill these days.
Yeah, but he's also quite a bit more expensive now on most sites. Brown, if salary's not a concern, I think Brown is certainly the guy. But if you're trying to find kind of a really cheap option, then I do think it's Corey Davis.
Either one of you guys have a ton of interest in Mike Williams finally scoring a touchdown on one of his targets today.
Yes. I was just waiting to talk about Mike Williams. Mike Williams is going to be one of my highest owned guys on this slate here. It's not a bad matchup going up against Jacksonville. Williams has been getting large amounts of volume at certain times this season, and he did the same thing last season. He has not gotten the touchdown, which the regression has to come. The guy's built like a linebacker. He's massive. He's a fantastic red zone target. Rivers has been trash recently, but he's had a few tough matchups in the last 6 weeks. Tennessee, Chicago, KC, Denver. He's had some tough matchups. Before that, Pittsburgh, Denver. They've had really tough matchups all season long. He's going to get the volume, and he has potential for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's incredibly cheap. He's $4,500 on DK. He's $5,900 on FanDuel. He's $14 on Yahoo. He is one of the top point per dollar wide receivers on the entire slate, has the highest upside for GPPs, and it's not really that close.
Fair enough. Tuttle, anybody else you want to hit on this slate, wide receiver?
No, not that I can think of.
One name I will throw out there for you guys. We're on Yahoo, so you get to play the Sunday night game over here. It's very interesting to see Brandon Cooks down to $13 over there. If I'm looking at anybody for a breakout game this week, I think it would be Brandon Cooks against that Seattle defense. So keep your eyes on that, guys. I actually have a lot of love for Brandon Cooks this week in this matchup. So let's move on to tight end.
Robert Woods.
Well, Robert Woods definitely, because after last week's game, I think Robert Woods, is kind of back on everybody's radar now. Brandon Cooks, not so much, right? But, yeah, you're right. I do like the passing game in general. So, tight ends, we got about 10 minutes left. Let's shoot through some tight ends. Let's start off with Grant. You already talked about Kelsey, but talk to me about – and George Kittle has a tough matchup too. Talk to me about your tight end pool here this morning.
I mean, it's fairly condensed. It's Doyle being the top one overall, and I don't care how high owned he's going to be. A little bit tougher to play over on Yahoo, so that's probably where I'll fade him a little bit. Doyle's a fantastic play. Ian Thomas is not terrible, but he's going to garner a ton of ownership over on Yahoo at $10 and over on DraftKings at near the middle here. I don't have a huge interest in either of them. I think Waller is a potentially good play. I think that Kittle is a good play versus New Orleans. But my touchdown pool is mostly going to be cheaper guys that are going slightly off the radar. Vance McDonald is a guy that is going up against Arizona. We've seen massive games out of him so many times before. And Arizona can absolutely give up the deep ball to opposing tight ends, which is what McDonald is fantastic at. And he's fantastic at getting yards after the catch, which is another spot where he's going to get the volume. I absolutely love McDonald, and I'm still confused at why people aren't playing him that much. Him and Doyle are clearly two of the guys in the best spots in this weekend here. Outside of them, I think Fant is a decent call going up against Houston. I think that Locke will end up targeting him quite a bit. He missed a red zone he missed a touchdown pass against the Chargers last week. So he's a guy that can see massive workload at any given time in this game. It'll probably call for them to throw the ball a whole lot more than they did last week. Outside of them, Gesicki, Kelsey, both good options. Hooper, you can take a shot on. He's finally back in the offense here. Carolina tends to shut down opposing wide receivers, so Hooper can absolutely have a massive game being back in the offense. And then Ian Thomas is Ian Thomas. It's a cheap tight end option.
Yeah, I think a lot of people on McDonald still have a sour taste in their mouth from that Cincinnati game where he was absolute chalk a few weeks ago, and he put up that one catch for 1 yard. So maybe they still feel a little sting from that. But
Tuttle knows McDonald better than me, so
Tuttle, talk to me.
He's got the flow chart, right?
I mean, the flow chart.
Is that all you need?
He's going to put it to the test today, that's for sure. You know, the flow chart usually works, but then the Vance McDonald, those are two forces going against each other right there. Talk to me about your player pool here at tight end, Tuttle. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think actually the most interesting discussion is centered around Ian Thomas and can you play him in cash games? Can you not? I don't think it's the worst move to play him in cash games. We had a little bit of coach speak come out saying that basically Olsen's fill-ins is going to be a mixture of three guys, Ian Thomas, Manhurts, and then their fullback, Alex Arma. So that worries me a little bit if we can't really fully rely on Ian Thomas to get kind of the majority of snaps. I think he probably still will. I think he's cheap enough where I don't think he's a bad play in cash. But I do also think that this is actually one of the best weeks we've had at the tight end position this season. I think there's some high-end options that are overall extremely good plays. Darren Waller is actually my favorite play of the bunch, and he also has the added equity of Josh Jacobs potentially sitting. So if you do think Oakland is going to lean a little bit more pass-heavy than normal, Waller would be the main beneficiary of that. Grant already mentioned all the other really strong plays, Jack Doyle, George Kittle, Hunter Henry's really good play as well this week. So in general, I think there's more opportunity cost at the tight end position than what we normally see on a weekly basis. So I'm leaning towards not playing Ian Thomas in cash games, but he is cheap enough where it makes it very, very tempting to play him. And again, I don't think it's necessarily a bad play. But I do think there is a pretty serious floor, a pretty low floor for Ian Thomas, and some of these other guys just have really, really good ceilings.
This is a tough position this week. There's a ton of guys you can use cheaper range. We didn't even talk about Kyle Rudolph. Great matchup, getting a bump without Thielen. There's just a lot of options to use. I don't even know what I'm going to do with my player pool. Let's go to defense. Guys. Just quickly, we got about 5 minutes left. Briefly hit on some defenses total that you like this morning.
Yeah, so defense, again, kind of depend on which site you're going to play at. I think you can obviously take some of the top defenses. So if we're looking at If we're going over to Yahoo, our sponsor site, just rolling through some of these bottom price defenses, I do think there are some cheaper defenses that you can go here. Arizona Cardinals defense is the absolute minimum price. I don't have a whole lot of faith in that Steelers offense, even with Duck Hodges there being under center. So I'm fine going them. If price isn't a concern, and on Yahoo, just seeing this now, the Vikings I think are extremely too cheap for their matchup with David Blau in Minnesota, 13.5 point favorites. Detroit's likely going to have to drop back a lot to try to play catch up in the second half of that game. We know if you're playing from behind, that means more sack opportunities, more turnover opportunities. So I think Vikings defense is the absolute nut play on Yahoo. And I think they're not going to be all that high owned on other sites either because they're a lot more expensive. So they're my favorite tournament option on other sites, but I do think you just play them in cash on Yahoo.
Grant, defenses for you?
100% Colts and Chargers.
100% Colts. I don't mind that Chargers call. I like the Chargers. All right, stacks. Guys, let's talk about some stacks real quick. Got about 4 minutes left. I want to try to get to some questions. Grant, who are some of your favorite stacks this morning?
Immediately off the top of my head is Indy. Absolutely fantastic stack. Throw in some of the wide receivers with Brissett, and he should go off. Outside of them, I think that Jacksonville is the decent one. You can even pair Fournette with Minshew just because he's going to get a lot of dump-offs in this offense. So Minshew, Fournette, Chark are fantastic stacks. I don't know if I'm going with the San Diego stack, even though I love Mike Williams and I love Melvin Gordon. But I think that they're a potential decent spot. Outside of them, I really don't have too many other great stacks outside of the Kansas City game, which I think is going to go very much overlooked for considering what it is.
Tuttle, do you have any favorite stacks on this slate?
Yeah, the Panthers game I think is my favorite to stack from a game perspective. As I mentioned before, I really like the Houston stacks, so Watson, Stills, and DeAndre Hopkins. I think that's, those are my two favorite stacks. If we're looking for potentially a lower owned stack, I'm kind of with Grant on this Chargers stack. I'd throw Keenan Allen into the mix as well. He's really cheap for what he is, and he's actually been producing fairly well just because he's a high reception guy anyway, who's had a couple touchdowns the last couple of games. I think Keenan Allen's going to be completely underowned. So I think if you're trying to get ugly with it, I would not mind a Phillip Rivers double stack.
Phillip Rivers double stack. Oh, sometimes that works, sometimes it. All right, guys, we got about 2 minutes left. I'm going to throw some questions out there to you guys, real rapid fire. Get some questions in for the people. All right, these are from the YouTube channel right here. Non-PPR, Tuttle, non-PPR in a flex spot, Godwin or Chris Carson?
Godwin.
Grant.
Non-PPR.
Okay, Grant. Pick two of these guys, Darwin Thompson, Patrick Laird, or Bilal Powell?
Laird and Powell.
Laird and Powell. Tuttle, Landry or OBJ this morning?
OBJ.
Grant, Tyler Lockett or Marvin Jones?
Lockett.
Tuttle, Robert Woods or Kenny Galladay?
Robert Woods.
Grant, DJ Moore or Calvin Ridley in FanDuel on a GPP?
Probably Ridley. Moore's going to draw a lot of ownership.
All right. Tuttle, McCaffrey, Powell, Kamara. 3 running backs for DK. Are they all cash viable for you?
Yes.
Interesting. All right. So let me see here. One more. I got real quick. Either one of you guys, any John Ross love for you this morning?
Not a ton.
I think there's too much of a potential for him to be limited in his first game back. Otherwise, yes, I would like him, but I don't think he sees the full allotment of snaps.
And one last guy we actually didn't talk about too much. Any interest from either one of you guys in that good Oakland matchup for Tyrell?
He can go off for a big game at any given time. Yeah, sprinkle him in tournaments.
Total Tyrell love for you?
Yeah, especially if you think Jacobs is going to be out.
Fair enough, guys. That's going to take us to the end of the show. We appreciate you tuning in. Don't forget the like and subscribe button. Hit it. Just because you hit that button this morning, you're going to get to watch this next show for free, even though it's typically premium. So, guys, again, appreciate you tuning in. Good luck in all those GPP todays. For Handsome Grant Neefer, Mr. Tuttle, I'm Head Chopper, and we are out of here.
Gotta go pee.
Questions, feedback, guys, hit that comment section right below the video. Don't forget, fantasy points from Melvin Gordon on FanDuel. Closest guess going to win a free week of RotoGrinders Premium or a free RotoGrinders t-shirt. Can also check me out on Twitter at BeerMakersFan. And if you want more expanded thoughts on the slate, go check out the DFS OGs podcast over on RotoGrinders. 1 hour with Notorious Head Chopper and myself, talking life, talking football, breaking everything down for you. The DFS OGs podcast. Go check it out. For RotoGrinders.com, I am Beer saying salut. Best of luck here in Week 14, guys. Yahoo video will be out tomorrow. Good luck, and we'll see you.
Hey, thanks for checking out our videos. If you want more expert advice on DraftKings, FanDuel, or any other daily fantasy sports, make sure you check out the current videos playlist.
What's up, guys? Beer here.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to another morning of your Sunday Premium Block here on RotoGrinders.com. We've got the GPP Final Take show here. Britt Devine is away to get hitched, so it's a two-man booth today with John Lee and myself, Justin Van Zuiden. Will attempt to hold down the fort this week. I believe Dan Bach is going to join us to get the three-man booth back next week. So good times lie ahead, but we have to get through week 14 here first, and lots of interesting stuff to break down. As you may have heard throughout the morning, our show is free today. This show in crunch time. We got over 300 likes on the YouTube stream this morning, so thank you to those of you who pushed the thumbs up button. And as a reward, these shows are free, even for non-premium subscribers this morning. We will still focus on the questions from those of you out there who are premium subscribers, and they'll get to those on crunch time certainly too, a little bit more than we are able to during our hour here. But appreciate all of you out there watching on whatever platform that may be. And I will bring in John Lee now. And John, an interesting week ahead of us this week. It's Jets Chalk Week, so we'll have to talk about that throughout the show. But how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I had a nice week last week. Lucky 13 for me. Had some nice ROI and certainly want to carry that on through this week on a week where until yesterday there was no chalk. I mean, largely no chalk. So obviously the Le'Veon Bell news opened up some things. Will Fuller overnight, him being inactive, I think changes some things as well. But overall, looking at the ownership projections across the industry, I feel like this. I mean, when's the last time you saw something this even in football? I feel like it's been at least a year. But maybe my memory is not the best sometimes. So where are you thinking?
As far as ownership goes, or what?
Yeah, I mean, we have one or two guys, just a handful of guys who are over 20%, and only one over 30%. So that's pretty unusual, especially this time of year where injuries start to pile up.
And if the Bell news wouldn't have come out, it'd been even more intriguing as far as where builds would have gone today. Now we do have some chalk about at the running back position, which I think brings some interesting game theory discussions into play. But as usual, we kick it off at quarterback, and this is a week where there's no chalk play at the position. I mean, you've got if I sort by salary, you've got Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes, of course, at the top salary wise, but they both draw tough matchups today. Baltimore in Buffalo with high wins in that game, and Kansas City and New England against that elite secondary. So that's part of what I think is going to spread out ownership at the quarterback position. We've got Deshaun Watson as the highest owned guy against Denver today, and Sam Darnold creeping up there because of the Miami matchup. But this is a week by and large where I think you're going to see a number of different quarterbacks in play, and it's it's a tough position to sit here and say, hey, you've got to play this guy today. It's kind of the theme of the week.
For sure. You've got the top two quarterbacks in the league, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes. They're not chalk this week, which is highly unusual. Patrick Mahomes, we've got him at 6%. So so 6%. I mean, that's pretty unusual for a guy that he lit it up earlier this year. I know he's had a two back-to-back games where he really kind of underperformed, and maybe that's leading into it. Maybe it's because he's playing in Foxborough. Maybe it's how he performs against man-to-man against the Patriots. They run the most man-to-man over the course of the season, but you start seeing a guy of his caliber at only 6%, it makes you scratch your head. And then you've got Lamar Jackson kind of in the same boat at 7,400. He's a bit higher. I think we have him at 9%. It looks like Jamino might have him at 10. My biggest issue with him is just going back to what I said about him last week, where it really didn't matter. But who do you pair him with? I think the Bills. You look at the Bills; they run out a really strong secondary, trying to prevent things. You got to beat them through the run, and certainly Lamar Jackson can do that. But if he doesn't get that 100-yard rushing bonus today, I think that he probably disappoints his owners at 10%. All of which is to say, just about every other quarterback is in play. I like a few guys. Guys I'm higher on, Jameis Winston. We can talk a little bit about him. I'm higher on Tom Brady against Kansas City's defense. And then at the lower end, I'm looking at my percentages as I say this. I've got a lot of Derek Carr today as well. I think that game is interesting. It has potential shootout. Ryan Tannehill, since he's been running that offense, they've been running one of the faster offenses in the league, believe it or not, even with all the action that Derrick Henry has gotten. Tannehill's not a guy I'm super interested in because I think that they're going to try to beat the Raiders through running the ball. That said, I do think that the Raiders on the back end of that, we don't know what's going to happen with Josh Jacobs. We'll talk about running backs in just a second, but I think there are a lot of questions there in that backfield, which might put a little more pressure on Derek Carr to air it out. And he's only $5,000 this week. He's got a very limited repertoire of wide receivers or receivers in general, Darren Waller, as well as Tyrell Williams to throw the ball to. And I like what those low salaries do for me elsewhere because we're going to talk about running backs in a bit. I like to go pretty high today where those are concerned.
Yeah, I saw a little nugget this morning that the Titans are possibly discussing a new contract for Tannehill. So that's how quickly things change there for him, who's been a pleasant surprise for the Titans as they try to stay in the playoff race. So a couple of those guys that you mentioned, I did tag as GPP plays in our lineup HQ. You can see with the little purple dots if you're looking at the screen. And I did mark Tom Brady as well, even though I've been very vocal over the last month that I think that offense is underwhelming and certainly not the same unit. This, to me, just feels like one of those games where they might look to pad Tom Brady's stats a little bit, get that short passing game working. Certainly Kansas City is not the greatest defense in the league. I know they played well last week against Oakland, but with Brady all the way down to 6,100 on DraftKings and at 3% projected ownership, I will have some exposure to him for one of the first times this year. So let's talk about that game in New York with Miami and the Jets. It's going to be a game that the first time this game took place, nobody really had a whole lot of interest in it. But you look at what the Dolphins have done. I mean, this was a team that the jokes were rampant. They were going to tank. They were intentionally tanking. They were going to go 0-16. And now they've suddenly won 3 games. They beat the Eagles this last week, and this is a Dolphins team that looks much better. And you've got no running game there to speak of. Everybody's injured. DFS tries to make Patrick Laird a thing, but the Jets have a much better rush defense than pass defense. And, almost all of their starting secondary is hurt. They're going to be without all their key pieces back there today. So you look at Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's got 2 300-yard games over the last 3 weeks, and he just doesn't care and chucks it around. So, that's a game that I think you're going to have lots of exposure to the Jets today, particularly at running back. We've got Darnold as one of the more popular quarterbacks. Just in general, how do we handle that game? Are you interested in Darnold or Fitzpatrick at QB?
Yeah, I'm interested in both. I think Darnold, I'm underweight just a little bit. I mean, it depends on how accurate these projections are. I mean, I guess that you could say that I'm even with the field or slightly underweight on both of these guys. Darnold, I liked a bit more earlier in the week when he wasn't as popular. Right now, we've got him as the number one guy alongside Deshaun Watson at 10%. I think you can do some interesting things with this game if you really like some of the narratives that I think you were implying there. You should probably stack this game, right? Like Darnold's probably run him with Bilal Powell, who catches a lot of passes out of the backfield, and then pick your favorite wide receiver. The Dolphins give up a lot of deep passes, and so that really favors Robbie Anderson. And I know some really smart folks who are on Jamison Crowder this week as well. So you could jam those 3 guys in. It's not overly expensive, and then run it back with your favorite Dolphin on the other side, whether it be Patrick Laird at 4,100 or Devontae Parker. I'm actually interested, Cards. What do you think of the ancillary receivers outside of Parker? That's the one everybody's going towards. But is there any value in a guy like Albert Wilson at 4,000 or Mike Gesicki over at the tight end where, we actually have some choices this week? Is there any value there for tournaments, either deeper GPP flyers, or do you just think it's smarter to go with Devontae?
Well, I mean, the Parker fits the narrative that Fitzpatrick always loves to lock onto a number one guy, and, he's got double-digit targets in 4 straight games. I certainly think that Parker is a fine option. If you're looking somewhere else, I mean, there's limited to no upside with Hearns. So I think Wilson is the guy that maybe, as a 2%er in GPPs today, you could differentiate your stacks of that game a little bit with him. We've seen some random upside games from him before. It's certainly uncomfortable with anyone outside of Parker there, but I think Wilson is the name that I'd at least throw in a few GPP darts if I'm playing a bunch of entries today.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with you. It's if you're gonna kind of try to uniquify, if you're going to make your lineups unique, the way to go is by trying to mix up with one of those players, because obviously Bilal Powell is going to be on, I'm guessing, closer to 40% of rosters today. And then I think you could also do the opposite, right? Like just run out a Darnold to your favorite receiver stack and take Powell out and hope that Darnold just blows it up in the absence of Powell, and you leap by 30 to 40% of rosters by doing it that way. I'll probably take an intermediate approach because I don't think you can ignore Powell at his price point. But really interesting, different ways to go here. Fitzpatrick, I think the guy gets a bum rap for being a bad quarterback, but he's been in the league for a long time for good reason. He makes smart decisions. It's the reason this team has won 3 of their past 5 games. He's not a bad NFL quarterback despite the reputation around him. So that game I think is interesting from a stacking perspective. I think we talked about Oakland and Tennessee. The one I want to get your take on, Cards, is Carolina and Atlanta. I'm following a lot of smart people. I know Asimo has been talking about this Atlanta offense and how Matt Ryan's not getting enough love. We've got some receivers coming back who are finally healthy for the Falcons in Austin Hooper and Julio Jones, and yet those guys are looking at potentially sub double-digit ownership. So, what about the Falcons? How are we thinking about this game?
Yeah, I think Jones is really intriguing today. And if I flip to a wide receiver on the screen share here, let me sort by Atlanta. So you look at, we've got both Julio and Calvin Ridley in the single digits for ownership. We've got Hooper at 3%. So this is basically an offense that's getting ignored. But then you look at running back, right? Devontae Freeman is massive chalk today. And the reasons are obvious. Carolina's been terrible at stopping the run all year long. They've been gashed over the last month and a half on the ground, but this is an Atlanta rush offense that has disappointed all year long. And you look at their relative ownership on these guys, Julio, Ridley, Hooper in the single digits, and Matt Ryan too. I think that's kind of a no-brainer spot to diversify your lineups today and maybe get exposure to that passing game. I do have quite a few Ryan, Julio stacks in tournaments, and with a game that's got, a 48-point total and a close spread, which is one of the few ones you'll see. Lots of games in the mid-40s today, a couple games with double-digit spreads. This game at 48 with a 3-4 point spread is one of the few ones that's projected to be fairly high scoring and close today. So I like that thought process.
Yeah, and I think I guess one guy we haven't talked a lot about who, if I'm looking at football guys' value charts, Deshaun Watson's at the top of the heap there with regards to just points per dollar value. And we got some information overnight that Will Fuller, kind of surprisingly, isn't going to play. And that really doesn't leave a whole lot of receiving options there in Houston. They're still, I think, a fairly heavy favorite, right? They're a 9-point favorite over Denver at home. They have the 3rd highest implied team total on the board at 26 points. And so, I think that Deshaun Watson's still in play for cash gains because of what he does on the ground, even though he hasn't done that the last few games. But he's a guy that, we have as the highest owned quarterback on the slate. Let me just double check that to see if it's updated. We've got him at 9.8 and Sam Darnold at 9.9. So either here or there. How should we handle Deshaun Watson? Because I think that he's got only one great receiver, and that's Nuke Hopkins. But I could envision a scenario where you've got Chris Harris shadowing him with some over-the-top help, and I wonder what that does, to other players like Kenny Stills. Maybe Duke Johnson gets a little more action. I saw he was trending up in terms of snap counts and routes run last week, so maybe we see more of him. But Nuke Hopkins is still pretty interesting at 13% and basically $7,000 price point.
Yeah, I'm keeping Watson in my pool. I've got some stacks with him and Hopkins, and I've got some with Stills as well as a big play threat. if they kind of sell out to take away Hopkins, maybe Stills gets a big one today. So I just think that, the quarterback pool is so narrow today that I don't want Watson to be the guy that beats me by fading him outright. We're even a little bit more aggressive than you guys are as far as our ownership projections. We've got him at 12, 13, 14, depending on what site. And Watson had a pretty good game and, of course, ballooned up with the trick play there where he caught the touchdown against New England on Sunday night. But the price tag, he's $900 cheaper than Lamar Jackson. He's $500 cheaper than Mahomes. So I think he's in play. So is there anybody else at the position that we haven't touched on that you have in your pool today? Aaron Rodgers, any interest there? You picked the last random Aaron Rodgers game where he was 3% owned with the big game you were on. So you're the Aaron Rodgers whisperer there.
I do have I'm about even with the field on Aaron Rodgers this week. It's a great matchup. Excuse me. He likely could tear this secondary apart, but the truth is they probably don't need to throw the ball too often today to beat a Washington Redskins team that I think is riding high, but it's all a big ruse, and I think we'll see.
They're still alive in the NFC East, baby.
Everybody's alive. You and I could put together a scrap team of RotoGrinders and potentially compete in the NFC East right now. So I got a little bit of him. As I'm looking through my pool, this is the biggest quarterback pool I've had all season. I've got 16 different quarterbacks, which is almost shameful. But I just there's nobody that stands out to me as being a must-have, and nobody over 10% in my pool. But on the higher end, I think Jameis Winston, just to make sure I covered everybody. Jameis Winston, Sam Darnold, Derek Carr I talked about. And then I guess maybe I'll close out at least my coverage of quarterbacks by referencing Kyle Allen at 5,700 in that same Carolina-Atlanta game. One of the things that popped to me as I was looking through our projections of our football guys was that guys like DJ Moore, Curtis Samuel, and, of course, Ian Thomas all had extremely high points per dollar value and were quite popular. And yet, as I look at Kyle Allen's ownership, he's only 2%. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me because if those guys do well, then their quarterback obviously has to do well. And we know that what Christian McCaffrey brings on the ground, but let's not forget that guy can catch 10 passes as well. So I think that at 5,700 and 2% ownership, Kyle Allen is probably under-owned for the type of upside that he does bring to the table with those receivers who are coming into their own. In a game that we just talked about, the Falcons should be able to keep pace or put the pressure on the Panthers. So don't sleep on Kyle Allen today at that price point.
All right, news that's come out over the last few minutes. Nothing that's surprising, so nothing you need to completely break up your lineups for. Will Fuller is officially inactive for Houston. That was expected based on the report this morning. Jamal Adams officially out for the Jets. Again, no surprise. They've been trending towards holding him out all week. Both Marquise Goodwin and Dante Pettis are inactive for San Francisco, but that has limited impact now with the acquisition of Emmanuel Sanders and with Deebo Samuel playing very well for them. So that's the only notables from the actives and inactives. Nothing earth-shattering this week. So, all right, with that, we can move to the running back position, which is certainly the most intriguing spot to talk about from a game and strategy perspective today, because you're going to see a lot of lineups that start with running back 1, Christian McCaffrey, and running back 2, Bilal Powell today. And certainly I think that's the way you build your cash games. Don't mess with it. Put those two guys in. They combine, for $14K salary on DraftKings. I know John finally boarded the Christian McCaffrey bus last week. It caused it all to break down, but hopefully he can get back on track today, and he did have 30-plus fantasy points the last time they faced Atlanta in a game where Carolina only scored 3 points. We know Atlanta's had issues over the last few years with pass-catching running backs, and would expect McCaffrey and the offense to at least do more today than they did the first time these teams met. But clearly McCaffrey and Powell is the chalky build today. How do we strategize this from a tournament perspective?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting from a game strategy perspective how to handle these guys. And, I just got done talking for 2 minutes about how much I like Kyle Allen. So that just means that, as a guy who hasn't gotten Christian McCaffrey right all season, that today on a day where I've got him about 10 to 12%, is he's going to blow up once again. But so you can take that for what it's worth. I'm underweight on Christian McCaffrey, and I think it's not necessarily that I don't think it's a great matchup. It's just that I like guys who are cheaper than he is at that same echelon, who are lower owned and I think bring similar upside. In the name of, Dalvin Cook is $800 cheaper. He's got it. I don't really understand this. The guy catches passes. Now I know he could be pulled a bit early, and I think that's what's driving some of this ownership. But at 5%, I just don't understand why he's so low owned in a game where his team is projected to win by almost 2 touchdowns at home. I just don't get it. And there's no way to me that Christian McCaffrey is 6 times more likely to hit 4x value on that salary than Dalvin Cook. So for me, it's Cook. I think you can go somewhat heavy on Derrick Henry in that same echelon. Nick Chubb is $8,000. You get a $2,000 discount, and he's got a really nice matchup today against a Cincinnati Bengals team that hasn't been able to stop anybody all year. Yes, I know that Kareem Hunt is starting to take action from him, but he's still the guy they're going to go to inside that red zone. And then you just keep dropping down. I mean, Leonard Fournette at 7,800. I saw an interesting tweet today. Leonard Fournette has more catches to this point in the season than Julio Jones. That's insane to me. And he runs the ball, by the way.
If we could get him to stop running backwards when they get close to the goal line, he'd be unstoppable.
Yeah, and that's. I mean, I think that's a function of the offensive coordinator. They've got to be a little more, a little smarter inside the red zone. They have no efficiency down there. And then, Alvin Kamara at 7,000. He's going to be pretty popular and pretty chalky. I was higher on him earlier this week, but when he started to sneak up into the 23%. We've got him at 24. So I'm going to be a little underweight on him, but I still think he's in play. And basically what I'm trying to do here is to establish a reason why I think it's okay to go underweight on Christian McCaffrey. Back to the game strategy component that you led in with, Justin. If you go McCaffrey, then you're almost forced to go Powell to kind of even out that distribution of salary. And I think that there are probably maybe not better ways to go, but let's call them alternative ways to go that bring similar upside. When you take a guy like Fournette and pair him with, say, Phillip Lindsay, who's getting the lion's share of the carries now there in Denver. You bring similar upside, but I think the bigger benefit there is that you've got some uniqueness to your lineup, and you're getting away from the typical build that I think the more casual DFS player is going to slot in.
Here's an alternative thought with the concept that you mentioned, and I think this Minnesota running game is really interesting today because you laid out the case for Cook. Tell yourself, whoever, if you're out there building lineups, just tell yourself a story of how you think this is going to go. If you're building GPP lineups today, you've got a Minnesota team with a team total of 28. They're almost 2 touchdown favorites. If you think that Dalvin Cook is going to be limited, it's a pain tolerance issue with him. If you think Minnesota might limit his snaps, if you think it might be a 50-50 timeshare today, then play some Alexander Madison at 3 or 4% ownership because he's only 4,500. He's a potential pivot away from Bilal Powell or Patrick Laird or some of those other guys that will get more ownership in that 4K range. It's absolutely risky. I mean, you're relying on basically Cook being limited in some fashion. Otherwise, Madison might only get 4, 6, 8 touches. But if they pull Cook early, if he re-aggravates his injury, if he can't, handle the pain, then maybe you're looking at a guy that gets 15 to 20 touches that is not owned at all when the masses are on Bilal Powell. However you slice it, both Cook and Madison are going to be completely unowned today. So maybe you get some exposure to both, and however it breaks, you got some lineups that have an edge there. Certainly not a play that you need to make for cash games, but we're talking tournaments here, and I think Madison does have some risk reward appeal, given how that game could play out, particularly if you pair him with the Vikings defense. If they get out to a 24-0 lead at halftime, something like that. You might see him get most of the work in the second half to help ease the burden on Dalvin Cook there. So that's just a tournament take that I've kind of been weighing around throughout the week. And it's even more intriguing because if Cook wouldn't have played this week, well, then you'd have another super chalky option there in Madison. So just some food for thought there. Other guys in the mid-range, it feels like, there's if I sort by salary, lots of guys with question marks. You've got the workload concerns with guys like Aaron Jones, Josh Jacobs at 1% today. He's a guy that's been banged up, and Oakland's been really bad over the last couple of weeks. Benny Snell, everybody on Pittsburgh got the Arizona boost on DraftKings, so he's all the way up to 6,100. You've got Marlon Mack coming back today for Indy. Just a tough range. I do think Mark Ingram is interesting. The Ravens might run the ball 50 times today as a team, given the wind there in Buffalo and the fact that they probably will have more success on the ground than through the air against that defense anyway. I know Ingram has been a little bit hit or miss, but if you're not a believer in Lamar Jackson today, maybe getting some GPP exposure to Ingram at 5 to 6% ownership is something that you can do. So this is an interesting spot to go in this mid-range with everybody looking at McCaffrey and Kamara and Powell going a little bit balanced with guys, even guys like Lindsey that John brought up there. Is a way to differentiate your tournament lineups as well. So is there another favorite or a guy you might want to highlight in that mid-range of backs?
In the mid-range, I guess we're talking about salary or ownership?
Either way. Yeah,
Okay.
I was talking salary, but either way.
All right. Yeah, so in salary, Devontae Freeman's a guy that stands out to me against Carolina. I keep going back to this game. Carolina's pretty tough through the air, but they've allowed some decent yardage on the ground this season, and really haven't done a whole lot in terms of defending the pass. They've got this, we refer to this pass funnel defense. They've got a reverse funnel defense, if you will. You see that when he came back last week, I'm talking about Devontae Freeman. I think he touched the ball over 20 times. In fairness, they did run a lot of plays that on Thanksgiving, I think over 80 plays, but he still touched the ball.
Because they recover an onside kick all the time. You kick the ball.
That's pretty wild how
they
waited until Thanksgiving to finally be able to figure out how to do this. But I do think that he's a strong play this week. I think I wrote in my article this week that Carolina's defense is allowing 39% more production to running backs than league-adjusted opponents. So that's a normalized metric that we post over Football Guys, which is the absolute worst in the NFL in terms of what they're doing in a league-adjusted manner. So I think he's pretty interesting. I think earlier I mentioned Philip Lindsay is another one. He's going to be a heavy underdog, and so I think a lot of folks aren't going to go with him today, but he's still catching passes out of the backfield, and Houston's not the same defense without J.J. Watt. Since J.J. Watt went out, they're allowing over 5 yards per carry. So a very inefficient run-stopping defense. And he's got a quarterback in Drew Lock who they're not going to want to throw often. So I suspect they'll try to establish the run as much as possible. And even if they don't, Philip Lindsay's likely game script proof in the sense that he can catch passes out of the backfield. So in that mid-range, those are guys I'm looking at, and I'll even add in James White against Kansas City. He's effectively Tom Brady's number 2 receiver at this point in time. There was a nice article, and I've forgotten where I saw it, but there was a nice article written earlier this week just really highlighting how Tom Brady has no trust with anybody not named Julian Edelman or James White. And it was Dan Orlovsky on ESPN who had highlighted that. I thought it was a really well done article. And I suspect we're going to see some more James White today because Mohamed Sanu is dealing with a high ankle sprain. He's not been the same since he's come over to New England. Philip Dorsett is a mess. Those ancillary receivers are not looking good, and I suspect at this point in time, believe it or not, Bill Belichick may have made a mistake by letting Josh Gordon go earlier this season.
All right. Any interest in the Chiefs' backfield on the other side of that game with the injuries they've had there? Do we have opportunity? LaShawn Mashoy. He's 4.4K on DraftKings. You've got Darwin Thompson maybe getting a few looks today. Is that too creative?
I've got some McCoy and I'm a little bit over the field, but it is daunting in the sense that I think that defense has only allowed 2 rushing touchdowns all season. And then you've got Darwin Thompson kind of in the background there. And he's a guy that I think a lot of Football Guys staffers loved coming into the season. And we're surprised to see that he didn't get any more traction after his decent preseason. And Andy Reid has basically gone on record saying that he's not going to give LaShawn McCoy RB1 like duties. That said, this is a game that has the highest implied, or has the highest Vegas team total or Vegas game total on the board at 49 points. So I think you have to have some exposure to it. It's just not a strong take from me with McCoy. But if you're gonna go this in that backfield, he's the guy I'm going after. I think I'm gonna wait to see whether or not they do Darwin Thompson one more week before he gets into my player pool.
All right, let's pivot over to wide receiver. We can talk about some of our favorite plays at that position, and I think this position is really interesting this week because, once again, you've got guys at the top. Michael Thomas in a tough matchup against that San Francisco defense. Tyreek Hill likely going to get shadowed by Stephon Gilmore today, who's been the best corner in football this year. So you've got the two guys at the top that both have tough matchups today. Julio Jones just coming back from injury. Stephon Diggs, large favorite. Devontae Adams, large favorite. So you can at least find some reason to question the top-end guys, whether it be due to blowout factors or individual matchups against tough defenses. So is this a spot like these top five guys in salary on DraftKings? Thomas, Hill, Adams, Diggs, and Jones. We don't have anybody over 20. We got three of those guys in single digits. Is there a guy you feel strongly on an overweight or underweight stance out of those top five?
It pains me to say it on another week. I've been high on this guy all season, and he's actually done well for me, unlike Christian McCaffrey, who I haven't gotten right for most of the year. But today's a day that I'm going to be fading Michael Thomas. I just think that this San Francisco defense, it may not be as good as advertised. We saw Lamar Jackson expose them a few weeks ago. In an embarrassing loss. But the one thing they can do is cover defenders. And I suspect we're going to see Richard Sherman shadowing Michael Thomas. And I don't know that he's going to stop him. I just don't know that Michael Thomas brings the 4X upside that he typically brings. And so for that reason, I'm going to be about 5% of the field. He's a guy that I'm underweight on. I do, however, like Stephon Diggs in that same price point. Diggs, we've got at 8%. I'm waiting on the thing to refresh right now, Justin. Where's Jamino have Diggs?
Yeah, we have him at 7.5. So
okay, and I'm about double the field there, very much like I am with Julio Jones. So those two guys, I think, are going overlooked at the moment. Diggs, who else are you going to throw it to there? Is it Laquan Treadwell? Is it Olabisi Johnson? I don't hate Olabisi, by the way, but I do think that Diggs is waiting for a breakout week, and this could be a week where he gets it. I know he'll have a little issue with Darius Slay shadowing him, but I'm willing to take the chance there because I think that he's a superior player at this point in his career.
All right, and you can see with our latest updates, we do have Kenny Stills up to 13% ownership now with that Will Fuller news. He's 3,700. If you buy the thought of Harris shadowing DeAndre Hopkins, you got Stills for some cheap upside potential there. Jarvis Landry has crept up in ownership. News came out that Odell Beckham is playing through a hernia, so that's whether you want to make an excuse for him or not. That's certainly an issue where that Cleveland passing game has disappointed. Jarvis Landry has been the better receiver for them this year, and with windy conditions expected today in Cleveland, I'll prefer the guy with the PPR potential and the shorter passes with Landry. So, and Devontae Parker, did you ever think you would see Devontae Parker at 18% ownership at almost $7,000 in 2019? So that's pretty amazing what he's done the last 4 weeks with the double-digit targets. Referenced this earlier. Finally got in the end zone a couple times last week with a huge day. So he is maintaining his popularity against that stripped down, thinned out Jets secondary today. Anybody else on the high end of the ownership spectrum that you're particularly interested in?
I'm looking at your list here, just scrolling down. Nobody there at the higher end. And these are, let's be honest, these aren't high numbers, right? These are on a typical week. This is an average number. And that really just, going back to where we started at the top of the show, it makes this week so interesting from a game strategy perspective. When you could get a huge edge. Let's just say you loved Mike Evans. I mean, throw any name out there. You could, if you wanted to go 40% on Mike Evans, you could get a huge edge on the field this week if he blows up. The opposite could also be said. It's a risky thing to do. But typically a guy like Mike Evans could be 30%, and we wouldn't think twice about going 40%. But this week is extremely interesting from an ownership perspective and how to handle things. Odell Beckham is a guy I saw the folks talking about in the chats this morning on NFL Network, and I think Ian Rappaport overnight tweeted out that he's dealing with a sports hernia that's been extremely painful, and he's been missing a lot of practice, and that's what's responsible for some of the disconnect that's occurred between him and Baker Mayfield for the bulk of the season. Now, today against Cincinnati, they don't have much in terms of a secondary, and so folks are asking, how we're looking at them. I'll just say it very distinctly. I've got even with the field on Odell Beckham today, and I will also add a star to that and say that I hate rooting on Baker Mayfield. So maybe you should be overweight, because I tend to go less on the Browns passing game, because I just don't like that guy. I think he's kind of a jerk. But what do you think about Odell Beckham?
I X'd him out, so I guess I'm even more of a hater than you on Baker. But I don't love the trends. You're dealing with a sports hernia. You've got windy conditions, 20, 25 mile an hour gusts there. I know Cincinnati's defense is abysmal, but that doesn't just suddenly make an offense unstoppable. And there are so many concerns there that, if I play anybody, it'd probably be Landry from that group today, but I am not high on that Cleveland passing game either. So for what it's worth, we'll double down on that take. Thoughts on let's talk about the Colts for a second, a team that does not have a lot of healthy receivers. You saw Zach Pascal and Jack Doyle dominate targets there last week. They do get Paris Campbell back this week. I've seen some people talking about him as a potentially sneaky play. We've got Pascal at 9-10% ownership, a little bit higher on Yahoo, where he's only $16. But you can see from the game log, 10 targets, 109 yards. Receiving last week, because Indy's just so thin at the position. We know that Tampa defense is much weaker against the pass than they are against the run throughout the year. So any interest in Pascal today? Do you go with Paris Campbell as a deep GPP option? Do we go back to Jack Doyle at tight end? Or do we just avoid it?
No, I think you have to target it, right? I mean, the Tampa Bay Bucks have been one of the better defenses to exploit from a passing perspective for the bulk of the year. I think that Pascal, last week I was on him when he had the big week. This week I'm going to be extremely underweight. I don't know that he's worth the asking price of $5,500 this week, especially when they're getting back Paris Campbell and Marcus Johnson went under the radar. He didn't score anything, but I think he had 6 targets last week, and of course, as you point out, Jack Doyle was lurking in the background. If you're going to take some of these Colts receivers, my recommendation is to go for those guys who are sub 4K. I think they bring the same type of upside as Pascal does, and they're going to give you about a $2,000 discount from his price point. Of all of the receivers, I still like Jack Doyle the most. I think the established rapport is there. He's not that much more expensive than Marcus Johnson and Paris Campbell, who, frankly, if they were on another team, they might not even be on the practice squad. But Jack Doyle, last week, 11 targets, 6 catches. He's in the end zone. He's a big red zone receiver. And Tampa Bay, if I'm not mistaken, allows the second most fantasy points to tight ends. So his heavy crowd exposure at 17-18% is probably merited this week. And he'll be the guy at the tight end position when we get there that I'm the heaviest on.
All right, we can scroll down here and talk about some low-owned guys. Let's see, Edelman we've kind of touched on with that Patriots passing game throughout the show. You touched on Diggs already. Mike Williams somehow leads the league in yards per catch and has no touchdowns. An incredible feat. That's worth absolutely nothing. But at some point, maybe that variance goes in his direction. I don't mind some GPP darts on him. Christian Kirk's ownership is lower this week because that Arizona offense has just been a mess lately. They've got a tough matchup with Pittsburgh today. But lots of guys here in the 4, 5, 6% range that could be potential difference makers. You've got Calvin Ridley down here, Kenny Golladay down here, given the inconsistent quarterback play in Detroit, but he still had a big game on Thanksgiving. What do we do with the Steelers today? And we mentioned Benny Snell at running back, but he's just priced out of the equation. But Jared Goff could have thrown for 600 yards against that Arizona defense if that game would have stayed close last week. Any interest in Deontay Johnson or James Washington, anybody on Pittsburgh, or is it just go back to tight ends against Arizona? Whoever you like on the low end of the ownership scale today.
Yeah, I'll start with the Steelers commentary. I've got a little bit of Deontay Johnson, but beyond that, like 3% Vance McDonald, and then no other Steelers in my player pool this week. I talked to a friend he's the biggest Steelers fan that I know. He really knows the team, the X's and the O's, and he thinks they win that game 28-24. We'll see whether or not that comes to fruition. But I just can't get behind Duck Hodges as a quarterback and really going heavy on any of those guys. I think, the James Washington going duck hunting together narrative is overplayed. He's too expensive. Just no interest there from me on the Steelers in general today. At that lower end where, somebody asked in the chat earlier, guys that I'm looking at, as GPP differentiators who I think bring 4X upside to the roster. We talked about a couple of the Indianapolis Colts receivers. I think Jacoby Myers is interesting at 3,500 if you're on that Tom Brady train that we talked about at the top of the show. Auden Tate is another guy at 4,000. He's a guy that's I think I've talked about on this show in the past several weeks that, he's so big. He's 6'5". He's matured as a receiver over the course of the season. And at 2%, I'm happy to go overweight on him in a game where I think that this team's going to be passing quite a bit. So if you look at his targets there, 7 last week. He and he had 3 against a pretty good Pittsburgh Steelers defense. But before that, 6, 13, 6, 12. He very well could lay out a double-digit target at some point, and I think he's got a superior quarterback at this point. So don't be surprised if Auden Tate comes up with a 4 to 5 catch, 80 yards, and a touchdown. And at $4,000, he's a guy that could make a difference in some of those lineups. I'll throw one more out that's super low owned that nobody's really talking about. I guess I understand why, but I don't agree with it. And it's Sammy Watkins at 4,600. We've got him on 1%.
We got him up to 3. So
okay. If he goes off at less than 5%, that's an injustice to the type of upside that this guy brings to the table. We talk about potential shootouts here in Foxborough. And, if you're Bill Belichick, who are you scheming? If we follow this narrative of how he wants to get rid of one player, it's going to be Tyreek Hill or Travis Kelce. It's not going to be Sammy Watkins. And so if that's true and you buy into it, there's no reason you shouldn't be looking at Sammy Watkins because he should be free to run. And I know that he's coming off of a pair of bad weeks, but we've seen him score 3 touchdowns in a game this season. He's fairly priced. He has one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and he's in a game that Vegas thinks is going to shoot out, and yet he's only 1 to 3%. I think that's way wrong.
Well, he'll get more than the goose that he got last week, hopefully this week. But that was a game that the Chiefs controlled from start to finish. They didn't really have the volume there on the passing front last week, and we'll probably have to throw more today. Throw in their injuries at running back, and I think that's an interesting way to go. Given the relative lack of popularity on all the options really on that team. You've got McCoy's at 4%. Mahomes isn't owned today. You mentioned Watkins, Tyreek Hill at 7%, and we've got Travis Kelce at 7% as well. So if you think the Chiefs are going to score some points, you can get low ownership on that whole group. Now we can kind of pivot over to the tight end position where ownership has, again, kind of shifted throughout the week. We're showing Ian Thomas as the chalk now at $2,500 with Greg Olsen out for Carolina. Where do you guys have Ian Thomas ownership right now?
Ian Thomas ownership. Let me see if it's updated. He typically updates during the show, and he did. Ian Thomas at 22% right now.
Okay, yeah, we've got him at 20. That's a lot. That's a lot of ownership for a guy who hasn't done much.
That's that's why I've got him at 5% right now.
Yeah.
I love the price point, but I think with some of the value opening up overnight, I just don't see it. You've got. Even though I led off with how much I like Kyle Allen today, Kyle Allen still has his issues, and what is Ian Thomas? What is he, the fourth person in that option?
After McCaffrey and the top two wide receivers, I would say, yeah. Yeah,
so he's the fourth option in the offense, and I get that he's 2,500, but what type of upside does he bring to the table? If he doesn't score, if he gets, 4 catches for 40 yards, sure, he's reached value. I think he's fine for cash games, by the way. I think that's fine if that's the route you want to go, but I just don't see it. And so I think he's bad chalk. I would not be advising folks to go even close to what the field is with Ian Thomas, especially on a week. I think it was only a week or two ago, you and I were talking, Justin, about how there just was nothing at this position. And this week, if I look at the top of the board, we've got Kelsey, Austin Hooper's back, although I think he's overpriced. George Kittle, Darren Waller, Hunter Henry, Jack Doyle with no other receivers. Kyle Rudolph seems to be starting to take off a little bit. These are guys that are all superior to Ian Thomas, and yet Thomas is going off as though he's got 2 touchdown upside. I just don't see it.
Yeah, I agree. I think I can't remember whether I X'd him out or not in my actual builds. If I did keep him in there, it was at 10% or less. So Doyle, I know that he's priced up this week, but just not a lot of options for targets there in Indy. 4,600 isn't an exorbitant price tag by any means. I would go with him and Henry if you're looking for a popular option over Ian Thomas today. I think there's enough salary savings out there today where you can get them in. Maybe you can even get up to a Kittle or a Kelsey if you want to. Where are you at with Kittle? The San Francisco offense, not great to target, and it is a pretty good defense there in New Orleans, but I think I feel comfortable with Kittle more so than the other options on that team.
Oh, for sure. He's the one exception on that team. I think New Orleans wins this game handily today, but Kittle, I think, just brings too much talent to the table, and he's a guy that I'm going to be overweight on. I've got him about 15% versus what we have is around 8.5.
Yeah, same.
So I think he's fine, especially when he's basically a tight end a wide receiver in the tight end position, and you can get basically a wide receiver 1 for 5,900 in a game where we think that they're likely going to be playing from behind. I'm good with that, especially when we think that's Marshawn Lattimore is going to stay on the outside and away from Kittle. So I think he's interesting. I think Darren Waller continues to be interesting because of Derek Carr's insistence on throwing those short A-dot passes. Hunter Henry is another guy who I think is probably going to be under-owned despite the upside he brings to the table. And then so those guys I have grouped together. That's why I mentioned them in kind of the same sentence. Jack Doyle, I'm with you. I just don't know how you get away from him even at the ownership. If you're going to go with the field, that's the tight end you should be going with at that level. And then in terms of flyers, I don't know where you stand on some of these guys. What about like Vance McDonald or, if you want to go low owned in that Jets game, maybe Ryan Griffin, who seems to be taking off. I don't have strong takes on those guys, but, is there anybody that's low owned at kind of maybe a salary saver that you like this week?
Not really. I don't want to play McDonald. I wish Griffin was a little bit cheaper. Griffin is 4,100, so he's right there with Gesicki. So I don't mind him as a pivot, particularly if you're stacking that game. I think that's probably the spot to play him. But otherwise, you can't get excited about O.J. Howard anymore. Jonnu Smith, maybe Irv Smith falls into the end zone. Minnesota is running 2 tight end sets a ton. I looked at their numbers from last week. Both Rudolph and Smith played on 75% of the offensive snaps. So again, you're hoping for a touchdown there, and I just think there's so many other options today that give you more potential that I think you're getting contrarian enough by just if you're fading or going underweight on Thomas. I think that's the approach. So.
Okay, yeah, there's not a lot for me either at the lower end. I think we've been pretty firm on how to handle Ian Thomas. I try to avoid getting too cute, but maybe I'll just say this. I'm not sure Jonnu Smith should be in anybody's player pool after what we saw last week. Delaney Walker, obviously on the IR. Everybody thought that Jonnu would step in to be the key tight end there. On an offense that's picking things up under Tannehill, as we talked about earlier in the show. But Smith, Jonnu, was used as a blocker more so than a receiver last week. In fact, it was Anthony Ferkser who ran more routes, had more targets, and he's going to be the one who is completely overlooked. I'm not necessarily saying you should play Ferkser, even though he's cheap at $2,700, but I would advise you to get away from Jonnu if he's currently in your roster and maybe sub him out for some of the other guys we talked about.
All right, let's pivot over to the defense. First couple things I noticed this week, you got some good defenses at fairly cheap prices. The Ravens are all the way down to $2,900 on DraftKings. You throw in the wind in that game. I am always going to be interested in them if they're all the way down to $2,900. Indy's at $2,400 against the turnover-prone Jameis Winston. Let's see where I was looking at. The Saints are $3,100 against San Francisco at just 1% ownership. If you think they win that game, I think defense is a really interesting spot today. Obviously, you've got high end. If I sort by salary, obviously Green Bay against Washington, Minnesota against Detroit, two teams that are facing off against rookie quarterbacks. You can always play those teams, but was interesting to see kind of that price discount on Baltimore. We've got Houston relatively popular as well against a rookie quarterback. They're at $3,300, so they're cheaper yet than some of those elite defenses at the top of the salary range. So are you finding that you have enough salary to spend on a Minnesota or a Green Bay today, or do you like these teams that are maybe $600 or $800 cheaper?
I do have the salary. I think, as I said, the Bilal Powell route really opens up some things for you there. I have in my article this week, I have two, I star in terms of GPPs. It's just a generic way of doing it, but I have two 4-star GPPs at the team defense position. And one is the Ravens, as you point out, 2,900. I think that they're an excellent play against Josh Allen. I will say that Sean McDermott's done a great job this year scheming to keep Josh Allen's deficiencies, those being kind of his reckless abandonment towards making bad throws, errant throws, and making mistakes. He's really done a lot to scheme to get him out of that this year compared to what he did in 2018. But, this Ravens defense is extra special. When you've got a defensive backfield consisting of Jimmy Smith, Marlon Humphrey, and now help me out, the guy they just traded for. Thank you very much, Marcus Peters. This defense is special, and I think that at 2,900 they're probably too cheap, despite the fact that they're on the road in Buffalo. But as you point out, the weather there could actually help maybe make some mistakes. And the Packers are the other 4-star defense that I have. I think that, Dwayne Haskins is not NFL ready. He's thrown 2 touchdowns in 4 games and 6 interceptions in those same games. And today he's going to have to throw a lot because they're 2 touchdown underdogs in Lambeau. I think this works out very badly for the Redskins. And it's a week where I'm happy. I like paying up to be contrarian. It's like one of the few positions where you can do that because it's somewhat highly volatile. But if you feel strongly about the defense, I think that's a way you can get some uniqueness to your lineups. So those guys, including the Vikings as well, they're a 3-star defense for me. I'm not sure that what we saw from David Blau last week was for real, but he had 1 75-yard touchdown to Kenny Golladay, and after that, I think he averaged about 4 yards per attempt, which is more in line with my thinking. So.
Yeah, I think the Vikings are fine today, particularly if you pair them with one of their running backs. So that's definitely a play you can look to. Let's see if I sort by the bottom feeders. The usual 1K. There's been a few times where we've seen a misprice with a 1.5K defense. But I don't think taking a shot on Washington on the road, Detroit on the road, Cincinnati on the road as large underdogs, I don't think that's the way to go today. Maybe the Tampa-Indy game could feature some turnovers, so you target one of those teams. But I don't think it's necessary with the salary relief that we've seen open up throughout the week. We haven't talked about the Chargers-Jaguars game much. Is there anything that really interests you in that game? I mean, Melvin Gordon against that Jacksonville rush defense, he'll be pretty popular. But anything in that game that stands out to you?
I feel bad about this. I was thinking once we passed the segment, Melvin Gordon's the poster child on tips and picks this week on my article.
Well, there you go. I gave you the opportunity to redeem yourself there.
Yeah, I mean, Jacksonville, over the past month, they've allowed 4 100-yard rushers, basically one every game. They lost some folks up front. They're not doing a whole lot. And then, Melvin Gordon's got this stigma. I don't know if it's because of what happened earlier this year and potentially how good Austin Eckler has been even after MG3's returned. I know initially, I'm looking at his game logs now. The first month that Gordon returned, he had 31, 18, 32, 31 yards. But since then, he hasn't surpassed 100, but he's getting a lot of touches. Over the past month, he's had 23, 23, 17, and 22 touches. And he's had over 100 all-purpose yards in 3 of those 4 games. So he is getting the action, and this week he has probably one of the better matchups that he's had since he started to get that action. I think he's firmly in play at 6,400. Unfortunately, I liked him a lot more when he was about 8% earlier in the week, but we've got him upwards of almost 20 now. So I'm still overweight on him, so that goes to show you how much I do like him, but I don't think he's as good of a play now as he was earlier in the week.
Yeah, he has gotten a lot chalkier than he was. I remember seeing him at 7 or 8% when the week started, and I was definitely going to be way overweight on that. So I do think he's an intriguing play. You could run it back with the Chargers defense, given all the problems there in Jacksonville, and I don't think that's a bad way to go. Any other correlations before we get out of here? Correlations that you like? We've talked about potentially stacking up that Jets-Dolphins game. Anything else that stands out to you as a potential stacking spot or run it back options?
Run it back options. I do like Kenny Golladay. I just think that he's ultra talented. We saw it on Thanksgiving, the type of thing that he can do. One play and he can reach value, and he's only 4% owned this week. And so if you're going with whatever part of that Minnesota Vikings offense that you're going with, I think you can run it back with Kenny Golladay and feel pretty good that even if he doesn't get it until the fourth quarter, I suspect that he's going to bring some upside to your lineups. And, at 4%, there's enough uniqueness there to make it worthwhile. Outside of that, maybe a correlation that we didn't talk about throughout the show. I think, it's interesting. Jamal Williams kind of took off in terms of ownership. I don't know where he ended up. Don't want to make this too long.
Nope, it's we're at like 4-5.
Yeah, so I mean, I think you can take a stance there, right? I mean, these guys are almost a 50-50 right now, and Jamal Williams is about a $2,000 discount from Aaron Jones. If you think that this is going to continue, you've got a team here that's a 2-touchdown favorite at home. Maybe Jamal Williams gets, we've seen it already this year. He gets a pair of touchdowns. Good Lord, at 5% ownership, and then you combine that back with the Packers defense for the reasons we just discussed. That's a nice contrarian option that I don't think is overly risky and certainly not super expensive. So, it's just some things to be thinking about. But overall, I think we've covered what is a very complex week for just the two of us in this amount of time.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a fun week. I think you'll see some performances from these guys that are 10 or 12% owned, whether it's a Mike Evans, or a Melvin Gordon or somebody like that could be the differentiator in tournaments today. So as we've mentioned, if you've got a strong take on guys that you like, where even some of the higher owned options are only 10, 12, 13% today, don't be afraid to go overweight in your tournament build. So we'll get out of here with our edge of the week. Are we just going to say to fade Ian Thomas and go that way, or are we're going to go back to the McCaffrey train? I don't mind that idea of fading Ian Thomas with his ownership in the 20% range, but what are you thinking for your edge of the week?
I actually hadn't written anything down, but I'll say that almost 100% of my lineups this week, for DK, almost 100% of my lineups will have running backs in the flex position because I prefer that position this week. So
yeah, I agree. I think there's so many good options, even in the mid range, that I actually did that. Not sure if Devin has my screen share up or not, but actually it might have been when I built my FanDuel. Or the slider might have reset, so my example might end up failing. But no, there we go. So this is from when I built my FanDuel lineups. I had set my exposure to 100% running back in the flex this week, and I think that is definitely the way to go. So with that, we're going to go ahead and get on out of here. Stay tuned, though. Crunch Time is coming up next. Again, remember, free today since we hit that 300-plus like mark on the YouTube feed. We're making these shows free to you today as a thank you for checking us out and giving us a thumbs up. So they will get to your questions on the air next. Stay tuned for Crunch Time. For John and our producer, Devin, I am Justin. Thanks, as always, for watching the show, everybody, and we will see you next week for week number 15. Good luck, everybody.
What's up, guys? Beer here, back in the Fantasy Bar. 6 of my favorite plays for week 14 over on Yahoo. Got some of my favorite value plays, my favorite quarterback-receiver pairing here, and some beast running backs this week. Who are we looking at? Belly up to the Fantasy Bar and find out.
Hey Grinders, big news! RG Chat, we switched over to Discord. Now in order to participate, click the link in the orange box above the chat window. If you already have a Discord account, simply log in. If not, you need to create an account here and then click Authorize. Once you've logged into Discord, before you can send your first message, you'll be prompted to click Authorize one more time. After that, you're all set. It's that simple. Sign up today and we'll see you in the chat.
Welcome back, guys. Week 14 edition Beers Daily Fantasy 6-pack. The fantasy season sliding right by here, but we're back with 6 of my favorite plays for you. Post-Thanksgiving here, week 14 over on Yahoo. Hopefully everybody had a good holiday and a good week 13. No recap here this week. We recapped everything over on the FanDuel and DraftKings video, so you can go check that out. That's posted, but we're going to roll right into the week 14 picks at wide receiver with some value on the Colts with Zach Pascal, $16. So T.Y. Hilton not looking likely to play here, so that's going to mean good things here for Zach Pascal. Really saw him come on last week, season high in yards, receptions, and targets last week. 10 targets in that game, and I think you could see a similar output here this week against Tampa Bay. And anytime you get targets against Tampa Bay, it generally leads to good results. The team has given up the most fantasy points to the wide receiver position. The Colts getting thin at that position. Some other options there, of course, Jack Doyle. But I really like Pascal here to build upon what he did last week. I think he has another big game here. Great price here. Tremendous matchup. Only $16 here on Yahoo. All right, let's go to the running back position. Really want to spend up here. We're going to go with Nick Chubb, $29. So last week, the game kind of got out of hand. Browns playing from behind, so I'm going to throw that one out here for Nick Chubb. And looking at the previous 9 games before that, you're talking about 20 more carries in 8 of those 9 games. I know Kareem Hunt back is a worry. Nick Chubb still gets a ton of work on the ground, plus big home favorites here, and that's generally where we want to look for our running backs if we can. Likely a positive game script here, playing from ahead, milking clock, giving the ball to their workhorse in Nick Chubb here against a defense that cannot stop the run. The Bengals 27th in DVOA this season against the run, give up a ton of fantasy production to this position. So Kareem Hunt, not out of play either, but I prefer Nick Chubb here. I think he scores multiple touchdowns here at home against the Bengals. All right, let's go to the tight end position. Save you some money here with Kyle Rudolph of the Vikings. So nice $14 price point here will really open some things up for us. And the red zone reindeer really starting to get it going as we turn the calendar to December, finding the end zone 6 times over the last 6 games. So really starting to pay off each and every week. Adam Thielen looking unlikely. Did not practice as of this recording. So we'll see what happens there And even if Thielen is back, I still think Rudolph a solid play at this number. Without Thielen, I think he's definitely a lock and load to score another touchdown here. The Lions, bottom 10 this season against the tight end position. The Vikings, you can pick almost any position here. A tremendous spot at home against this Lions defense. I prefer going off the radar here with Kyle Rudolph at just $14. All right, let's get you a quarterback here. Game I really like this week. Jets and Dolphins. We're going to go with Sam Darnold, $30. So disappointing performance last week, in a good spot with Cincinnati, no doubt. But coming back home here against this Miami defense, I think really a great bounce back spot for Sam Darnold. The previous 3 games before that Cincinnati game averaged over 25 Yahoo points a game in that stretch. Miami, we know, allows a ton of production to the quarterback position. Second most fantasy points allowed here. A lot of ways you can pair up Sam Darnold. If you watch the FanDuel and DraftKings video, you'll see my favorite plays on the other side of this game. But I think both sides viable here. I think this game cruises over the total here. I think we get a lot of offense, 2 very bad defenses. So pick which side you want to be on. I'm going to be on both sides here. But on Yahoo, like this price on Sam Darnold at $30. So we like Sam Darnold, who we paired him up with. Said there's a lot of options here. Personally, I'm going to go wide receiver Jamison Crowder, $17. So the last time these 2 teams played, not too long ago, Crowder season high in fantasy points. 18 fantasy points. We'll take that every day of the week on a $17 salary. And the recency bias is going to be real here. A couple bad games, not productive at all. But I see 9 targets last week and didn't do much with them. But that's what we want. I think he bounces back here against Miami. We know they give up a ton of fantasy points. Dead last in DVOA against the pass this season. It's a very good matchup here. So again, very stackable game, very affordably can fit a lot of pieces out of this game, and I think that makes sense here. But the Jets, Sam Darnold, Jamison Crowder, one of my favorite wide receiver quarterback pairings on the weekend. All right, that's 5. Let's make it 6. Let's take a look at my favorite play on the week on Yahoo. But before we do that, guys, that's right, we're going to run it back. Contest time. A big thank you to you guys for watching the video. Absolutely free to enter here. All you got to do is get in the comment section right below the video. Now let me know your guess in fantasy points on Yahoo for my Beast of the Week. The closest guess going to win themselves either a free week of RotoGrinders Premium or a free RotoGrinders t-shirt. Again, thank you to the loyal bar patrons. Now, let's take a look at my favorite play. You know him as the Beast of the Week. All right, Beast time. We owe you one more running back. We're going to spend up here again. We're going to go with Derrick Henry, $35 this week's Beast of the Week. So Henry on an absolute tear over the last 4 weeks. 149-1 against the Colts, 159-2 against Jacksonville, 188-2 against the Chiefs. Found the end zone twice against Carolina in a game they were playing from behind. So the point is, Derrick Henry on a roll. The game script in his favor, whether they're playing from ahead or behind, has really not mattered here. And Oakland hasn't put a lot of resistance up against opposing running backs. Bottom 10 in fantasy points allowed. So big price to pay here for Derrick Henry. But I love this spot for him. They're going to feed the beast. A good matchup here. I think Tennessee rolls in this one on the back of Derrick Henry, making him easily my favorite play on the week and this week's Beast of the Week. All right, guys, that'll do it here for Week 14 on Yahoo. Make sure you get in the comment section and let me know fantasy points for Derrick Henry on Yahoo for that shot at a free week of RotoGrinders Premium. Gives you access to everything we have or a free RotoGrinders t-shirt. Guys, don't forget, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button if you enjoyed the video. Really helps us out, guys, and I greatly appreciate it. For RotoGrinders.com, I am Bear saying salut. Best of luck this week, guys. Again, FanDuel DraftKings video already out for Week 14. You get 12 of my favorite plays, so go check that out. Good luck this week, guys, and we'll see you next week.
Hey, thanks for checking out our videos. If you want more expert advice on DraftKings, FanDuel, or any other daily fantasy sports, make sure you check out the current videos playlist. What is up, Grinders? Holden Kushner alongside JSU, getting you ready here on Crunch Time. Yes, it is a very difficult week from a building standpoint for a lot of people. I actually found my core guys, and I'm rolling with them, JSU. I also want to remind everybody this is free, so congratulations. You're watching us on YouTube right now, our RotoGrinders YouTube channel. Make sure you like and subscribe if you haven't already done that. We are just using the premium chat only, though. So everybody that's a subscriber, we're going to hit you guys up and take care of you. JSU, 2 weather concerns to get to real quick, and then I want you to give some thoughts off the top. Baltimore, Buffalo, we got 15, 20-mile-an-hour winds. That's a bump down to the passing game. Same thing with Cincinnati at Cleveland, bump down to the passing games. But let me know what's going on here, JSU. What are some of your thoughts today?
Yeah, so, let's just talk about those 2 games specifically. I think that Baltimore I wasn't really enamored with the passing options, like the receivers or the tight ends. I wasn't really looking at them. But, for Lamar, it doesn't really hurt Lamar that much, right? Because where he gets it done is with his legs anyways. And I expect them to have heavy ground against the Bills, who struggle against the run game. And, him, Mark Ingram, I think he gets it done with his legs. So I think for cash still, he's as safe as can be personally. From the Cincinnati side, with that Cleveland game, I was already all over Nick Chubb. He's one of my favorite running backs of the day. I have him as a conviction play on our lineup HQ tags. This is one of the best matchups that he could get. Nick Chubb, I get he's somewhat starting to split carries with Kareem Hunt, but he's going to get, I expect 20 to 25 carries on the ground.
He's really not, JSU. He's not splitting many carries. He's still getting the same workload.
He's getting the same workload. It's the snaps I'm talking about. My bad. It's the snaps. But again, right, we're looking for – we expect Cleveland to be up. I would assume we expect Cleveland to be up. And if that's the case, Nick Chubb is the guy they use heavily on the ground. Kareem Hunt's more in the passing game. Yes, they will use Kareem Hunt a little bit in the run game, but it's way more Nick Chubb. So if you expect them to be up like I do, then you should have a ton of Nick Chubb. 7,900 on FanDuel. That's too cheap. I like this guy for 100 and 2 touchdowns today. That's one of my favorite plays of the day.
Ooh, that's nasty. Yeah. That is nasty, man. Where are you going to tight end today? A lot of different options. You can pay down. You go all the way down to Thomas. You got Jack Doyle paying up a little bit more there. You could go to the top with Kittle and Kelsey. Give me some tight ends. Do you have a conviction on a tight end today?
Yeah, so I'll just start at the top of the board. I really like George Kittle a good amount today if I'm spending up. I think he's one of the really good options in New Orleans, in the Dome. I expect that game to, San Francisco, I expect it to be close, San Francisco needing to throw the ball. And I just think George Kittle has one of the better matchups if I'm paying up. But, Ian Thomas, now he's I think a pretty good tight end, backup tight end. And you're getting him at minimum price pretty much everywhere, every site. And this guy can get it done. We've seen it in this exact matchup last year. He got it done. He had a touchdown, I think 50 or 60 yards. And really, right when he came in the game, he had 4 targets and I think 1 quarter last week when Greg Olsen went out or something like that. So he's a great option. I don't think he's one of those cheap chalk tight ends where you're like, oh, I need to fade this guy. I would definitely have some exposure to him personally. But then I think on FanDuel specifically, Kyle Rudolph is definitely in play. Yep. He's seen an uptick with no Adam Thielen. He's had touchdowns in I think 3 straight weeks, and he's 4,800 on FanDuel. So, really nice price tag. He's a little more expensive on DraftKings. On DraftKings, I'd prefer more of a Jack Doyle at around his price. So those are guys I'm going to. I think Darren Waller is also in play too. So I think those are the tight ends that I have the most exposure to.
Gesicki?
I don't mind Gesicki. Fitzpatrick is one of my favorite quarterbacks of the day. I think Gesicki's a fine play, but at the same time, I'm not trying to force him in my lineups, maybe in a game stack with Fitzy.
We'll take that. All right, guys. Anything else before we get to the questions here in the Primo chat? All right. Again, if you're watching us on YouTube, like and subscribe. Let's get to our premium chat members. We'll answer your questions. What's up, NY Jets? What's up, Matty Cap? Thanks for saying hello. Devontae Parker, DJ Moore, who you liking? Doesn't say which site.
Now they're really close in price. I think I'm going to prefer Parker just because I'm a little more exposed to him because I have more Fitzy. But yeah, I think both are great plays, but I have it Parker than Moore.
Moore and Parker, or Adams and Crowder and FanDuel Cash?
And Adams and Crowder, you said? I would go Moore and Parker.
Now, listen, you and I had this conversation earlier about the Jets wide receiver. You got to go Crowder, DK, and Robbie Anderson, FanDuel. I don't want to say you got to, but that's basically the way that we're both leaning on that.
Yeah, I mean, so I like both these guys, but I think site specifically, Robbie Anderson has a little more touchdown upside. So on FanDuel, pay the extra couple hundred for him over Crowder. And then on DK, it's funny, it's the opposite, right? We pay a little, couple extra more for Crowder, but it makes sense. Now, again, I told you, I think in a stack, I think you could stack both these guys if you wanted to, because Miami is just the ultimate. They're just the ultimate cheat code. So I think those two guys, we're going to get, Powell, I'm sure we're going to get a ton of questions about.
Yep.
I think they're in play. Powell's in play. He's going to be the running back. Ty Montgomery's, he's not really a between the tackles runner. So I do expect Ty Montgomery to be used, but I think Powell is more of the guy who gets more carries, and he's still viable in the passing game. So I like that. I see Powell as having more work than Montgomery in this game.
Hey, guys, this is JCW. DK Turney, James White, DJ Moore, or Fournette, and I think that's Mike Williams, M. Williams. Is Williams really a guy you want in DK just because of the lack of volume?
He's so cheap. That's he's 4,500.
Yeah.
I think I would still go the first one, right? The Moore. Was that what was it?
DJ
again?
Moore, James White. Do you like James White this week again or no?
I'm not as high on him personally. I like him a little more than Williams. And that's another thing too, right? That comes down to how do you project that game? All right. Obviously, we don't know for sure, but how do you project this game going? Do you project New England, who's in the last couple games against the Chiefs, they've tried to run the ball and establish a run, keep Mahomes off the field. It would make sense for them to do it. Or do you expect them to be down? Does everyone think Brady's washed and they're going to get down by a couple touchdowns in the first half and then have to throw to get back? I think it's more of a closely contested game. And I do expect that the Patriots try to run the ball with Sony Michel to start the game. Now, whether that works or it doesn't is a totally different thing. But I do expect them to try and do it because it is the smartest thing to do to keep Mahomes off the field. All right, it's what people used to do with Brady all the time years ago, right? They wanted Brady off the field. How do you do that? Run the ball, control the clock.
I think that the Chiefs going to have a hard time running the ball today. So Kansas City might be hearing it out, And who are they going to try and shut down? Gilmore's not going to play on Kelsey. And Tyreek Hill has had much better numbers against the Patriots than Kelsey has. Now, I saw you open your mouth a little bit there. You think Gilmore gets a little run on Kelsey? That's a big mismatch if that happens.
So I think they bracket Kelsey, personally. I don't think Gilmore goes to him. I think Gilmore starts on the side, personally. I think it's the left side he normally plays most on. And then I think, again, Kelsey gets bracketed with an underneath and an over-the-top coverage. And then as the game goes on, if, Tyreek Hill pops off for a play and he was lined up away from Gilmore, I think the Patriots maybe at halftime could switch it up and move Gilmore exclusively on Hill, which is what I see happening in this game. Because one thing that the Patriots do struggle with is speed. Speed is the only thing. Gilmore is so good, but the one thing he can struggle with at times is speedy receivers. Tyreek Hill is the perfect type of receiver. Mecole Hardman, they have a couple speedy guys. Then they got that Darwin Thompson on the backfield. I think they're going to use trying to get mismatches on the linebackers. That kid is really fast. He's, he looks very good with the football. And they gave him 11 carries Most of them kind of towards the end of that game.
It's a blowout.
It was a blowout, but I think they gave it to him to kind of see like what he had personally. And I was talking with my friend about this. If McCoy, if they split time, the Patriots, all they're going to try and do is strip the ball from McCoy. They're not going to tackle him. As he goes through the line, they're just going to punch. Okay. They know that this guy can't hold on to the ball. So my point is, if he fumbles, he's out of the game. We've seen it happen to him 2 or 3 times already. And if that happens, I think it's Darwin Thompson for the rest of the game.
Well, and listen, I listened to all the press conferences during the week, trying to pick stuff up. The running backs coach with the Chiefs, Andy Reid didn't even know he was going in. The running back coach said, "All right, go in, dude." Andy's looking at him going, "What the hell is going on here?" He goes, "Dude, we got to get this guy some run." The running backs coach all over him. Bieniemy, their offense coordinator's all over him. Do you have any exposure, though, to Darwin Thompson in tournaments? Because, I mean, you're really hoping for a big run there or a big catch. And I don't know. This Patriots defense is still incredible.
They're incredible. But like I said, the one thing that they're going to try and do, and they did it with Damian Williams last year in the regular season game, is mismatches on linebackers, trying to get down the field with the running back. I'm telling you, look at last year in the regular season, Damian Williams had like a 50-yard reception and crushed the Patriots in receiving yards. I was there. I remember it. It was, they were getting killed. But
all right, let's keep rolling here. Pascal Boyd. This is DK Cash. Do I go Pascal Boyd or Stills and Devontae Adams? You like Devontae? You got to like Devontae, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely got to like Devontae. I think for cash, though, I think Pascal and Boyd are a little safer options than the Stills with Adams. I do really like Adams, and there's a ton of different ways you can get him because I feel like there's a ton of different value on this slate. So I think both of those combos are viable. I just think I would lean the Pascal Boyd a little safer.
Hey, let me just tell you what I was doing. I had like $6,400 left on DraftKings, and I was looking for a wide receiver. There's so many interesting ones because you could go and this is GPP. You can go Boyd, you can go Washington, you can go Chark, you can go Sutton, you could go Odell Beckham. I think that to me is the most interesting tier. And I know you just brought up Boyd there. That to me is the most fascinating tier. It's like that 6,000 to maybe 6,500.
Well, I mean, I know Galladay's a little ahead of that 65 to 67, but I would throw him in there. Like Minnesota has really struggled against the Lions wide receivers, and those corners do not look good. Xavier Rhodes is not the same player. Trey Wayne's not very good. I kind of like Galladay in GPPs. I think you get him at like 2 or 3%. And it's a hefty price tag to pay for kind of a quarterback that looked good decent in the first half and then kind of shit the bed in the second half. So I don't know.
Yeah, I just think this whole thing is fascinating to me with Boyd and and they're gonna have to throw it, but now the weather's bad there, and forget about Odell. It's Jarvis Landry, guys.
Boyd is still gonna get targets. Like he's going to be the guy. I mean, TJ Carey inside, he's not very good slot corner. They've been getting killed all year in the slot. I expect Tyler Boyd to still have, 8 to 10 targets. I expect the Bengals to be down, and so they're going to have to throw.
Nobody's talking about Cortland Sutton. No one talks about Cortland Sutton ever. Why can we not? Nobody's going to be on him. Guy makes amazing catches. He's the only wide receiver that Drew Lock seemed to trust last week. I'm all over him, man. I'm not all over, but I have shares of Cortland Sutton.
You know why, though? Because he's the only guy who can make big plays like in the air. Drew Lock's just like, I'm going to throw the ball up to Cortland Sutton. He's the only guy who can make those plays.
He's a stud. He's like a legit stud. Wait, maybe they'll get a quarterback there. All right, let me keep rolling with these tournament questions. DK single entry, Waller or Doyle, asks Little Dipper. Lowell Dipper.
Waller
over Doyle. All right. Anybody like Powell today? Oxlodge 42. You like Powell?
Yeah, I don't mind Powell today.
He's fine. He's more of a cash play, isn't he?
Yeah. He's like a safe. I think he's a safe cash play personally.
Crazy Coop. Hey fellas, love your takes. Quick question: DeAndre Washington, will he be the beneficiary if Jacobs is ruled out against the Raiders? Let me say something else again about this. Monday, I think it was Monday, Gruden was talking about it. He goes, listen, every week this guy has been hurt since week 7. This is before we really knew about the fracture. He goes, been hurt all the time. Trainers do a great job. We get him out there. All of a sudden, Gruden's bringing up Washington and Richard. I mean, listen, you got to have some type of swap there. I'm going under the assumption that Jacobs is going to go, but do you want to throw DeAndre Washington in there if you have to late swap? That's a lot of salary you're leaving on the table.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So I think it's more of like if you had a cheap guy in the flex position and you wanted to kind of pivot to one of those guys if Jacobs were to be out.
Mm-hmm.
But me personally, I see it more as like Washington might have like 55% or 60%. Richard's going to be right behind them. They're still like when Washington goes in the game, it's like 25% of the snaps. Richard's right there. He's at like 15 or 20. So it's not like Washington's getting all of the work when Jacobs is out of the game. Richard's still going in a little bit too. So I expect it to be more of a split. Richard's more of the pass catching. If they're down, 2-minute drill type running back, and Washington will see more carries.
Let's see here. Brendan Horton, pick 2. Hopkins, Michael Thomas, and Davante Adams. I mean, come on, man. Who are you leaving out of that trio?
So Davante Adams for sure would be one of those guys. You said Michael Thomas or D-Hop?
Both of them, right? Thomas has the tougher matchup, maybe?
Yeah, so, I mean, he does, but at the same time, I think he gets peppered with a ton of short targets. San Francisco has a great pass rush. So, I mean, how do you kind of defend that? You get the ball out quick. That means short targets. Michael Thomas isn't really a down-the-field stretcher anyways. These are the routes that he's going to run. It would make sense. D-Hop gets, a little bit of a bump because Will Fuller's out. But I don't know. I think Michael Thomas has a little higher ceiling than D-Hop.
On FanDuel, were you more touchdown dependent? I can see that on DraftKings, but you're going to go that way on FanDuel.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. I'll take that. Any love for Christian Kirk and FanDuel GPP? Rocky Raccoon wants to know.
I don't really like Arizona's offense. I said it last week. I didn't like Arizona's offense. I know that was a question, and I remember specifically saying I didn't like really anyone. I don't know. They coming off of a bye and you look that bad. I know he tweaked his hamstring a little bit. Kyler Murray did, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. Like I don't really like their offense. I think Kirk is okay, but I'd much prefer him on a PPR site.
If you're checking us out on YouTube right now, make sure you like and subscribe to the RotoGrinders channel because we always got great stuff. And we're only using the premium chat. So you could be throwing questions in there. We're only going to use our primos. Hake wants to know, DK Cash, Pascal or Crowder?
I'm going to lean Pascal.
Preston, 2015. Watson, Freeman, Kamara or Carr, CMC, Powell, and DK Cash. Watson, Freeman, Kamara. Oh gosh.
Hey, I'd probably go. I guess I'd go the CMC Powell Carr one for cash.
What's your take on Kamara today? Everybody's on him. He's facing a really good defense. I actually like the Niners defense because I think when they got stationary quarterbacks, kind of like what we saw against Aaron Rodgers, they could probably get after it. And you're right. They're going to have to change their game plan, quick tosses. We're hearing about Taysom Hill and stuff. I actually like the Niners defense in a GPP today. I have very little exposure to them, but in my biggest big money GPP, that's the one I'm going with.
Yeah.
The Niners.
Yeah. I have a little exposure to them too, just because they're so cheap and they're really, really good. And, Breeze is, they have 2 offensive linemen still out. New Orleans does. And, San Francisco, they have a really good pass rush. So I think they're going to get to Breeze a little bit. Yes, they'll change the game plan up, with Taysom Hill and, shorter passes and stuff, but they'll still get to Breeze. So I don't mind that. I think that's a solid play.
Here is a great question. Adams or Michael Thomas, DK Cash?
Adams.
Ooh, I like it, man. DKGPP, Adams and Ian Thomas or Pascal and Doyle?
Adams and Ian Thomas or Pascal and Doyle?
Right?
Yeah, Adams and Ian Thomas.
Yeah, I think we're a little higher on Ian Thomas than some of the other guys out here. Oh, did I ask you about Kamara real quick? And I saw Big T. Like, I see everybody talking about Kamara. I look at this tremendous defense here for the Niners, and I'm just wondering if people are going overweight on Kamara or if I'm the guy that's just being an idiot thinking that maybe the ceiling's not as high as some people think.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, I have no exposure to Kamara. He's
Wow.
one of my fades of the week.
Yep.
I get it. I just, at the same time, I could also see San Francisco shutting him down. Like, we've seen Drew Brees in great spots kind of fail, right? We've seen the Saints offense do it. I know they're at home, big marquee matchup against best team in football, one of the 2 or 3 best teams in football. But San Francisco looked, I thought they were going to get killed last week. I remember saying this. I thought the Ravens were going to kill them last week. And they kept they could have won that game. They're better than even I thought. It's unbelievable what they're doing. I think they could absolutely stop the Saints.
I think people just like Kamara for the sole fact that he's 7,600 on FanDuel, and he's just cheaper than some of the higher tier options there.
Right, but you're not getting him at a discount, and this guy hasn't been playing well. I get it when a guy is priced down, and you're getting him at a lower ownership, and you're like, okay, I can see this working 5%, 8%, whatever it is, for a really good talented player. That makes sense to me. But a guy's going to be high owned like this. I mean, you have to really like this spot against one of the best defenses in football. Like. Yeah,
I pivoted to Melvin Gordon off of him on FanDuel.
Yeah, I like Melvin Gordon better than him. That's one of my other conviction plays. I think Melvin Gordon runs all over this Jacksonville team. Starting off, I think his first 3 games averaging like 2.2 yards per carry. His last 3 or 4 games, he's averaged 4.7 yards per carry. So this guy, he's getting better. He gets a couple of targets in the passing game. It's fine. Not big deal. Where I expect Jacksonville to give up tons of yards is on the ground. Phillip Rivers has looked awful, so I expect the Chargers to try and run the ball, and they should be able to against Jacksonville.
I'm with you, man. You're in trouble because we're in agreement too much, so you're going to lose a lot of money this week.
Yep, I'm losing a lot of money.
Ace God, GPP on DK. Kittle versus Waller, and Washington versus Pascal.
Kittle versus Waller, Washington versus Pascal.
Mm-hmm.
So I have Kittle ahead of Waller, and I have Pascal ahead of Washington.
It seems like you're exposed to Pascal quite a bit this week. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I like Doyle.
To him. You like Doyle? It's just,
I love Doyle.
Pass funnel defense, right? Tampa Bay stuffs a run. The Colts want to run the football, but I think they're going to be forced to pass. And Indy doesn't really have a lot of options at wide receiver. They're down Chester Rogers, Devin Funchess, T.Y. Hilton, Eric Ebron, all out. They have Paris Campbell. They have Zach Pascal. They have Jack Doyle. Those are the guys that you're going to see a bunch of today. So I think Pascal is one of the better options.
Cholt wants to know what you think about a Green Bay Washington stack in a GPP. Like Geis and McLaurin, I suppose, if you're going the other way.
I mean, now Washington has all 4 running backs active today. They got AP, they got Geis, Thompson. They got Thompson, and they've got Smallwood. I think all active. Geis is still going to see work. Like, he got 10 carries or something like that last week. I expect him to see, 10 or 12 carries again this week. But I don't know. McLaurin, if I was doing an Aaron Rodgers stack and I wanted to, bring it back with something weird, maybe a McLaurin.
Well, the Packers are down, I think at least 2, maybe 3 corners.
Yeah, but the problem is the quarterback.
Oh, listen, McLaurin, I'm just saying, he has the question.
Hey, listen, Darius Slay comes out and tweets at you, saying how good you are and mad respect on Twitter after that game when, Darius Slay got the better of him, but he was saying how this kid's super talented. Like, we all know he's super talented. The problem is the quarterback who's throwing him the football. I mean, Dwayne Haskins, it doesn't get much worse, right now. So that's my issue. I would love to bring it back with someone, feel really comfortable with someone from Washington. McLaurin would be the one I'd feel the most comfortable with, and I don't feel comfortable with them at all.
Hey, let me ask you this, Tampa Bay, and Evans is the one that is the man-to-man breaker, right? And Godwin busts the zone defense. I want to say that. I was looking into this earlier in the week. So with the Colts, what do you see more of with them? More zone, right?
Yeah, a little bit, but
just a little.
So remember also too, they're down. I think it's Kenny Moore, who's their slot corner, and then they had Rocky Sin, who was questionable. I don't know if he's
playing.
Is he playing?
He's in.
But he's playing. He was definitely hurt though, because he was limited or did not participate in practice on Friday after a limited practice on Thursday, which is kind of weird. So that's the case. And then Pierre Desir, according to PFF, he's one of the, I think, like 8 worst cornerbacks on this slate. So, I mean, Mike Evans is like, you have really good matchups across the board either way. I think Godwin's a great option. I like Evans too. It's tough to be like, oh, okay, this guy for sure is going to be the one. All I can tell you is that Evans is probably been the more consistent with like targets and, last game, there were at least 2 50-yard touchdowns that Jameis Winston just missed or they got pass interfered with once. I remember Jameis overthrew him by like 10 yards. He was wide open. There was no one within like 10 yards of him. So like Mike Evans is the guy I have a little more exposure to, but I still have some Chris Godwin.
Hey, let's just hammer out these questions with a name or a yes or no. Who's your favorite cash quarterback on FanDuel? Richard Cranium.
On FanDuel? I think on FanDuel it's easy enough where you can get up to Lamar.
DK Cash, Ian Thomas, or Vance McDonald?
Ian Thomas.
Stay away from Sir Vance a lot, dude. Makes me sick. He's going to have McDonald all over your face is what's going to happen. It's going to suck. Do I go Pascal over John Brown and Parker over Lockett in half-point PPR? So that'd be FanDuel. Pascal Brown, Parker Lockett.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I would go Pascal over Brown and Parker over Lockett. Yeah.
Fitzpatrick or Darnold in a GPP?
Fitzpatrick.
DK Cash, best defense special teams under 2,500. Oof.
Under 2,500.
Yeah, man.
God.
2-minute warning. Whoop, whoop.
2-minute warning. What do you think?
I guess the Cardinals, 2,400. They're at home. Hodges isn't. Yeah. It's listen. It's a price. It's a price play. It's cash. It's a price play.
Get up to the Ravens, man. Just get up to the Ravens. Season long. No, we're not doing season long. Sorry, guys. DK Cash, Hopkins and the Colts or Parker and the Ravens? Actually, those are 2 really good defensive options today.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Parker, but I think the floor, like I would go the D-Hop route just because I think he has a better floor. Parker, obviously is in a great spot, but I would still go D-Hop.
Hey, Tampa Bay could put up 31 today, and the Colts could still have double-digit fantasy points. That's all I'm saying,
Yeah.
Like fumbles, sacks, interceptions. Jameis Winston's good for at least 3 turnovers and 3 sacks. So go do the You're laughing. He is.
It's true.
Like, he's legitimately – they could score 31 points, and the Colts defense could have 10 to 12 points.
Yes, Jameis Winston can turn the ball over with the best of them.
That's why Jameis Winston isn't a top 5 fantasy quarterback every single week, because he put up 400 yards and 2 touchdowns, but he fumbles, throws 3 picks. I mean, it's this guy.
Yeah, you're right.
Drives me nuts. Drives me friggin'. That's why I just don't play him.
Just stay away from him. Yeah, exactly. Just stay away from him.
Fine. Burn me. I don't give a damn. You're going to burn me 2 times a year. Last question, Sakili. Bilal Powell or McCoy? Who are you going with today?
Bilal Powell. If that's
in a vacuum.
Yeah.
It's in a vacuum. DKGPP, Emmanuel Sanders, Robbie Anderson, or Deebo Samuel. Are any of these 3 playable? I like Deebo a little bit, huh?
Yeah, I think. I mean, they're playable, but I think I'd go Deebo.
Yeah, me too. All right, we're just about at lock. We got 30 seconds. So now that we locked up, highest exposure for you. We talked about Fitzpatrick. You like some Fitzpatrick.
Melvin Gordon, Nick Chubb.
Melvin Gordon, Nick Chubb. I mean, those are your conviction plays. I mean, how often though do you just deviate from your conviction plays? Sometimes, like, I mean, are you just super overweight on all those guys?
Yes, exactly. Super right, overweight. Like conviction plays for me, anyways. You know, they're guys that I am much more overweight than pretty much anyone else, right? So if I have like 3 guys, those are, you know, at whatever position, those are going to be the guys I have the highest exposure to at those positions. That doesn't mean I'm necessarily all in. Sometimes if I feel that strongly about a play, I will go all in. But that just kind of depends. It's tough, like throwing all your chips on like one guy, especially I don't make 100 lineups, you know, so it's just,
just waiting on some ownership here, guys. And we'll see what we get here in a couple of minutes, but, because FanDuel and DraftKings like to take their times these days, and I guess I bitch about it every single week. But
you do.
It drives me
every
nuts.
Single week.
Like, we're doing a show here. Get it going, guys. Come on. And then here's a little differentiation I did today. I went Gordon and Eckler in one GPP just to see if they can rack it up. You know, it got me to Derrick Henry. It got me to. It got me to Kittle. It got me to, some of the other players when I did that. So we'll see if it pays off today. It's just like, I think Gordon is going to score a touchdown. And I also think that they're just going to dump the ball to Eckler. This guy is so efficient. How many guys are that
let's
efficient?
Be honest. That's the only way their offense can move, right?
Oh, he's so horrible.
Dump offs and running. That's the only way that offense can move. Keenan Allen, that touchdown, which helped me a ton last week, but that touchdown, when he caught it, there was no one within, like, he underthrew that ball, and Keenan Allen kind of slowed way down to catch it, and then still ran 10 to 15 yards or 10 yards into the end zone, and no one got and someone just missed him. But it was just ridiculous how he just floated the ball up there. I was like, he has no arm. Philip Rivers has no arm. It's unreal.
Hey, real quick, Mike Garofalo with the NFL Network. Josh Jacobs has an MRI coming up this week. He's dealing with a broken shoulder, but they're thinking he's going to play. So we'll see what happens there.
I mean, he's played with this shoulder injury
for 6 weeks.
I remember when it happened, right? He was chalk. It was like 5,200. Yep. I remember he took a 50-yard run or 55-yard run right off the bat, and then went into the locker room, and everyone was like, "Oh, it's over. He's not coming back." Everyone's lineups were dead, and then he came back, and he had a pretty good game. But I just remember being like, "This dude's been playing with this injury since like week 6."
He's been, for a long time now. So again, I'm not too concerned about it. A lot of other people are. Millie Maker lineup. I mean, is that FanDuel? I don't know. It's not even the Millie Maker.
That's
Sunday
is it
Million.
FanDuel or?
Yeah.
Oh, Sunday.
It's a Sunday Million.
Okay.
I got Fitzpatrick at 7%, Devontae Parker at 23%, Aaron Jones at 12%. That's the 3 guys I got going early in that one. So that's all I can really share with you.
Let's see here. I'm going to pull up a tournament right here on DK.
Because you and I are both on the same guy there.
Yeah, so, Devontae Parker, 13%. This is in a DK tournament. Nick Chubb, 4%. Ryan Fitzpatrick, 5%. Right? That's not bad.
No, that's fine.
Who else here? Zach Pascal, 9%. I like that. Devontae Freeman, 22%. Those are the guys I have going right now. So, Jamison Crowder, 16. So
here's a real quick DraftKings $12 single entry, the fair catch. Powell's 38%. And I got some DeAndre Hopkins at 11.8. And then and Thomas is at 17.7. I got a lot of 4:00 action today.
Do you? I don't have a ton of 4:00 action. I have like 1 or 2 guys like in those 4:00 games, but I'm heavily exposed to 1:00.
My cash is 1:00.
Huh? Who do you have a ton at 4?
My cash lineup is the 1:00 games.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm just talking about my cash games there.
Yeah, but you said you're heavily exposed at the 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I got
right?
more. I got more. Like I told you about Melvin Gordon, right? So
yeah. We're in agreement there.
I gotta go. I gotta go look up my damn things here. The other plays, but I like Melvin Gordon a lot today. I do have a little bit of Eckler.
Were you on like AJ Brown on FanDuel?
A little bit of Tannehill, AJ Brown. There's another one. Tyreek Hill, a little bit of Tyreek Hill today. I do like Benny Snell, and I threw a little Deontay Johnson and what's his name, James Washington around there.
Okay,
and DJ Chark. I took a little DJ Chark dive today too.
I'm surprised. NY Jets just asked if we have a little Madison today. I'm surprised he wasn't brought up. Just as a question. That's it. I think the Powell chalk just got everyone off of like taking shots with Madison.
You see what Powell's doing already though? He already has 17 yards rushing.
Well, geez, just end the slate right now, guys. It's over.
He broke it.
It's over. 17 yards. Done.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we go watch some football now?
Please.
Oh, give me your one play for 4 o'clock. That's not Melvin Gordon. Any position.
It's not Melvin. Okay.
You don't like the 4 o'clock, but I like the 4 o'clock.
No. I don't mind the 4 o'clock. I just don't have as much exposure to it.
All we got was Derek Carr questions. Like, how many people are going Derek Carr today? My goodness. What is Derek Carr going to do?
I like Darren Waller a little bit for the 4 o'clock games. And then Tyreek Hill, for tournaments. That's the one guy for the 4 o'clock games I do have a little bit more tournament exposure to. Because like I said, you guys, the one thing that the Patriots struggle with is speed receivers. And listen, it could be McCole Hardman. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if McCole Hardman took a 60-yarder. He has one catch for 60 yards and a touchdown. I would not be shocked.
But that's not doing much for me.
No, it's not. I'm just saying that's how they're going to attack the Patriots. You don't like Darwin Thompson, but I'm telling you, those are the type of players you want against the Patriots.
I don't mind Darwin Thompson.
But that's why him playing more than McCoy makes so much sense. He's the other guy I have a little bit more exposure to from the 4 o'clock games. Just because, like I said, he's cheap, and at the same time, they're going to try and get mismatches on linebackers. They can't do that with Shady in the passing game.
All right, buddy. You play season long? Do you even play season long?
I have like the one league I'm with. I've been in for 15 years with 10 years with my friends. And then I have like a dynasty league that I've been in for a couple of years, but that's
I play 4 leagues now. I'm down to 4 leagues. So
I don't even pay attention to it.
I know that's what it is.
If you ask like anyone from that league, I think I'm in the playoffs in one of them, and I don't even know who I have.
All right, Calvin Ridley, beautiful catch for 18 yards. I like it. Keep going. I got some Ridley today too. All right, guys, take care. Thanks for watching. Again,
Winston threw a pick.
Yes,
there you go, Holden.
Yeah, shocker there.
Big call by Holden Kushner. Winston throws an interception.
No one wanted to play the Colts. They were worried about it.
All right.
Play the damn Colts. Play whoever's playing. You know what? It's like the Arizona tight end. Except don't play Vance McDonald. All right? Don't play Vance McDonald. Hey, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, like, subscribe. Make sure you check us out and make some money with us. So that'll be good too. All right, take care, everybody. We'll catch you next week. Thanks, Devin, back in Nashville, JSU 34. Obviously, Paul Pierce. Adios.